Testing 1, 2.
Uno, dos, probando. Kiara, ¿nos escuchas? Segundo, Gracias, porque ahora esto hay que darle.
3 minutes.
Sí, no. Kiara, ¿nos escuchas? Te presioné Ask to Unmute. Tú puedes ahora salir del mute y hablarnos.
We're going to start in 1 minute. We're going to start in 1 minute.
Good morning, buenos días. We're testing. Kiara, ¿nos escuchas? Do you hear us, Kiara? I saw a reaction by Mick Walsh that is hearing us. And also, thank you for letting us know.
Sí. Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 189 Caribbean Fisheries Management Council meeting being held at the Buccaneer Hotel St. Croix, USVI on April 21st, 2026. We're going to start with a roll call. I'm going to start on my left with Christina.
Good morning, Cristina Olan, Council staff.
Good morning, buenos días, Lea Rivera, Council staff.
Graciela Garcia Moliner, Council staff. Maria Lopez Mercer, NOAA Fisheries.
Tony Blanchard, Councilman.
Nicole Angeli, U.S. Virgin Islands Division of Fish and Wildlife.
Ricardo López, Puerto Rico DNR.
Vanessa Ramirez, Vice Chair.
Carlos Fischetti, Council Chair.
Miguel Rolón, Council Staff.
Diana Martino, Council Staff.
Heather Blau, NOAA Fisheries.
Kate Zamboni, NOAA's Office of General Counsel.
John Walter, Southeast Fisheries Science Center.
Roberto Sabater, Council Member.
Vaz Vicente, SFC Chair.
Buenos días a todos. Janet Ramos García, Aurishan Education Advisory Panel Chair.
Good morning, all. Gerson Martinez, St. Croix DAP Chair.
Good morning, everyone. Julia McGrath, DAP Chair, St. Thomas, St. John.
Good morning, everyone. Nelson Crespo, DAP Chair, Puerto Rico.
Good morning, Kevin McCarthy, Southeast Fisheries Science Center.
Hello, everyone. Adrian Rios, Southeast Fisheries Science Center.
Good morning, Cedric Taquin, Puerto Rico, DAP member and PESCAP.
Good morning, everyone. Jose Rivera, PESCAP.
Good morning, Marta Prada, IDA Coordinator.
Buenos dias, Sanai Haptis, Ecosystem-Based Fishery Management Panel, Technical Advisory Panel Chair.
Good morning, Daniel Matos Caraballo, Puerto Rico Department of Natural and Environmental Resources.
Good morning, everyone. Wilson Santiago, Puerto Rico Fishery Liaison.
Good morning, Dinorecha Singh, NOAA Fisheries Habitat Conservation Division.
And we're good.
Okay, thank you. And online?
We have online, David Beringer, Kiara Matias, Mick Walsh, Sarah Stephenson, Jesus Rivera Hernandez, Late Fletcher, Kate Overly, and Brent.
Okay, thank you. Adoption of agenda, any additions or corrections to the agenda? Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nelson Crespo for the record. In other business, I want to read a letter received from the from Culebra Fisherman Association.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I read that. Graciela?
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, Graciela here, I think we have a change in the agenda from tomorrow, from the 9:30 to 9:45 to 26 annual catch limit monitoring updates that will be given by Heather Blow today, right? Before the pelagics option at 2:15.
Sure, thank you, Graciela.
And so that's a change in the agenda. And the other, I was, for clarification purposes, during the public comment period, Nelson will read the letter, correct? The whole business.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
so. Right. Anything further on the agenda? If not, we need a motion to accept agenda as corrected.
Motion to accept the agenda as corrected.
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
Okay, there's a motion by Blanchard to accept the agenda and seconded by Vanessa. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Next is. Four. See.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have an incident with the SSC when we got unruly behavior through the internet, and we have to stop the meeting. And we are developing now a protocol to avoid or minimize that to happen in any meeting of the council or the advisory bodies. We received help from Kevin and other people to send us information about how to establish that protocol that would avoid this from happening. At this meeting, we don't have it, but the chairman has given authority to Christina to start the meeting if something like that happened. And then we will try to contact the people afterward. I mean, it takes about maybe 10 to 20 minutes to get another Zoom ID and password. And of course, the issue with this is all this is public. And when you put it in the Federal Register, people can pick everything from there and mimic the name of any of us and put it there. So the other thing for the record, please state your name before we talk. I always say that, but I'm the first culprit. I forget to say every meeting. But we are having some difficulty sometimes with the people who do the translation. And this time, Mr. Chairman, we have, dime. ¿Quién?
Yes, this is to excuse Kayla Ishida from the U.S. Coast Guard. She just sent me an email saying that she will not be able to attend the meeting today. Tomorrow, she will be entering virtually to give the report.
Thank you, Diana. And they also promised to be at the next meeting if possible in August.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Kate Zamboni, Office of General Counsel. Just so the record is clear, the unruly behavior was not on the part of any member of the SSC or anyone participating in good faith. It was somebody that was intending to be a disruptor. So I just want the record to be clear that there's no reason to follow up with anybody that didn't obey our rules of conduct.
Thank you for the clarification. We call it unruly behavior because it's the only thing I found in the paper, so we call it. But people call it hacking or unruly behavior, but thank you for the clarification. At this time, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would like to ask a minute of silence for a friend of mine, David Olsen. David Olsen passed this March 7, 2026. I met David in the 70s when he came to Puerto Rico to give us a presentation about his dissertation. And through the years, we met and worked in different projects and offices and everything. But he was a former director of the Virgin Islands Department of Fish and Wildlife. He did it twice, firstly in 1990, and then in 2007. He also was instrumental in helping the fishers with the science that they needed to provide documents for the council and other entities that were of importance to the fisheries of these islands, the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico too, because he did some work in Puerto Rico also. He was a surfer. He loved the sailing, diving. He told me one time he was controversial, but with a good heart, whatever that means. And at this time, Mr. Chairman, we would like to, after this horrible sound there, the hotel is trying to fix that. A minute of silence honoring Dr. David Olsen.
So we're gonna do a minute of silence. Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda is the consideration of the 188 council meeting verbatim transcriptions. Any corrections to those minutes? Hearing none, we need a motion to accept the verbatim transcription.
Motion to accept the verbatim. Tony Blanchard.
A second, Nicole Angeli.
Motion to accept the minutes verbatim transcriptions. Motion by Blanchard, seconded by Angeli. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Moving forward, we have the Fishery Management Plan amendments. Maria Lopez Merced, Mercer? No. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, Executive Director report.
So I need to talk a lot, but anyway, very, very quick. I will take this time to pass the word that I got from Federal Register. The Federal Register is not going to publish anything after 40 days. That they require 40 days before the council meeting. Let's say 40 days before August 11. We need to submit the agenda to the Federal Register. We can tweak it a little bit 23 days before August 11. And they told us this is the last time that they gave us some break. But the issue with this is I need to have that agenda at least 2 or 3 days before that date, 40 days before August 11. And we can, tweak it a little bit, 23 days. After that, it's locked. If we fail to do that, then we need to move the council meeting, and that costs a lot of money because the contract with the hotels had to be done actually right now. So the staff will do their best to comply with that requirement with the agenda. The other thing is that we are receiving presentations the date of the council the day before. We are not gonna do that anymore. You will have 5 days to submit the presentation to Christina. After that, if you have something to correct, you do it here, and then you send us the presentation with the correction. Christina works 8 hours a day, and anything after that, we have to pay double, so we will have that much money to pay Christina. But at the same time, Christina is an excellent professional, and sometimes he called me at midnight, Miguel, I have this to put in the agenda. Shall I do it? So I said, if I were you, I would not put it there. So anyway, please cooperate as much as possible with Christina by sending your presentation 5 days before any meeting. And then also, and that also, salud, for some of the presentations, for example, if we have new information that we need to cover here, something that comes from Maria, Sara, or one of the scientists, we can make room for that and put it there. But the rest, we are not gonna have any presentation after the 5 days included in our council. I checked with the other council and they're worse. They have other strict measures for this. So that's that. And then with the budget, we are okay. We received money to cover the second quarter of 2026. All the councils are expected to discuss this at the main meeting, the CCC in Alaska, where the Washington folks are going to tell us, how the schedule for giving us the rest of the money for 2026. 2027 and 28 are a question mark. We don't know yet what is going to happen during those days, but they told us that at least we will be able to have level funded for those 2 years after 2026. The AI policy, that everybody now work with AI, and the National Fisheries Service, we have some cases where AI was improperly used. For example, sending fake papers to affect the outcome of an SEC meeting in one of the councils. So we were instructed, the executive director, to prepare a policy for using AI at the council level, and they will follow a similar approach by the NOAA, not NOAA Fishery, but NOAA level. For example, they adopted Gemini, and they have courses that we need to take if we want to use it. So the protocol will be presented to you at the August meeting when we finish that. We also have to send it to the NOAA Legal Council just to make sure that we are following the law, applicable laws. There's another thing. We cannot lock a meeting. For example, if somebody, if we have to stop the meeting here, we open it again, but it has to be public. We cannot lock it. All that will be included in the protocol that we're going to send to you. One thing that they told me to advise everybody sitting here is you use AI, you are responsible for the product. Staff member, NOAA, council members, staff member of the council. So more information will be provided at the meeting in August. That's all that we have for now, Mr. Chairman. And also we want to welcome Olivia. She's a new St. Croix liaison officer. Angelique, Dr. Angelique, you would like to say something about Olivia? I don't know if she's here or not, but where is it? Where is she? Olivia. So no, Olivia. Come on.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, good morning. Thank you so much. Nicole Angeli, USVI. We have a new liaison for the St. Croix District, Olivia Walton, and she'll be joining us later today. And once she arrives, I'll ask the chair if we can introduce her properly. Excellent. Thank you so much.
And also lastly, Nicole Grill resigned February, and I was advised by Dr. Angeli that they will be looking into a replacement for her. The liaison officers are very important to connect the communities, fishers, the government, et cetera, with the council and vice versa, the council with the communities. So we have Wilson in Puerto Rico, Miss Olivia Watson now in St. Croix. We're looking forward to see who can replace Miss Grill in St. Thomas, St. John. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Miguel. So moving on, Fishery Management Plan by Maria Lopez Mercer.
Good morning. This is Maria Lopez Mercer with NOAA Fisheries, Southeast Regional Office with the Caribbean branch. Like every beginning of every meeting, the council and us prepared a presentation that summarizes all the actions, amendments, regulations, priorities, et cetera, that the council discussed during the past meeting. So council members and the public can get an update on where these stand currently. Okay, we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so this is where we are with three of the actions that are in the regulatory phase, which means that the council had already taken final action. And NIMS then is NOAA Fisheries is responsible for the regulations part, developing the regulations and comment periods, etc. So Amendment 2 to all the fishery management plans, this is the troll net gear and descending devices, has been in effect since November 3rd, 2025. The descending device requirement for vessels fishing for reef fish became effective on April 1st. So April 1st, so you must have seen the council outreach on that one and letting everybody know that the requirement to have the descending device ready under boats to be used in case it's needed when the fish exhibits signs of barotrauma. It's in place since April 1st. Okay, so we are with that. That concludes that actual action. Okay, so that everything is in place for that action. So the next time you see this this slide, that's not going to be there because it's already completed. The next one is Framework 3 to the U.S. Virgin Islands Fishery Management Plan. This is CDAR 80. These are updates to the queen triggerfish from CDAR 80. The final rule was published in March, and it became effective in April recently. So the new ACLs for triggerfish became effective, and if you go to the Federal Register, you will see that those new numbers are in there. That concludes that regulation and that action. The next one that we are currently working on is Amendment 4 to the Puerto Rico FMP, the reclassification as a pelagic fish for rainbow runner. We're currently preparing the notice of availability of the amendment, which means that it will open a comment period of 60 days. The amendment where the amendment will be published, and the public can revise this amendment and make comments through regulations.gov. Then after, during that time, after the 30 days, the first 30 days, we usually publish the proposed rule, which is what you are going to see in the regulations that is going to make the actions in this amendment be codified under the Federal Register. That's also going to be open for public comment for 30 days. After that comment period ends, NOAA Fisheries will address any comments that are received either for the amendment or the proposed rule, and then we'll publish a final rule where those comments are addressed. After the final rule is published, there is a 30-day cooling period, we call the cooling period, which is a 30-day before the regulations become effective. We will notify the public of the availability of all the comment periods through fishery bulletins, and we'll coordinate with the council outreach and education so they can ensure that this information is available to you so you can comment, and also all the dates where this would be applicable. Next slide, please. Okay, So this is what we are currently working on. The council is working on, we talked about during the past council meeting and the one before, of a modification of pelagic AMs. The reason is because there is no corrective action defined for accountability measures for this group of species, which have been new to management since the island-based FMPs were in place. It's important to get council input. The council provided a lot of input. It was a really good discussion during the last time. And then another reason is that this is a good opportunity to focus on the trigger for the AM, which means what is it, what needs to happen for for an accountability measure to be triggered. So as we discussed during the last time, the focus could be on that AM trigger, so that provides the flexibility for NOAA Fisheries and the council to look at those landings and see what's going on. So we're going to be talking about that. So in the December 2025 meeting, I'm in the third column, yellow column, there were some options, preliminary options discussed, and there were some guidance provided by the council as to what they wanted to see up for discussion during this council meeting. So during this council meeting, the council is going to be reviewing an options paper and go through those options, discuss, give input, and see what they want to do next. Okay, so this is not an amendment yet. This is not an action. This is an options paper where, again, we're going to be discussing what you guys requested from staff to bring during this council meeting. The next action is CEDAR 91, spiny lobsters, St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John. This is the modification of the reference points for the spiny lobster in St. Croix and St. Thomas St. John's based on CEDAR 91. Why? Because there were assessments that provided updates to these numbers, and then there's a need to do an action to revise the ACLs, which will be based on the recommendations from the ABCs. So during the December 2025 meeting, the council discussed the SSC recommendations. The council also selected the P-star, the probability of overfishing, and then they provided options for ACL buffers, which means that what reductions they would like to see included in an amendment or in an action that could be evaluated for that recommended ABC. So all those things were done during the December meeting, and then the council tasked staff to bring a draft framework action that will incorporate those in an evaluation and an analysis of the effects of the different reductions or different buffers that would be applied to the ACL. So during this meeting, the expectation is that the council discusses the action. If they are ready to move on, they could select preferred alternatives based on that after they discuss. And if they are ready, they could decide to take final action too. So it's all, when this is discussed today, the council can decide how they want to move forward. The next action is CEDAR 91 spiny lobster for Puerto Rico. Again, this is because there was an update assessment, and the result from that update assessment would allow the council to do an action to revise the ACLs based on those numbers that came from that assessment. In December 2025, it was still pending updates from the Science Center. They were working on updates for that CEDAR 91. And then also after that, SSC reviews. So during the earlier this month, the SSC met in 8 to 10, and they reviewed the outcomes from the CEDAR 91. And then they also provided ABC recommendations. So during this meeting, during the SSC presentation, the council will review the ABC recommendations and will also talk about the discussions that the SSC had. They can review that, and then they can make decisions as to how to move forward with an action to update ACL. So that's going to be discussed also today. The next one is CEDAR 84 for Yellowtail Puerto Rico and St. Thomas St. John, and then also for the stoplight parrotfish in St. Croix. Why? Because there were stock assessments done for this species, and that will provide the opportunity for the council through an action to revise the annual catch limits for those species based on the recommendations that come from those assessments. During December 2025, there were no further action for the council because they were still pending some updates from the SSC and from the Science Center. And that will lead to what was discussed during the SSC meeting that happened during April 8 to 10, where the SSC reviewed and make their recommendations. And those will be discussed also during the SSC presentation and discussion, and for the council to consider what are their recommendations on these two. Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. Lastly, these are the review of the stocks, excuse me. Review stocks need for conservation and management. This is what we call the matrix. This was also set as a priority for the council back in August. This is an action that the council and NIMS have been working, presenting to you for discussion to maximize management efficiency, and also is one of the actions that was included under the Seafood EO 14276. And this is the review, as you all know, of the stocks that are currently managed under each one of the FNPs to determine if they are still in need of federal conservation and management. So during the December 2025 meeting, there was some discussion. During the months leading to today, there's a working group that had been working on that decision tree. And the idea today for the council is to take a look at the presentation on the decision tree, which has some criteria that could be used or could be proposed to move forward with this action, as to help the council, assist the council make decision as to whether there are any species that we need to reevaluate the need for conservation and management, and also if there are some of those species that could be moved to a category that is called ecosystem component species because of the role that they have in the ecosystem. So that's another presentation that we are going to be seeing, I believe, today. Yes. Okay. So at this point, as you will see hear from Sarah when she's giving the presentation, the idea is for the council to provide input on that decision tree so the working group can continue working on that. This one is a little tricky, so it's very important. Your input is super, super important. The other one that, and I decided to put it in here because it's something that we have talked in the past, but we were waiting for a couple of things to happen before, is the revision of AMs for Puerto Rico spiny lobster. Why? Because there's a need to address ACL overages that have been happening pretty much every year, and also reevaluate current AMs. As you all may recall, that has been on hold because there's other things ongoing, such as the CDR 91 reviews and the SSC, et cetera. So we just wanted to bring it in here because this is something that eventually, once the council is ready, they may want to decide to move forward with this, okay? So something to consider. Okay, the next slide, please. Okay, so we introduced this during the last council meeting. It's a prioritized list of actions to NIMS on that were submitted by the council on EO 14276, and these are some of the items that the council wanted to explore. So one of them is the revision of incompatible regulations between territorial and federal waters. That's an action that it's something that the council would like to consider. So there's also revision of duplicative regulations in federal waters. There had been expressed an interest for evaluating the regulations currently applicable to Puerto Rico West Coast marine managed areas, specifically Tourmaline and Abril La Sierra. And with regards to these two, revision of incompatible regulations and revision of duplicative regulations, depending on the actions that the council decide to move forward to today or not, it's advisable for the council to consider if there's any of these items in here that were listed as priority that the council may be wanting to task staff to start evaluating. Because if some of the actions, if there is time during this year and the workload gets a little bit more light, depending on what happens, today and tomorrow, then maybe tomorrow the council can go back to this and discuss and say, okay, so these are the things that we would like to focus on based on this list. The example that I have here is for Puerto Rico, because that was something that was has been explicitly discussed during past council meetings, and this is an evaluation of the current regulations are applicable to these two areas. Tourmaline is an area in west coast of Puerto Rico that is shared between state and federal waters, and it was originally put in place because to protect the red hind spawning aggregation that occurs in that area, and the same for Abril La Sierra, although Abril La Sierra is completely in federal waters. So there are regulations that are applicable during December 1st through the last day of February for both to protect the red hind aggregations. However, there are also other regulations that apply to the red hind that could be evaluated as well to see if there is a need to remove the PUCAD regulations if that's the case, or if there are other things that the council would like to explore in terms of the regulations that apply. For example, are the objectives of these marine managed areas, the reason why they were put in place, are they still valid? So those are some of the things that the council can ask staff to start evaluating. And then in terms of for the U.S. Virgin Islands, the council can also identify if there's anything from the U.S. Virgin Islands that has either been discussed in the past or that they will like to look into here. So that's a discussion that can be had later, Mr. Chair. We also talked some about exploration of carryover of unused EICLs. That one is a little bit more complicated based on, like data lags that we have in the Caribbean at this time, but that's something that could be explored as well. There's also the CEDAR 103, which is the assessment, the U.S. Caribbean application of alternative assessment methods, which the expectation is that it will provide ways, better and more efficient ways to assess the species that are more in tune with the nature of our fisheries. So that is a process that it's ongoing, and the Science Center is going to give us an update on that later on. And then we added other council to provide input, because if there are other things that the council will like to discuss during this year or set as a priority for the next year, then that can be discussed during this meeting. Okay, the last slide, please. Okay, so this is just important reminders of things that are in place. Size limits for all harvests of dolphin and wahoo are in place. They have been in place for a while. It's important, I think we have talked about this in the past, to consider, right? We know that there are some discrepancies between these regulations and state regulations, so that's a good conversation that the Council of the State may want to have, so we avoid regulatory loopholes on this, right? This is an amendment that was that the council voted on last year, and these regulations are in place. The council's outreach and education have been promoting and doing outreach on this. And one of the requests that we might want to do to the outreach and education is that continue to put in effort on this. It's super important. Recreational back limits for dolphin and wahoo are also in place. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the provision on the use of nets, except for a specific gill net for certain species. If you recall, there were some exceptions for species that are not managed by the council, which are like bait fish. And there are specific measurements for those nets, and those are all in place for federal waters. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the descending device requirement for fishing worth vessels, all vessels, recreational, commercial, that are fishing for reef fish, it's in place since April 1, 2026. So thank you, everybody, for everything that you have been doing to conserve our species, especially the using of descending devices. Okay, so that's all I have. Open for questions or discussion.
Miguel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Miguel Ron for the record. Maria, what will be the best use of this time that you recommend. And by the way, thank you for an excellent report as always. So the council can then move forward with the actions that we need.
I think for this is Maria Lopez, the first, second, and third, I mean, it's obviously like an update of what we have been doing. So I think it will be nice if the council wants to take any of the actions, you want to go to the one before, please. If the council will want to, I don't know if we have enough time to discuss anything about compatibility of regulations or duplicate regulations. Maybe this will be a good time to talk about that because I don't think there's any other space allotted in the council's agenda to talk about any of these other things. And I'm going to focus here in the other council to provide input of anything else. So we can certainly discuss anything that you want to discuss right now. I think it's 9:39 and this goes until 10:15. So, okay.
Graciela.
So a question for Nicole, regarding, you do have now compatible regulations regarding size of dolphin, fish, and wahoo, and bag limits, right? Or you've been talking about it and I just wanted an update on.
Yeah, so thanks, Nicole Angeli, U.S. Virgin Islands. So we did receive a letter from the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council earlier this year, and we're still drafting a response in regards to compatible and incompatible regulations. As we've expressed to this body before, we do have a list of regulations that are and are not compatible federally and territorially, and this has been a project of our fisheries advisory committees, which are our territorial equivalents really to our council, but they're an advisory body. And so they've suggested different approaches for us to make more consistent the federal and the territorial regulations. At this time, our dolphin and wahoo regulations are not compatible between federal and territorial waters.
Ricardo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ricardo Lopez for the records. This morning, the update was that the Fishery Research Lab wrote a letter to the Secretary of DNR requesting full compatibility in terms of wahoo and dorado, and I'm waiting for that answer. Yeah, dolphin fish and wahoo. We are waiting for that answer, but we request the compatibility to be full. That's my comment.
So I have a question. How do we initiate the start of discussing compatibility? Because I know the territorial FACs submitted their recommendations a couple years ago. So I'm not sure when we can start to discuss this.
So the Nicole Angeli. So yeah, Carlos, Mr. Chair, the the exercise that we worked on with our fisheries advisory committees was really the creation of a work plan, looking at what was very possible for us to do, things that our commissioner could easily change, and then things that were a little more challenging to do that might have to go into our rules and regulations, and last, drafting legislation that our senators would have to bring to our legislative bodies. And so we have been diligently working first on the things that are easiest, those declarations that we have promulgated, including one that we had discussed, I think, at the last or the one before council meeting. So we are working on those. We are working on drafting those legislative pieces, and our legal counsel, who has been on board now for about 14 months, has been working with our fisheries biologists, reviewing all of our rules and regulations, the federal and the territorial statutes, to ensure that we have the best possible legislation available when legislators come to us and say, hey, we're ready to go. We have been doing a major update to our entire title in our mandates so that we have more flexibility in the future. I mean, we still have things on our books from 1973, a 25-cent bounty for mongoose. So we have a lot that we really need to work through in our statutes, but I promise you, we have not forgotten that exercise. It was one of the, I think, most exciting things that we've done on our Fisheries Advisory Committee in the past several years. And we are looking at it as our work plan and how it guides all of our policy.
Yeah.
Miguel Rolón for the record. We are talking one way from the federal to the local government. Is there any species that the local government, both Puerto Rico regional, and believe that should have compatible regulation at the EEC level, provided that they comply with the requirement that the species must be present in the EEC, part of the life history, et cetera? Any species at this time that you can identify that we need to work on it? Or we are okay with that?
Yeah, Nicole Angeli, for the U.S. Virgin Islands. I think that a request for a list of species that we could work on is something that we could address in our response letter, which we're still working on. So thank you for the question.
Yes, Ricardo Lopez for the record. In Puerto Rico, at least, what I believe is that we are okay with the compatibility as it is right now.
Graciela.
Graciela, thank you for that response. I do have a question regarding, for example, the comments of opening MPAs and maintaining just seasonal closures for the species across. So would that be something that that we could ask for in reference to whether you think it's a good idea or not, and whether it would be compatible in the territorial and state waters? So do away with the MPAs, close the season for those species that were protected in those MPAs. See what I mean? So either one, yes. So would that be one specific item to put at the top of the list in the agenda?
I think at this time, it's challenging for us to give you good feedback on where we want you to prepare a work plan and to move forward. And we would prefer to respond to prioritization and strategic work plans with a little more preparation, because we do have that very long list of things that are compatible and not compatible. And many of the items that we would want to change are on our territorial side. And so I think at this time, we don't want to have or to task the federal council or fisheries science center with anything specific.
Yes, for Puerto Rico DNR, Ricardo Lopez, we are open to reanalyze anything that you will suggest to us. So please go ahead and write us an email or a letter with that with that request, and we will do the analysis.
Julia.
Julia McGrath for the record. This is for Maria. My question is, I don't know if this is where it falls in, is where we at with the suggestions or the requests that, I'm going to speak for St. Thomas, St. John, that the Fishermen's Association asks for as it pertains to Executive Order 14276 for changes to be done, example, seasonal closures, et cetera, et cetera. There was a long list, and I know at the last meeting, it was said at this meeting, we will be given updates on where we at with the requests. So if I could get some clarification on that.
Yeah, thank you, Julian. This is Maria Lopez. That's what we're talking about right now. We're talking about that's on number 1 and number 2, revision of incompatible regulations between territorial and federal waters or duplicated regulations. Those things will fall in there. If you look at the list of priorities that was sent by the council to NIMS, and I think that's a discussion that we're going to have later today. I think that will be also a good time to talk about that, but that's precisely what we're talking about right now. For example, so for the seasonal closures, the example that I have, that it's something that I know that, we have been requested also, same as yours, several times, is, for example, Tourmaline and Abril La Sierra, and like I mentioned earlier, the evaluation of the red hind seasonal closure in that area, plus the red hind seasonal closure, that for the seasonal species closure that it's also occurring at that time, and see if there is a way to remove or modify some of those regulations so that they are not duplicative. So that is something that could fall in there, and that's the council could decide, hey, we want, and maybe when we're discussing later today or tomorrow, the EO 14276, that list of priorities that will be brought back to you, you can say, okay, council, we want for staff to start discussing that. The same for what the U.S. Virgin Islands have been requested through the 14276. So what time is that? If somebody can take me, it's tomorrow before noon. There's going to be that list of things that were requested. And I think that will be a good time for the council to make decisions as to how they want to move forward and start that evaluation. So that's where we are right now. And I hope that answers your question. Okay.
Okay, do you want to say something else before? All right.
I think we're good for now. I think the request for seasonal closures, evaluation, et cetera, can be discussed tomorrow when they have that list. So I don't know. I think there's a comment here from somebody else. We're good on our side.
Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nelson Crespo for the record. I am wondering in what status is the compatibility regulation for the descending device in Puerto Rico, because the most of the species under management was caught in, the risk species under management was caught in state waters.
Yes, Ricardo Lopez. Nelson, thanks for that question. We don't have that compatibility yet. We don't have a request for that yet. But we can work on that. If the request comes to our office, we will lead the way.
Maria?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regard to that, I would like to remind the council that one of the things that the council decided was, like, every time that there is an amendment, regulations that are finalized or an amendment, it goes for final actions, the council will send a letter to the states requesting compatibility of regulations, consistency of regulation as much as possible. That letter, I believe, is going to be, now that the descending devices is effective, that letter will be prepared by the council and sent to the states with all the regulations that NOAA fisheries implemented based on the council's action. For the dolphin fish and wahoo amendment, Amendment 3, those letters were sent to the states, and that's what both Nicole and Ricardo were referring to when the council, because the council is requesting those regulations. So that's coming. I think staff was going to be sending those letters out. So every time that there is an action that the council takes final action, and there's regulations that going to be implementing those actions, then that letter will go as a request to the councils. And then the other thing I wanted to mention regarding compatibility is that we work with council staff and prepared for Puerto Rico. We prepared basically the equivalent that the U.S. Virgin Islands prepared. In terms of a list of the regulations that are compatible and not compatible. Some of them is the state would have to make those changes. Some of them federal would have to make those changes. So we have been working with the DNER, and we'll be working with the U.S. Virgin Islands too, to go through that list and see what are those priorities. And I think at this point, perhaps we may be it will be something that could be presented in August when this list is more refined, and we have an opportunity to meet with that. But we have been working on that, identifying what things are not compatible. And as Nicole mentioned, there's a long list of things, so it's very important for the states and for the federal to prioritize what how they want to do this and how, based on the workload and based on the things that are more doable than others, right? So, okay, thank you.
Heather?
Thank you. Heather Blau, NOAA Fisheries. So Sarah will be presenting this afternoon the options that we've been looking at for revising the list of species that we might want to include in the various FMPs. I'm just wondering if this first bullet, so from what I'm understanding, the first bullet wouldn't really be council action to revise federal regulations, but more territorial action to revise state regulations to be consistent. And I'm wondering if that's correct. I'm wondering if we would want to consider having the work that PRDNR is doing to respond to the letter in terms of planned changes in territorial waters, what you have planned or not planned could maybe be incorporated into the development of that document, because we'll be looking at like where federal management is effective, is not effective, and our work with the states on managing those species. It just seems like, to me, it might be more related to the document, that we're developing, looking at where we have coordinated management or not, versus developing a separate action related just to that.
Mr. Chair.
Go.
Yeah, could I just to ensure that I'm understanding, I just want to repeat back what you've just suggested, which is to not conflate the issues of the dolphin and wahoo regulations in that request letter, but to help support us with the process that we're working on to look at those compatible regulations. You mentioned PRDNR, so like are you working on a specific document with them that's outside of what I'm understanding?
I'm sorry, I meant DPNR.
Okay. Very good. So, and so you're suggesting that that CIRO provides support for us as we work on that plan? I'm sorry, I'm just not understanding.
Yeah, I probably didn't articulate it well. So from what I heard you say, so I think I'm hearing from DNER that we're mostly compatible and there's no real changes planned. For DPNR, I understand you guys are looking at areas where you may want to implement compatible changes. Maybe in some cases, yes, in some cases, no, and that you guys are going to develop some sort of you're going to let us know. You're working with the DAP to figure out what those will look like. What we do with that, right, I think that response could inform our work on the species matrix, how we decide to move forward with federal management of certain species versus not. And I don't think it would result in a council action, because the change wouldn't be for federal waters. It would be, so instead of keeping a separate action, right, like prioritizing this among other that would just end up informing our work on the action that we're already developing. Does that make more sense?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so it would, I think just the discussion, and maybe we can have it when Sarah presents, that action would be more around maybe the timeline for when you guys think you'll have something ready and how we could incorporate that into the evaluation the decision tree she's working on.
Sure, that sounds great.
Okay. And if there are changes that for federal management, of course, we could do that in a separate, I just wasn't hearing that. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ricardo Lopez. Just to clarify, in Puerto Rico DNR, we don't have full compatibility for all these species, but in most of the cases, we have full compatibility. Some cases like the lobsters and the wahoo and the dolphin fish, we don't have compatibility. But the ones that we are dealing now, the dolphin fish and the wahoo, we are requesting full compatibility with the federal government. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Maria Lopez. I just want to give like an example perhaps of what we're talking about. So for example, Puerto Rico, there's a mackerel. The mackerels are species that are managed, the council started managing these species with the island-based FMPs. Puerto Rico manages the mackerel with size limits. They have been having those size limits forever, right? So the mackerel in federal waters in Puerto Rico does not have compatible size limits, and that could be, creating some loopholes that the council may want to address. However, the mackerel is also a species that it's included in the decision tree, right? So it's a species that the council is going to be making decisions like other species, whether the need for conservation and management in federal waters continues to be, like something that needs to be done. So before, the council perhaps considering going compatible with size limit, is that what they want to do, right? If we're moving toward compatibility, there's that process of evaluating the species, right? And this is something that also falls within other actions that the council will be taking. So these are things that are all happening at the same time. So if we're evaluating species, we're considering what regulations the states have in place for those species, and also seeing, how the species are being managed at the state, and it could be species that are more abundant or more fish in state waters, etc. All of those things the decision tree is going to be considering, as well as the current management that we have, that if the species ends up, for example, continue to be managed under federal, then there are going to be things that the council may want to consider to bring those regulations compatible. And then the same would apply to the states if that's something that they want to do as well. Thank you.
Miguel.
Yeah, we also, we try not to complicate matters more than needed. I liked what Maria said before. When we get into the meeting in August, we can have a list of those species that we manage in the local government of Puerto Rico, local government of Virgin Islands, and the federal government. And that will be our roadmap, because many of those species we don't know. And some of the species we even forgot that we have regulations in either of the three jurisdictions. So we need to look at that. So everybody will know what is it that we're talking about. So that's what I wanted to pursue a little bit, Maria's idea, because that probably will be the next step at the council meeting. Between here and the next meeting, we are going to send a letter about the descending devices to both government. That's okay. But then we also, Graciela and the staff, and Maria and Sarah, we look at the species that we have compatible regulations and the species that we do not have compatible regulations. And then look at ways that we can solve that matter, either because some of the species you can drop it from the EEC. So the regulation in Virgin Islands or the regulation in Puerto Rico will predominate for those species that are predominantly in state waters. And for other things that we do with the species in terms that we manage. And that comply with the 14 to 76, because they are looking at, we cannot talk about the matrix that we're developing, but we also have been working with a matrix for several years now, and Sarah have given the presentation to us several times. So, Maria, do you think then that if we follow your idea, we can have a list, simple list at the next meeting or sometime that people can take a look at it?
I think this is also part of the decision tree. This is actually part of what the decision tree is evaluating, right? So the list of species that are currently federally managed. It's going to be that decision tree is going to apply to all of that. So all that information about whether if it's a species that is managed under the state, what are the regulations that the state have, what do we have, what we don't have, landings, where land predominantly, where is it landed, where is it fished, etc. All of those things are part of the decision tree. So my recommendation will be at this point just to let the process of the decision tree bring that to the table, and then the opportunity for the states to provide their input. It's part of this process that the Council on NOAA Fisheries is expecting this point, because obviously the state input on this is like super important. So yeah, we're getting there.
So on that same note, so maybe in August, when we look at that list, we can look at the the regulations that Nicole mentioned that may need legislative action, opposed to those that don't need. The commissioner has the authority to promulgate changes. A good example is the use of fish trap by recreational fishers in the federal side is prohibited in the local side, but I don't think that needs a legislative approval. So if we can separate all of those and then make it easier, the simple ones.
Yeah, this is Maria. So there's information in the matrix already as to whether there are compatibility of the regulations between federal and state waters. And I think if it's helpful, that could be, we can prepare a table or bring that table that it's already in the matrix specifying, okay, this is compatible or not. And of course, it's, whatever it's under federal jurisdiction, that it's something, and there's something that the council can actually take action. Well, that's something that can be discussed in here. But then there's other things that belong to the state, and that's their prerogative, whether they are wanting to do that or have the capacity to or do that, etc. So, but we can certainly, show, obviously, prepare something simple that shows, okay, so these are the areas where we will need compatibility versus not, so we can all have an idea of what we're looking at. But Sarah in her presentation and in their decision tree, she already incorporated all of that. So we'll make sure that everybody can have access to that.
Julian?
Yeah, Joey McGrath for the record. So, as a fisherman, I see a lot of issues when it pertains to compatibility. Because some of the species are harvested more in local waters than in federal waters. And if for some reason the federal government decides that the iguana fish has a problem in federal waters and want to shut it down, but the iguana fish doesn't have a problem in territorial waters, if we do compatibility and they shut down the federal waters, automatically the local waters shut down. And I have a serious problem with that as a fisher because my future depends on this and my fishers and future generations. And the reason saying that, because I have seen over years of being involved, different presidents on their way out of office, especially Democratic presidents. I'm just saying it because that's how it is, have made decisions to make large area closures, or we're going to do away with this species, et cetera, that can affect the future livelihood of the commercial fishers in territorial waters. So all I'm requesting that when we're going through this process, my local government, Nicole and her staff, which we have the FACs, which I was involved in that document a couple years ago when we discussed it, that we are very careful in what we decide compatibility to be. And as it pertains to Puerto Rico, a perfect example is the lobsters, and it's going to be discussed here very soon on the agenda, and we're going to discuss it heavily. So we must take our time when we are looking at compatibility. Some can work, which is very easy, descending device. The large parrotfish. We already did the yellowtail snapper. Those are just examples. NASA grouper. Those are easy ones, but when we come to the individual stocks, we need to be very, very careful on how it's addressed. I understand the concerns of the management, but I think there are ways around it. That's just my comment.
Blanchard.
Tony Blanchard for the record. Let me just piggyback on what Mr. McGrath said. Let me move this away because it's loud. I do believe, I do understand the need for compatibility, but I don't believe in putting all the power in one man's hand. Meaning, once you go compatible, just like he say, for whatever reason, we got one man running the show. And the one man is either federal government or local government. Now, the federal government always holds a stronger hand. Whichever you want to turn it, that's just how it is. So, just like him, I think we need to be very, let's say, serious about how we take this decision, Because although I believe in compatibility, I don't believe in full compatibility. Because if, and it's just like religion and government, you don't ever mix them two. Well, just like the state, and no, okay, good. We should not have the state and the federal government being in full compliance because you put in all the power in one hand. So to the end of the day, guess who hold all the card? Guess who's making all the decisions? So I will agree with him. And yes, I should be sitting on here and say we should go compatible straight across the board. But I am not a blind man walking through the door.
Miguel?
Yeah, just to clarify, and both of you are right, but when we say compatibility, that doesn't mean that it will be identical in every means and way. So what Maria is bringing to attention of the council is that they are preparing this list where you analyze the species that you have, which species have a regulation the federal government, which have regulation the local government, where they're landed or where they're caught, which is really the important part. Since the get-go, since the beginning of the Manos-Stevens Act, we identified the species that are predominantly in the federal waters, predominantly in the local waters, and the one in between, where that's why we have the species management plans that we have. If you look at the Spiny lobster, it's the only species that have compatible regulation across the Caribbean and the U.S. Caribbean with the 3.4 carapace length, except for Florida, they have 3.0. So that was a decision made by all the countries, taking in consideration the fishers, the way that they were fishing and etc. Socioeconomics issues were involved. So that's why I believe that it's very important that every council member and the members of the advisory bodies and the public will be presented with that list of species. You can go one by one, and then you can say, not blindly, but you can say, okay, this species could be compatible or are in need of compatible regulations. Some of the species might not be in need of compatible regulations. And that's what Nicole was saying too. They will be prepared probably by the meeting. The mechanism that we have is the decision tree. Decision tree, you start with the number of species and then you fall down, you go through them and look at each one of them, the status they have, the regulations they have, etc., and where they're caught and where the regulations are. And that's why I agree with both of you, Julian and you, because this is what we are not asking the council to blindly approve a blanket of compatible regulations. Neither the local governments are asking for the same thing. So we, under the Management Act, then we have to also remember, have a rationale for everything that we do. I have to be supported by science and supported by everything before we make any decision. So what Maria is presenting today is sort of a schedule of events that is going to happen. So we are going to be addressing these compatible regulations. And the 14276 called for all the councils, the National Marine Fisheries Service, to take a look at all the species that we manage and decide which one you will manage in another way, which can you drop from the management plans that you have because you can put it in the ecosystem, etc. So the schedule, Maria, will be then that for the next meeting, we can discuss at table. What is in your words, what we are going to have for the next step in August?
Yeah, thank you. This is Maria Lopez. So at this time, I think we should let the presentation of the decision tree that takes place, and I think that will give council members and the public an idea of how this is moving. Again, at this time, there's no decisions. This is the discussion, and I think that discussion is going to be happening today. And when that presentation and then discussion is happening, then the council can decide what is the next step of what they want to look at in August, right? So consistency, compatibility, whatever it makes sense is what we're thinking, right? And there's, as I mentioned earlier, there's other processes that are ongoing at the same time, dropping species, changes here and there, etc. So the CEDAR 103, helping the council to make decisions and how to manage, etc. So So I think it's very important to keep all of that into consideration, and then we'll listen to that discussion a little bit later today and wait on that. Yeah. Okay, and then, Mr. Chair, I think I'm done with this part right on time, so I'm proud of that. So it's 10:13. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Yeah, let's take a quick 15-minute coffee break. Whoa, and 30 to 11:15. Okay, we're gonna get started again. Next on the agenda is the Southeast Fisheries Science Center with Kevin McCarthy.
Thanks, Carlos. Kevin McCarthy, Southeast Fisheries Science Center.
Don't hear you on the mic, hear you.
Can you not hear me now? How is that? I can project. How's that? Okay. Can I share my screen? Great.
A quick message here.
I'm going to be giving these papers for the lunch menu so that everybody mark what they want, and I can give them to Brad so that he can prepare them to have a little less time to wait for it to be served. Thank you.
Okay, Carlos, we ready to get going?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, we'll try this again. So Kevin McCarthy, Southeast Fisheries Science Center. Welcome back from break, everybody. The good news is for the next 45 minutes, you don't have to make any decisions. I'm not going to tell you about who got arrested. We're going to wait for that for tomorrow. And you can just sit back and relax, and hopefully everything is interesting and informative. So I'm going to give the update for the work that the Southeast Fisheries Science Center is doing here in the U.S. Caribbean. These are some of the topics we'll talk about. I'm going to give a brief overview of the various CDARs. That's 84, 91, and 103. And I won't steal any of the punchlines from our SSC chair. He'll get into more of those CDARs after this presentation, but I'll just give you a sort of an intro to them. And then we'll talk about some social science projects, collaborative research projects, some other projects that the Caribbean Fisheries Branch is doing, some fishery-dependent work, Puerto Rico Deepwater Snapper Survey, and the Lobster Recruit Survey if we have time. Those last three will be more in-depth presentations, maybe 10, 12 minutes each. So, and we'll have other speakers. You won't have to listen to me droning on and on. We'll have two different speakers talking about fishery-dependent surveys and the Puerto Rico Deepwater Survey. So let's talk about the stock assessments. So we'll talk later, the council will ponder later results of CDAR 84. There were some additional model runs that were requested by the council and as recommended by the SSC back in September. We had planned on providing those in the fall, but with the lapse in funding and everything, we had to move that until the SSC meeting here in April. So those were reviewed then. There were no additional modeling requests to consider for the U.S. Virgin Islands. And so all of these models went through CIE review. So that's Center for Independent Experts. That review was last summer. They didn't recommend additional work in the U.S. Virgin Islands, so they were presented as is to the SSC during that April 8 through 10 meeting. So the chair will tell you more about the SSC deliberations of those. So spiny lobster, CDAR 91, this goes back a ways. So there was at the council meeting back in August some requests for additional analyses, and we have to give credit to DRNA and their presentation of some nominal indices of abundance and really sticking with that, the value of those indices. So my group developed some what we call standardized indices of abundance. What we ended up with was a fish trap and a dive index, two separate ones, as those data were handled separately. And again, this was Puerto Rico DRNA really leading the effort to get those included. The work was done back at the Science Center to take their initial work and expand upon it. These were a very significant and positive addition to the assessment process. And again, this was reviewed during the last SSC meeting, April 8 through 10. So on the right, I don't know if you could see, yeah, you can. So on the right here, these are the indices. So the longer time series is the fish trap. The shorter time series, that gray line, is dive. These were truncated. The data do go back to 1983. However, due to available data, what we need for one of these things is not just what was the catch per trip, but what was the catch per trap fish, what was the catch per diver. So we need some very detailed effort information. When you look at all that and look at the data that's available in the logbook, in the CCL, you have to cut off the time series a little bit, but still 2001 to 2024 and 2012, I think, to 2024. We don't quite know what was going on with that big drop in 2013, but overall what you see is an increase as fishers have been reporting. There are more lobsters in the water, and that's certainly backed up by these indices. And so you see a really strong increase in the relative abundance of lobsters in the water as seen by these data. And these are, again, the CCL data. So those were included in some additional modeling runs, which Vance will talk about in the next presentation. So an update on CDAR 103. This is the process that's ongoing now. And the whole idea there is to look at alternatives to the kind of single species stock assessments that are really data demanding. So the kinds of assessments that you all have seen, they take a long time to do. It requires a lot of data. We're looking at other approaches so that we can provide more timely information for the council to act upon, and also more rapid turnover and more species that will be able to provide some scientific information for the council to act upon it with management actions. So the goal here is to really have an analytical approach recommended for every federally managed species in the U.S. Caribbean. Right now, we don't have that because a lot of species are really data limited. So we want to be able to have an approach for every species. And this is, so we've got an organizing committee that's made up of council staff, SSC members, a lot of the SSCs on this as part of this process, Science Center, the University of Miami CMIS group, and also the CDAR staff are involved. So far we've had 2 webinars that have provided overviews of fishery dependent and fishery independent data. The idea isn't really to review the available data, but we have over 50 experts involved in this process, and they're not all familiar with the kinds of information we have in the Caribbean. So that's the idea of these webinars. We'll have an in-person workshop where we really go over the methods. You know, what methods are people bringing to the table that will help provide management advice? That's going to be in August. So we've got the next couple of the webinars. We'll look at life history information, all the LenFest work that has been funded over the years, some additional fishery independent surveys, socioeconomic studies. We want to get all of these data out there for people to be able to consider. They'll know what is available, and that will help inform what kinds of analyses can be done. So just moving along quickly, there's some social science projects that are in the works. We're all quite interested in the social science aspect of the fishery. So our SSRG, that's the Social Science Research Group that's located at the Science Center. They're developing a Caribbean spotlight for fisheries economics of the U.S. And of course, that's got an acronym associated with it. The Fisheries of the United States, Fisheries Economics of the United States. So this is a collaborative effort between the Social Science Research Group and the Office of Science and Technology. Those are folks located at headquarters. They've got a section in this Fisheries Economics of the U.S. 2024 report it's 2024 because that's the most recent year that's fully available with information. So the topics that will be included, and we're all interested in this, cultural, social, and historical fabric of the Caribbean. So this is very timely, given all the other discussions that are ongoing. So this is something that our social science research group is actively working on right now. The economic information that, on the commercial fisheries that will be included in this kind of evaluation is the volume and value of the landings. They're particularly going to highlight, of course, important species. They'll get estimates of the contribution of fisheries to the broader economy of the islands. I think that's really important. How big of a chunk of the economy does fisheries represent? I think that's really important. And then it'll include recreational fishing and sport fishing as well. They're completing in another project field work in Puerto Rico, examining dive trap and some hook and line fisheries, documenting fishing practices, gear use, the cost structures across those gears. And Juan Agar, who many of you know, is studying the role of tourism in the lobster fishery in St. Thomas as a case study to understand that link between tourism and fisheries and those linkages. So a lot going on with SSRG. We'll also talk about some collaborative projects, the first one being NCRIMP, the National Coral Reef Monitoring Program. This is a dive survey. So the last survey was conducted in 2025. Here in the Caribbean, it happens every other year. So last year was one of the years for the Caribbean. In the off years, they're in in the other years, they're in South Florida. But for us, here in this region, they sampled 325 sites in St. Croix, 340 in St. Thomas, St. John, and 232 in Puerto Rico. All those data have been quality controlled. They're publicly available. There's nothing confidential about them. So other researchers can access and use those data. I should also say that the CDAR 103 that I just spoke about, these data will play a significant role, I think, in that process. So there are a couple links there that take you to the data that can be supplied if you're interested. We also, and I'll talk more about this in a minute, immediately following this meeting, some of us will be going over to St. John to participate in a spiny lobster workshop. And the idea there is we've got several fishery independent surveys. They're all dive surveys, and they all need to be collaborating and coordinating and on the same page for things like methods and their survey designs so that those data can be integrated. Instead of having 3 different surveys, there'll still be 3 surveys. They're funded by different mechanisms, but they'll be on a common, they'll use common methods so that we can combine those data when we need to analyze them for other analyses. Okay, we've also got a life history project that's been going on in Puerto Rico. This collection of data from 2022 through 2025. We've got some additional funding. This is cooperative research program money. So we're going to get another contract in place for 2026. The way this works is we have onboard observers who collect the samples, but they're on the commercial vessels. So very collaborative project. They're focused on snappers, groupers, hogfish, grunts, triggerfish, and parrotfish. Those groups have not only are they important economically, but also those are some that have been identified to have some real holes in life history information. And so they're sampling to try and fill those gaps. They're collecting otoliths, which are these things right here. So there's like the ear bones essentially, and you can age fish with those. They're collecting gonads. So here's a cross section in the lower left. And then they also collect the eyes, which is another way to age the fish, and then DNA samples. The otoliths and the eyes are being archived in the Science Center Panama City Lab, where a lot of the life history work is done. We've got to they're pretty they've got a lot to do there, so we're going to be looking for partners to help analyze those data. But we do have a partner at Puerto Rico DNER, Noema Pena, who has already worked up all the gonad samples. And so we're way ahead on that work. And we've got another project that some of you may have seen. This is using this gadget here on the right, and it integrates getting lengths, weights, and species identification. All of that is automated. And so in the Virgin Islands with DPNR, there's a validation project going on. So we want to make sure that what the data that come out of this electronic data collection match up with what a person gets if they measure the fish, if they ID the fish, if they weigh the fish. So that's an ongoing process. And what will happen, we think, is that's going to be validated, and it will vastly improve the speed at which landings can be processed, because the fishers don't want to stand around there waiting for us to take hours and hours to measure all the fish. But if we can process those in a fraction of the time, and by we, I don't mean me, I mean DPNR staff, that's going to make everybody happier and make the whole process go more smoothly. In Puerto Rico, with the RNA, we're focused right now on including that in the recreational fishing sampling. So there's sometimes a different suite of species that the rec fishery catches versus the commercial fishery. Not always and not exclusively, but they tend to catch more pelagics. So they're working on validating those. There's a lot of words here, so I'll try and walk you through it pretty quickly. So these are additional projects that are going on. I mentioned that spiny lobster survey workshop that will be happening on Thursday, Friday this week in St. John. That involves CMAPC, NCRIMP, and the National Park Service. Those are the three studies that we're going to try and get coordinated and with more collaboration. And so we'll be working on that at the end of the week. Something that's really pretty exciting, the second one, there's this G Fisher that is shown there. What that is are cameras that are in the Gulf that they drop down, and they get video of to sample rather than using divers. So that gives you a lot of advantages in the sense that they can go deeper than divers. You can maybe sample, maybe not sample more places at once, but you certainly need fewer staff. And so they take video, and this Viame software identifies the fish in the water and gets a length measurement. And so what we want to do is work with the folks doing that in the Gulf and bring that down to an existing video survey in Puerto Rico that we'll hear about later in this presentation. But that's pretty exciting stuff from my perspective, to be able to have automation of those surveys, and then you don't have people looking at hours and hours of video to identify and get length estimates on fish if you can automate it all. But that's in process, and luckily people in the Gulf are spending all the money to make this thing work, and we can bring it down here at a lower cost, or at least that's the plan. Teach it to recognize the fish that are down here and have that same process work. We've got a couple more automation things that are data driven. So the trip information program. So those are the folks who come around and measure the fish at the dock. We want to automate the data side of that process. Also associated with that sort of thing is having the database. These are things that aren't very don't get a lot of attention, but they're critical to the whole process. You can measure as many fish as you want, but if you don't have a system behind it to store and analyze those data, you've spent a lot of time for very little reward. And then we've also got a project where we're taking the existing data and looking at the history of the catch forms that really drives what the data look like, and doing some comparative analyses of the commercial landings in Puerto Rico and in the U.S. Virgin Islands for the full time series of data that we have. So I would like to now switch over and let David Behringer take over. I think he's going to become presenter, and he's going to go through this presentation that is some analyses of data. This came out of the contract that we had with Merck Consultants years ago. They've taken those data and really done some really interesting new analyses. So if we could turn it over to David, that would be great. Do I need to stop presenting, or can you just take it from me?
Is he going to
He's going to present.
send? Okay. If he wants to share the screen, you have to stop.
Okay, I can do that. If I could see, I would do it.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Alrighty, let me get this into presenter mode. And we can get started. Okay, does everyone now see the full slide in presenter mode?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Hello, everyone. My name is David Behringer, and today I'll be presenting some preliminary work using multivariate analyses that will help inform stratification and improve survey design for fishery-dependent surveys in the U.S. Caribbean. One of the main reasons for conducting fishery-dependent port sampling surveys is to be able to estimate landings, and most of these surveys use some sort of stratification to group sampling sites based on similarities. Common strata include regions, day of the week, time of day, and site usage. And the reason that stratification is incorporated into these surveys is that it reduces variance of catch rates, which ultimately improves landings estimates. The overall objective of the work I'm presenting today is to investigate alternative stratification schemes to improve survey design, catch rates, and landing estimates. We are addressing this objective by using the species composition of the commercial catch at different landing locations to group areas with similar species composition and create fishing regions rather than geographic regions, which can be used for stratification in future fishery-dependent surveys. The data used for this analysis comes from the MER Commercial Port Sampling Survey that was conducted in Puerto Rico in 2018 and 2019. This survey used a randomized sampling design, and for this survey, they sampled the entire catch for every commercial trip that they encountered. For each trip, total pounds and the number of individuals for each species was recorded. They also collected gear information as well as effort information, such as hours fished, number of lines, number of traps, and number of divers. Post data collection, a trip type was assigned based on the gear and method used, as well as the species landed. So just as an example, if a trip used, okay, yeah. Can you guys still hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so post data collection, the trip type was assigned, yep. And so just as an example, if a trip used hook and line and landed dolphin, the trip was assigned trip type hook line pelagic. The trips were broken into 6 trip types: shallow hook line, deep hook line, pelagic hook line, dive trips, fish trap trips, and lobster trap trips. We don't have enough time to cover the results for all the trip types, so I'll focus on fish trap trips and dive trips for this presentation. It's important to note that the fishing location on the water was not recorded during the MER survey. So for this analysis, we're using landing location as a proxy for fishing location. On the map here, the MER sampling sites are represented by the black dots, and there's a 15-minute by 15-minute grid system. For each sampling site, the adjacent 15-minute by 15-minute grid was assigned as the fishing grid. And this decision was based on analysis of the commercial logbook data, as well as discussions and understanding that most of the fishing occurs relatively close to the landing location. So just as an example, a dive trip that landed in Fajardo would be assigned the fishing grid highlighted by the red square. And just one additional note is that these grids are larger than the grids that you may be familiar with on the CCL forms, but those CCL grids fit within these larger grids. So once all the fishing trips were assigned a trip type and a fishing grid, trips were grouped by trip type and total catch per unit effort, or CPUE, was calculated for each species in each fishing grid. So the total CPUE for each fishing grid for each species equals the total number of individuals landed across all trips for that fishing grid, divided by the total sum of the effort across all trips for that fishing grid. And the effort variables used were number of traps for trap trips, diver hours for dive trips, and line hours for hook line trips. I also want to note that for each trip type, grids with less than 15 trips were dropped from the analysis, and also rare species that did not have at least 5 occurrences in one or more grids were removed. So next, using the CPUEs for each species in each fishing grid, the similarity of species composition and their respective CPUEs between fishing grids was measured using a statistic called Bray-Curtis similarity. Then, using the results of the Bray-Curtis similarity, a cluster analysis was performed. And what a cluster analysis essentially does is it sorts the data into groups based on how similar they are to each other. And the final step was to calculate percentage similarity, which identifies which species contribute most to the dissimilarity between those groups. So now on to some results. This first set of results I'll walk through is for fish trap trips. So on the top of the slide is a dendrogram showing the results of the cluster analysis. And a dendrogram is similar to a family tree in that the more closely related groups are closer together and more dissimilar groups are further apart. So we have the fishing grids on the x-axis and percent similarity on the y-axis. And groupings, as determined by the analysis, are represented by different colors. And the same results from the dendrogram are plotted in space on the map at the bottom of the screen. There were 7 grids with fish trap trips, so the gray grids didn't have enough trap trips to be included in the analysis. But those 7 fishing grids were grouped into 5 groups. And we can see by looking at the dendrogram that the orange group is the most dissimilar from the other groups, with only 41% similarity to all other grids, followed by the brown grid with 46% similarity. You can see that the 2 green grids in the east are grouped together with 81% similarity, as are the 2 blue grids in the south, which have 77% similarity. Now, although these 2 groups are distinct from each other, you can also see by looking at the dendrogram that these 2 groups are actually quite similar to each other with 73% similarity. So we see that fish trap trips in the south and the east are much more similar, while the fish trap trips in the north are very dissimilar from the trips in the south and the east. It's also interesting to note that while the orange and brown grids are both on the north coast and geographically very close, the species compositions landed are quite dissimilar. And just one important reminder is that the results represented here are showing the species composition of the landed catch, not necessarily what's in the water. We're going to take this analysis one step further and examine the species that contribute most to the dissimilarity between certain groups. So let's compare the blue group with the brown grid group by taking a look at the table in the bottom right. This table contains the species whose CPUEs contributed most to the dissimilarity between groups. So the table has species in the far left column and then average CPUE for the blue grids, and then the brown grids, and then how much each species contributed to the overall dissimilarity between those two groups. And so one major difference is that the trips leaving out of the San Juan area and fishing the area represented by the brown grid are catching deep water snappers, while the trips fishing in the blue grids did not catch any deep water snappers. And so you can see that by the comparing the average CPUEs between the two groups. And the opposite is true for more shallow water species. These species were not observed at all in the brown grid, while the trips in the blue grid landed these species. And so this is just highlighting and suggesting that the fish trap fishery in the north is distinct from the fish trap trips in the south. So using this sort of information, we can use this to inform survey design to ensure that these distinctions are accounted for and sampled sufficiently. Let's take a look at results from another trip type, dive trips. These results are not quite as straightforward compared to the fish trap results, largely due to the fact that there are many more dive fishers and dive trips in Puerto Rico. There's a few things that I would like to point out. First is that the South and the East were grouped into 4 distinct groups, represented by the royal blue, the light blue, the green, and the aqua blue. However, it's important to note that these distinct groups are actually quite similar. So if you look at the dendrogram, you can see that they all share about 70% similarity to each other. The dive trips in the north are quite dissimilar from the trips in the south and the east. Also, if we look at Vieques, the dive trips out of Vieques, they're quite dissimilar from the mainland eastern grids, which to me is a little surprising. However, in the survey, Vieques was sampled inconsistently across seasons. So, some of those dissimilarities could be due to a result of the way and the frequency in which Vieques was sampled. And then just another interesting thing here is that the dive trips in the northwest off of Rincon in the pink grid are the most dissimilar from all the other groupings. And this is due to the fact that the only dive trips that were observed from here were divers collecting fish for the aquarium trade. So there's kind of a unique quirk to that region and the data. So now for dive trips, let's compare the blue grid group to the adjacent reddish pink group on the west coast. Once again, the table contains the species whose CPUEs contributed most to that dissimilarity. And so we see here that octopus was the highest contributor to the dissimilarity. And that's because octopus are caught at a much higher rate in the blue grids than in the reddish pink grid. We also see that parrotfish are caught at higher rates in the blue grids as well, while boxfishes are caught at higher rates in the reddish pink grid. So what are some of the main takeaways from this work so far? While the data analyzed is only a snapshot in time, right? It was 2018 and 2019. The species compositions and respective catch rates of the commercial catches varied across Puerto Rico, even when comparing trips using the same gear type. This approach, we believe, can be used to identify and group areas with high similarity, as well as identify areas with high dissimilarity. And we can also see that the groupings do not always fit neatly into predetermined geographic regions. And this also varies from gear type to gear type. And finally, what are some of the next steps? While I was only able to cover dive trips and fish trap trips today, we're working on analyzing all the other trip types. And ultimately, we plan to use this survey, use the results from these analyses to create fishing region strata and incorporate those strata into future fishery dependent surveys. So this will result in strata that more closely reflect the realities of the fisheries, and better strata will help control variance of the catch rate, ultimately resulting in better estimates of total commercial landings by species by gear. This information from these analyses can also give us insight into how to allocate sampling effort. And then this is all the work presented here was commercial catches, but we also plan to use the same approach to start looking into the recreational fishery data in Puerto Rico. And if there's time, I'll take any questions.
Yeah.
Tony Blanchard for the record. I just got a couple of questions and a couple of statements. Out of curiosity, how much of these studies was done in state waters? What percentage?
So yeah, so this was collected by Merck Consultants, and they actually didn't collect the fishing location on the water. So we don't know for sure with 100% certainty where all of the fishers were fishing, but we used information from the CCL commercial logbook data to kind of inform this analysis. So yeah, I mean, I think, for the pelagic trips, there's, a good bit more in federal waters, but then for, like the dive trips and stuff, a lot of that was closer in. But as far as a exact proportion or ratio, I couldn't give you that, just based on how the data was collected.
Okay, another question. What I see is us putting fish in box, meaning the areas what was more fished or more used, bringing bigger percentages we use. The others we basically put aside. The other thing is the time, the year span in which this was done. The two hurricanes had just come through this area in 2017, okay?
Correct, yep.
So to the end of the day, the point I'm trying to make is, how valid is this data? Because once a hurricane goes through an area, it destroys and disrupts everything for a certain amount of time, and then it rebuilds. So really what percentage was caught in federal waters, because that's what we manage to a certain degree, or for the most part. And how valid is this information, seeing that this just happened right after a hurricane? And why are we discarding areas that were not heavily fished and keeping the areas where were heavily fished? What you're actually doing to a certain degree is putting a target on it, in my opinion. And that's my statement, and that's my question.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you make a good point about the hurricane issue and the way that could impact, the fish themselves, and also the way the fishers and fishery was operating. And so, yeah, I do think we could take this same approach and apply it to different sets of data, and just really look at how's the best way to stratify and organize future surveys to really get at, just to improve that efficiency. And then, yeah, as far as the areas that were not included in the survey, based on a small sample size, that just the way the analyses work, that if there was a fishing grid, with only 5 trips that were observed by the samplers, it's just not enough information for the analyses to really use. But yeah, I do think that, ideally we could kind of apply the same approach to longer data sets to really, figure out how it's changing over time and things of that nature.
I have Vance, and then Vanessa, Kevin, and then John.
Yeah, David, thanks a lot. This is excellent work.
the kind of fine tuning that we need to make management decisions or make suggestions for management decisions. And I really like the way that you were able to partition the variance. In other words, how to you explain what percent of the dissimilarities were attributed to what, and especially pointing out that the CPUE is a major factor in determining the dissimilarity between these between the different locations. But my recommendation would be, I mean, this is really excellent. I really admire you for doing that work. But I don't fish, but I hire fishermen. They move me around, and speaking to them, many of them say, Vance, you know, this landing data is really doubtful because many fishers fish in one location and then they transport their catch either by boat or by car, you know, by vehicles into a totally different location, depending what the demand is for that species, you know, by localities. And I understand why exact position of catch was not determined. I mean, fishers don't want you to use a GPS in their boat, okay? If it's locating my stations, fine. Locating their stations, we really have to go way ahead. Still have a far way to go in order to work more together with the fishers. Thank you.
Vanessa?
Yep.
Thank-
Julia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I have a question. Christina, if we can go back to the map for the traps, please.
Is David the one that has
Okay.
sharing the screen?
Yes, thank you. Okay, knowing that Puerto Rico, the best platform that we have is in the West Coast, and I don't see any information about for example, from Aguadilla up to Cabo Rojo in the southwest, we only see there at the Parguera and Guanica area. Is there any data about that was not included in here, or just they don't sample?
So they did sample that region. So they, you know, if there were trips coming through, they would have encountered those. And then these are, so the way the samplers they asked, you know, what gear we're using. So it'd be trap, and then what type of trap. So the fishers responded either fish trap or lobster trap. So there may be lobster trap trips over there. But yeah, I get in the MER, they didn't pick up a lot of traps over on the West Coast.
So for what I see in here, for the area that we have up to 12 miles, the best platform in the West, and the more fishermen of Puerto Rico, we don't have any data right now for traps, right?
This was, I mean, there should be plenty of data in the CCL database, but this was just the 2-year MER commercial port sampling.
Okay, then can we move to the map for the divers, please? The next one.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So this also the same question. For what I see in this map, the two areas that are most used for our divers, and is practically, we have more divers than trap fishermen right now. They were also not included in this area that are gonna be practically all the southwest after the blue and the pink area. Those are the most areas that the fishermen use right now for diving, and they were also not sampling in here, just for question.
So that's kind of goes back to, I guess, kind of a comment that Vance made as far as, so the MER samplers, they didn't ask the fishers where they were fishing on the water. So as far as location data, all that we had was what port or marina did they land their catch at. And so we used that as a proxy for where they were fishing on the water. But really the map here is just kind of a helpful visual essentially. But like you said, the far bottom left grid, it's showing up as blank or with no data, but really, if you look one grid to the right, a lot of the trips that were in that far left grid are being placed in the grid one to the right, just based on the fact that we don't know for sure where exactly they were on the water. But if we were to allocate some of those trips or even all the trips from the blue grid that's the most to the left to the bottom left corner grid, it's still really the same picture. So it's kind of just result of we don't have fine scale, where exactly were they on the water. But that's good information to have, because we can look at reallocating the designated fishing zone for those different sampling sites. So it's not that there wasn't data, it's just the way that we had to assign a proxy fishing grid.
Thank you. I
Yeah,
just,
that's
for the record, the Southwest Coast is very well known as the fishermen's hotspot is between Cabo Rojo and Aguadilla. So I have the opportunity to be and look around where this survey was made. And one of my questions was why we didn't have enough information from the #1 town and best area for get sampling. I never get that answer also, but I just want to put that in the record. Thank you.
thank you for that.
Julian?
Julian McGrath for the record. So I have a lot of issues with this whole study altogether, but I'm going to start off with the first question that Tony asked. He asked, what's the percentage of this study being done in territorial waters? I'm not a mathematician, but if I look at the squares all come with coordinates. So that would be able to tell me what the percentage of the landings in this project was in federal and local waters. I see a lot of faults to this study. And the reason why I see that is because you can be looking at an area today. This is a square that we are fishing today. And I'll use a perfect example. The alleyway between the Gromanic Bank and the MCD. We only fish there 3 months out of the year. So if your study falls outside of those 3 months, it's going to show no activity. So when you come to do, well, the fishers are fishing in this box, there's nothing there. They don't fish there. Fishers move their gear around to the different areas where the fish are located throughout the year, throughout the season. We're not going to stay fishing in an area that is not productive. That's not how we make a living. We make a living by moving all over the place. And this, I don't understand where we're going with this. All I'm seeing that's coming out of this is more money for more studies. That's what I am seeing. Without studying the fishermen, you didn't have to study the fishermen, then you don't need a scientist. And this has always been my problem and my fishers' problem. I'll continue seeing coming out of these meetings is more studies, more studies, more studies, more studies. The council has been designated to come up with annual catch limits. And we report our annual landings. We report everything that is caught, and that's what you're supposed to be going by. What do we need to know what's going on in this box? That box is out there. That box can change, like Tony said, in a split of a minute. Anything can go on. You could have a coral disease. You could have a storm that's passing through. Strong rip currents. The guys to the west go through that in Puerto Rico. When you have these big north swells that are coming in, they have to move in order for them to survive. So I have a lot of issues with what's going on here. And I hear a lot of like hesitation in questions and answering the questions. Like I'm not 100% sure on how to answer the question. So I'm not feeling that what is coming through is actually what is there. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Kevin?
Yeah.
So David,
Thank
let me
you.
stab at this.
Yep.
So
Sure.
let's recall what the purpose of this is. It is not to say this is what's going on in this square. It is not to say there's no fishing in that square. The purpose of this is, and by the way, these are data we already had. This isn't a new study. This was a study that was funded by the Science Center years ago, and we're now extracting more information out of existing data. The purpose of this is to, if you're going to have port sampling, how do you maximize the effectiveness of that port sampling? And one of the ways you do that is to figure out in all of those ports, how similar are they to the one down the road? How similar is that to the one around the corner on another coast? So once you know that, you can then design your survey to maximize the effectiveness of the survey based upon the kinds of trips that are coming in. So that's the purpose of this. This isn't to say, here's what's going on in that square. This is just to illustrate as a visual aid, right next to the water that's right next to those ports. These are the kinds of trips that are coming in. So the idea is not to this area is more important than that area. That's not what it is at all. And I also want to. So when I'm done, I got one more thing to say. So that's not the point of it. The point is to say in the Southwest, those trips are very similar when they come in. That's going to help us design a better survey. Those trips that are over on the East Coast are different than the ones in the Southwest, and they're different than the ones in the North. We already know that, but in what way that is quantitative can we say they're different? It's to design a better survey. It's not to change management. It's not to do any of that. It's to get better data from the existing programs that are already being paid for. If we're going to maximize the utility of a tip sample, well, let's maximize it. So that's the point of all this, is to have a better survey that requires fewer days in the field, fewer dollars, because you don't need to survey, you won't be surveying in an inefficient way. So the whole idea is to save money and to do a more efficient job in existing programs. And the one thing I would add is, I don't know how we're doing for time, but we have one more presentation that I would like to get through, and that's Kate Overly, who's kind enough to be waiting on the phone for us. So I just want to put that out there. Thanks.
John, you still want to?
Describing the objectives.
So we're going to move on to Kate. I'll take control back.
Yep.
5-10 minutes. Thanks. Okay, Kate, are you there? Take it away, please. Do we see her?
Hey, can you hear me now? Sorry, I was muted. I think everyone got muted briefly. So I think I just got control back.
Clear.
Perfect. Okay. Hello, everyone. So my name is Kate Overly, and I am going to be presenting today on the Puerto Rico Deepwater Reef Fish Survey. And it is a fishery independent survey that's focused on those deeper reef fish complexes. And for the purposes of this presentation, what I'm calling deep is from about 50 to 450 meters, although you may hear mention of our new 20 to 50 meter depth bin as well in this presentation, just a heads up. Next slide, please. All right, so a little bit of an overview on the survey. So back in about 2015, there wasn't really any existing fishery independent survey that focused on the deep water species complex. We had fairly limited data for the species that are pictured in the middle of the slide here. That's predominantly going to be your snappers and groupers. But what we were able to gather from TIP data at that time was that there were two prominent species in the deep water catch data. And those were queen snapper and silk snapper. So that is really what prompted this work initially. And then what we have developed is a fishery independent survey that is capable of supplying data, producing indices of abundance, size composition, life history samples to support stock assessments and management going forward. So our initial objectives were to develop with the commercial fishers a standard sampling method for using hook and line specifically around Puerto Rico that targeted these deep water fishes of interest. So we collaborated with a local consulting firm, so that's HJR Reefscaping, along with the commercial fishers and local observers to actually collect that scientific information as well as the DRNA. So our goal was to develop a statistically rigorous sampling design that optimized for two primary species, so that's silk and queen snapper, while also generating data on other species within those complexes, of course. We also wanted to collect biological samples for our target species, for future life history work, and then conduct research and development on camera and lighting systems to really start to figure out how to effectively sample these fishes and these habitats, which are very complex, with optical data and methods. Next slide, please. So a brief history, there's a lot going on, of the survey development just to kind of orient you. So this work began initially in 2015 with Steve Smith and his team at University of Miami Erasmus, Michelle Scher and Hector Ruiz within HJR Reefscaping, and then the commercial fishers who obviously have the experience with this deep water complex to fully develop a standard fishing sample. So that's the gear they're using, the grid size we're targeting, time fishing, all of that. And so this work was also informed not only by that group, but by work that was previously conducted within the Hawaiian Islands to develop a fishery independent survey for their deep water complex. So from 2017 to 2022, what's now the Gulf and Caribbean Reef Fish Branch, that's where I'm at within NOAA, we kind of took that over following that pilot study that was conducted by Steve and generated data around the island using that standardized fishing protocol that they developed, while also conducting R&D on camera and lighting systems, as well as exploring the depth range for a lot of these species to make sure that everything was optimized. And we were actually, targeting the depth ranges for the species of interest. So then in 2023, we ran the first island-wide survey, taking into account all that initial pilot work that had been done. And we continued to do this for 2 consecutive years through 2026. So that spanned 7 different depth strata and 3 rugosity strata from 50 to 450 meters. And then this past year, we were able to add an additional shallow water depth strata from 20 to 50. Next slide, please. So here is a look real quick at our sampling universe. It's obviously island-wide in Puerto Rico, as is shown on the map on the right there, across the depth range that we determined through our pilot phases for the species of interest. Our standardized fishing occurs in a 500 by 500 meter sampling grid. So fishing hook and line gear within one of those grids constitutes a single sample. And so this survey follows a stratified random sampling design. It has 2 principal strata, rugosity and depth. And the map on the right also is color-coded, if you can see that, for the 3 rugosity strata. And lastly, the survey has been occurring annually. Next slide, please. There we go. Okay. Here's just a quick look at the strata themselves. So we have depth and rugosity bins. The rugosity metric that we're using is actually the vector ruggedness metric. So as I mentioned, we have 7 depth bins, 3 rugosity bins. With math, that gives us 21 total strata. So you can see that on the left there, S01 through S21. And obviously, these are the combinations of the depth and rugosity. And then I'll point out a couple other columns here. So the NTOT_H, that column is the number of 500 by 500 meter grid cells that exist for that habitat and depth combination within the universe. And then the WH column is the proportion of the sampling frame that actually goes into that stratum. And so, for example, if you look at that first row, S01, about 11.5% of the survey area falls into that particular strata. And I think lastly on this slide, that far right column is our current allocation. So that's based on the stratum area and the variance of catch per unit effort, or CPUE, of our two main target species that we're designing the survey for. So as I mentioned, it's queen and silk snapper. So we're allocating effort to about 200 grid cells per year based on this. Next slide. And then Kevin mentioned this a little bit. So we are supplying data from this survey to CDAR 103 in that process. So on this slide, I just have a quick background and kind of an overview of what we're providing. So we have 4 total years that we're analyzing for CDAR. We have that first year from 2017 to 2018 that covered kind of 3 different regions, somewhat island-wide, but due to a lack in mapping data, it's a little patchy in areas. Starting in that 2023 year, we were able to begin island-wide sampling. We filled out those gaps with mapping data, and we have 2 island-wide survey years that are fully completed, QA/QC'd and ready to go. And the third, we're hoping to have full QA/QC done and have it analyzed by the time the workshop occurs in like the fall time. But from each of those 4 years, we have 200 samples, 200 grid cells that have been sampled each year. So as far as the data that's been collected, it's your standard, hook and line survey. We have catch data. We have the species that we've caught, the length data, depth range coordinates, things of that nature. And from our preliminary analysis, we found we have fairly robust data collection on the species on the right-hand side here. So these are the species of interest. There are 6 snapper species. You have blackfin, cardinal, queen, vermilion, silk, and wenchman. But that's not all we generate data on. So those are the more robust species where we have a lot of samples, but we do have 66 total species that have been caught on hook and line over the course of the survey. That's not just fish, it's sharks as well. And this is not including the video data, like all of that R&D we did. This is just the hook and line species. The main data products that come from this then are going to be your CPUE indices, CPU at length, and frequency of occurrence. And while we might not be able to do that for all 66 of those species, we are optimistic that we can do it for the 6 on the right-hand side of the slide there. And we're going to look into a few others. I think some of the squalus species of sharks, we might have enough data as well. So next slide, please. And we don't have to spend a whole lot of time on this, but basically, it's just a quick look at our sample sizes for those 6 main species for the years that we're currently analyzing for CDAR. You'll notice that that last column there is still TBD because we're just undergoing QA/QC still. Next slide, please. And I think this is the last slide, and the video works, which is great. All right, so we are expecting the survey to continue at this point. It's funded predominantly by the NOAA Cooperative Research Program, so the CRP. We have received additional funding very recently to do additional work involving the survey with optimization and calibration across differing gear types. So that would be stereo video. So a lot of the R&D work that we did in the earlier years with our wavelength modified lighting systems, then obviously the established hook and line method, and diver based. So the idea here is to conduct quantitative gear intercalibration studies to determine the relative fishing power and eventually expand that into a full pilot survey over the next couple of years. So what we really want to do is find the most effective sampling method that we can use given a habitat's depth and complexity while reducing sampling effort overall. So that'll be taking place in the coming years. And I will also mention, because Kevin mentioned it, for the video, as we collect this video, we are working, I'm in the Gulf and Caribbean Reef Fish branch, the G-Fisher survey, Gulf Fishery Independent Survey of Habitat and Ecosystem Resources, which is a mouthful. We do a lot of AIML work with our video that we collect in the Gulf, as Kevin mentioned. And so we are going to be training those AIML models to help us read this video data that we'll be generating in Puerto Rico as well. And I think that is it, Kevin. Any questions? And that is my email too, if you think of something after the fact.
Yes, Kate, very interesting and useful information. In one of your slides, you mentioned a light wavelength study. Are you referring to photosynthetic active radiation wavelength or below 400 nanometers and above 700 nanometers? And my other question is on essential fish habitat. Recently, there was a publication on the occurrence on essential fish habitats of the queen snapper that just came out. Can you say something about it? Thank you.
Yeah, so for the lights, we've collaborated with the Pacific Islands Fisheries Science Center as well. So they've done some side studies on wavelength modification and how fish respond to it. And we have done a bit in Puerto Rico as well. So what we found basically is that anything that is in the blue to green to white spectrum has a pretty significant bias in the fish response. It's different for different species, though. And so, through our study that we did in those earlier years, for most species, red orange wavelength works the best, but it attenuates the least amount into water, so it really limits your field of view. The amber, which is what's in that previous slide, that video clip, we saw very, very little response to. We still saw queen snapper. We still saw the Pristopomboides species. So cardinal and wenchman, those are the three in particular that when we had white lights initially, they would not come near. They would stay right on the outskirts. You could barely identify them. But with these wavelength modifications, we're looking at starting with amber. And then your other question on essential fish habitat of queen snapper, I haven't seen that paper yet. We did do, using this data, we did some habitat suitability modeling for queen snapper. And so I can speak to that, but I haven't read that new manuscript.
Yeah, I can send you the reference in a little while. Right now, I'm dealing with my next presentation.
No worries. That would be great. Thank you.
Blanchard?
Tony Blanchard for the record. I was just noticing a couple of things. We going back, how far is the information that we're using, number one? And the point I'm going to make is, you know, I understand using information from before to a certain degree, but how far back are we going to go digging into the information that we are going to use to make decisions now? And it would be kind of like me expecting the fishery to ever be what it was when I was a young boy. That will never happen. There's too much things that has come in and just made it impossible for that to ever become what it was. So the whole thing here is, what I'm looking at is, I understand that we're trying to save money. And I think that's a big factor here. But the question is, if we're using information that is that far outdated, in my opinion, how valid is the results that we are going to get? And that's the statement I like to make. Because I've noticed this with a couple of different slides where we're going so far back. But how far back is too far back is my question. Realistically, that we could use that information and get something out of it.
Yeah, so I can speak to that a little bit with reference to this survey, at least. So what we're trying to do, to the best of our ability, is kind of build a time series. So we're looking at each year independently, and the survey is still operating. So we do have that initial year that we have robust data. So we would like to look at those, top 6 species of interest to kind of build something out of that data, but we do have more current years of data. So they are sampling right now, and they, given funding, will continue sampling. So each of those years will have its own indices. It'll have a mark on a graph for, how that abundance is doing for that species in theory. So this isn't compiling everything starting back from 2015, all together and lumping it together and saying that that's the trends of these species. It's more looking at those individual years where we can to see how those trends may have changed, given that the survey itself has been standardized over that time frame. So, those 3 years of island-wide sampling were all concurrent, and then we were looking at also using that 2015 to 2017 pilot study as well, just to kind of get an idea of what that looks like. But yes, going forward, we would be utilizing that island-wide survey that's been, started really in 2023 to current day. So if that makes sense.
Ricardo?
Ricardo Lopez for the record. Catherine, thanks for an excellent presentation. I have only two questions. One is, are you planning for the future for the 2024-26 to use to implement more use of robotics or new technology in order to get that information? And the second question is, do you have plans to, in order to move from the CPUE to abundance estimates? Those are my two questions. Thanks.
Yeah, so for your first question, as far as advanced technology goes and implementing camera systems, so what we are developing is going to be, it's back-to-back facing stereo video systems. So they're going to be pointed in two different directions, facing in opposite directions, that is. And then from that, we're able to generate length data through basically software. So we can, rather than, bring up a fish on hook and line, we can get a very good estimate of the length of the fish that swims across the view of the camera. We have to implement the lighting because after about 250 meters, you can't see anything on video, unfortunately. And we obviously operate a lot deeper than that. So that's where the lighting system comes in. And it's kind of like it's a semi-neutrally buoyant system. So it has a weight on the bottom and then the camera system hovers just over that. We did a lot of trial and error in the Western region in particular, and we tried tripods and a bunch of different setups, but because of the bathymetry and the way that the seafloor is, they fall over. So we've taken all that into account to build this new system. And then in post-processing, because right now it would be me reading the video data. And, we don't have a whole lot of people. What we are doing in the Gulf that is working really well is this AIML identification of species. So you would train a model with have a high level of confidence in select species to reduce the workload of like a human having to read the video. So it's not that we would be getting rid of humans. I would still be reading the video as well, but it would be assisted with AI and it would speed the process along. We have looked at like ROVs and things like that to do like more of a transect method, but with the currents and the limitations we have on the vessels that we're using, because this is completely cooperative, it would just require a lot more to do something like that. And we probably have to limit our sampling just because of the high current areas. It just gets kind of crazy with that. And then your second question, we are exploring different ways. So we haven't produced final data for the CDAR 103. That is what we are doing over the next 3 to 4 months. So I should have another update prior to that workshop this fall, where we have generated information that I can share with you all on those 6 species of interest, but it's something that we're currently in the works on, but we'll have updates for you. Hope that helps.
Kevin?
Yeah, so I can see that we're way over time, so I want to thank the council for the opportunity to present. I want to thank David and Kate for their excellent presentations, and we'll yield the floor.
Thank you, Kevin. We have Vance for SSC report. Any more questions for Kevin or his crew? Okay, Vance?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks the council for this invitation. Okay, this is the SSC report for the 189th Caribbean Fishery Management Council meeting. Next slide, please. Before I continue, well, here you see on the left side the SSC participants. Unfortunately, Michelle Charrer was not able to participate, so therefore we missed her always valuable comments. We hope that sometime we might get them in a written form. And also, I want to thank for this the SSC meeting, which was held by the participants listed on the left, DAP chairs, Southeast Fisheries Science Center, personnel, 0, Southeast Regional Office, researchers, and the CFM members and staff. Here specifically, I want to thank Iliahai Rivera for organizing and maintaining order during this April 2026 meeting. So thanks a lot, Iliahai. And for this specific presentation, Kiara Matias is responsible for setting it up really nicely. So thank you, Kiara, and thanks the council staff, like always, getting their support. Well, the agenda overview for the April 8th, 11th, April 8, 10, 2026 SSC meeting was the following. We reviewed the Cedar 91 U.S. Caribbean Spiny Lobster Puerto Rico. There were 2 presenters, Kevin McCarthy and Adrian Rios, which covered this topic in very much detail. We also had a final review for the Cedar 84 Caribbean Yellowtail Snapper Puerto Rico. Also, oops, let's see what happened here. Okay. Also, we review Cedar 84 Caribbean Yellowtail Snapper, St. Thomas, St. John. Also, we made a final review of the Cedar 84 Caribbean Stoplight Parrotfish St. Croix. We also listed the SSC final review and recommendation for Cedar 91 Puerto Rico and Cedar 84 PR and USVI. Then lastly, we had a nice brief presentation from Iliahai Rivera on an update on the Cedar 103 U.S. Caribbean application of alternative assessment methods. Next slide. Cedar 91 Caribbean Spiny Lobster Puerto Rico. Next, please. In March 2026, the SSC received from the Caribbean Fishery Branch a good summary of Puerto Rico Spiny Lobster Cedar 91 additional sensitivity runs incorporating standardized fishery-dependent indices of abundance and the 2024 terminal year. This was a request from the SSC meeting of September 2025, specifically motion 8, proposed by Richard Appledorn and second by Jason Cope. So this report was very valuable in finalizing, looking and evaluating the final review for Cedar 91 Spiny Lobster of Puerto Rico. The report that was submitted describes the requested supplemental analysis following the SSC initial review of the Cedar 91 assessment, highlighting a fundamental improvement to the modeling framework through the incorporation of standardized indices of abundance. Reference Martinez, Rivera, and McCarthy, 2026. And B, recruitment deviation into the final assessment model. The original Cedar 91 base model, which lacked these dynamic components, indicated then that the stock was overfished. In other words, the standing stock biomass over the standing stock biomass, SPR 30% was less than 1 and undergoing overfishing, F over FSPR 30 more than 1. The updated sensitivity run, label 8324, suggests a more optimistic stock status. By transitioning to F parameter estimation and enabling recruitment deviations, the model identifies a decade of very strong recruitment signals that reconcile the simultaneous increases in catch per unit effort and catch observed in recent commercial landings. Citation of Matos Caraballo et al. 2024. Under this more biologically representative configuration, the sensitivity run indicates the Puerto Rico spiny lobster stock is not overfished and not undergoing overfishing. Incorporating abundance indices fundamentally improve the Cedar 91 modeling framework by allowing the model to distinguish between overfishing and natural recruitment fluctuations, providing more accurate and responsive management advice. Next slide, please. Cedar 91, Caribbean Spiny Lobster, Puerto Rico, the standard index of abundance presented by Kevin McCarthy shows the fishery independent indices of abundance available data. One, landing and fishing effort of commercial fishers from the Caribbean Commercial Logbook. Two, each fishing trip has a unique trip identifier, the landing date, the fishing gear, the location or coast, gear specific effort, species caught, and weight in pounds of the landings. Also included data subsetting, that's extracting specific information from the general file. And cash per unit effort defined as a whole weight per gear quantity, between parentheses, traps fish, scuba tanks used. Next slide, please. The outline is one, background, assessment approach, CEDAR 57 assessment approach, CEDAR 91 assessment approach, CEDAR 91 sources of data, data and life history overview. In other words, what information went to the model. CEDAR 91 models, quantile analysis, looking at different quantiles in the length data, figures, and finally the SSC discussion and next steps. Okay, let's go to the background. Next slide. CEDAR 91 addressed the stock assessment for U.S. Caribbean spiny lobster. The process consisted of an in-person data workshop with several webinars before and after the workshop and a series of assessment webinars. The stock assessment report for U.S. Caribbean spiny lobster, Puerto Rico was disseminated to the public in September 2025. The SSC was tasked with recommending whether this assessment represents the best available science or best available information or best scientific information, and whether the results are useful for providing management advice and developing fishing level recommendations. Next slide, please. Here we have a comparison regarding the CEDAR 57 assessment approach and the CEDAR 91 assessment approach. The CEDAR 57 assessment approach was the first time that the application of the stock synthesis SS3 in the U.S. Caribbean. This was in 2019. Also, under CEDAR 57, the Puerto Rico assessment models developed during SS7, during CEDAR 57, I'm sorry, were fit to catch time series and length composition information from dive and pot traps fisheries using a data limited to moderate implementation of the SS3. CEDAR 57 also resulted in a satisfactory determination for providing management advice. A data-only update was conducted through 2022 to provide OFLs, overfishing limits, and ABC, acceptable biological catch, through 2023 through 2025. The CEDAR 91 assessment approach, one, iterates on existing CEDAR 57 update length-based statistical catch at age models using SS3 through the year 2023. SS3 was implemented as a length-based statistical catch at age model, forward projecting a structured population dynamics model that is fit to landings or removals, length composition data, and indices of abundance. Next slide, please. The CEDAR 91 sources of data were: one, landings from self-reported fisher logbooks. Length composition from shore-based port sampling. Three, life history parameters carried over from CEDAR 57. The following are new incorporated into the assessment included in the base run. One, length composition obtained from CMAP-C dive surveys conducted off the southwest coast of Puerto Rico during 2021 through 2023. Two, length composition obtained from an AGR reefscaping lobster trap survey conducted throughout Puerto Rico coastal waters during 2021 and 2022. fishery-dependent indices of abundance. Third, fishery-dependent indices of abundance from fisher logbooks by Kevin McCarthy. Next slide, please. These are the CEDAR 91 models. These are all in details. I'm not going to go through all of them. You have them in record. So let's go to the next slide. So the SSC meeting, action items, the motions that were proposed. Topic one, review CEDAR 91 U.S. Caribbean Spiny Lobster Puerto Rico Assessment Report. Motion one, the SSC considers the assessment for CEDAR 91 U.S. Caribbean Spiny Lobster for Puerto Rico to represent the best available science. Motion two, the SSC also finds that the results presented in the CEDAR 91 U.S. Spiny Caribbean Spiny Lobster Puerto Rico are indeed useful for providing management advice and developing fishing level recommendations for the council. Next slide, please. Following CEDAR SSC meeting action items, motion proposed. Topic one, review CEDAR 91 U.S. Caribbean Spiny Lobster Puerto Rico Assessment Report. This is now motion three. The current assessment indicates that the stock is currently above target and therefore experiencing a fishing down to the maximum sustainable yield proxy. In addition, the new stock assessment shows an increase in the overall size of the population. That is, a higher on fish population size, which leads to an increase in catch with all other things being equal. This increase in stock scale is greatly influenced by the final point in the new abundance indices, which adds further uncertainty in the model, between parentheses, as shown in the retrospective analysis. These conditions lead to a 3-year average ABC that will exceed the proxy MSY OFL in 2029. Instead, the SSC recommends to use the ABC that is derived from the OFL based on the proxy MSY, between parentheses, F at SPR 30% as a constant cash value for management. Further, the SSC recommends using the 2022-2024 landings average for each fleet as the provisional landing values for 2025 and 2026. Next slide, please. SSC review and decisions. In this table, we see there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 columns. In the first column, we have the MSY 30 SPR in metric tons, 127.879 metric tons. In pounds, that is 502,387 pounds. The ABC proposed in metric tons are 200.970 tons, and the ABC proposed in pounds are 443,062 pounds. The current ABC is 376,452 pounds. The tentative ABC is based on CFMC, on the Caribbean Fishery Management Council, of P.45. Next slide. Now we go to CEDAR 84 Caribbean Yellowtail Snapper, Puerto Rico. Next slide, please. Regarding CEDAR 84 U.S. Caribbean Yellowtail Snapper Puerto Rico Assessment Report, there's a motion for. The SSC considers the assessment for CEDAR 84 U.S. Yellowtail Snapper for Puerto Rico to represent the best available science. However, in motion 5, the SSC finds that the results presented in the CEDAR 84 U.S. Yellowtail Snapper for Puerto Rico are not at present useful for providing management advice and developing fishing level recommendations for the council. Next slide, please. Now we go to Cedar 84, Caribbean Yellowtail Snapper, St. Thomas, St. John. Next slide, please. Well, motion 6, the SSC considers the assessment for Cedar 84 U.S. Yellowtail Snapper for St. Thomas and St. John to represent the best available science. But motion 7, given the uncertainties noted during the review workshop, the SSC finds that the results presented in the Cedar 84 U.S. Yellowtail Snapper for St. Thomas and John are not at present useful for providing management advice and developing fishing level recommendations for the council. Next slide, please. Cedar 84, and we go to St. Croix for the stoplight parrotfish. Next slide, please. There are two motions. Motion number 8. The SSC considers the assessment for Cedar 84 U.S. stoplight parrotfish for St. Croix to represent the best available science. Motion 9, however, the SSC finds that the results presented in the Cedar 84 U.S. stoplight parrotfish for St. Croix are not at present useful providing management advice and developing fishing level recommendations for the council. Next slide. Next slide, please. SSC final review and recommendation for Cedar 91 Puerto Rico and Cedar 84 Puerto Rico and U.S. Virgin Islands, that is St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. Next slide, please. Final review, best available science, Cedar 91 PRSL, yes. Useful for providing management advice and developing fishing level recommendations for the council. Yes. From Cedar 91 PR, SSC presents the ABC to the council members. Results of the models demonstrate not overfishing nor underfishing and or underfishing. Action items. Okay, next slide. Next slide, please. I think just skip one before. Yeah, SSC final review Cedar 84 PR USVI.
Ese.
Best available science, final review, the best available science, Cedar 84, Puerto Rico Yellowtail. Yes. Cedar 84, St. Thomas, St. John, Yellowtail Snapper. Yes. Cedar 84, St. Croix. The parrotfish and the paddlefish, yes. Whether the final review, whether the information was useful for providing management advice and developing fishing level recommendations for the councils? No, no, no. Next slide. Motion 10. The SSC endorses the recommendations made by the data and review panels and also makes the following recommendations related to Cedar 91 and Cedar 84. Next slide. Cedar 91 SSC recommendations. 1. Investigate further potential factors for use in the catch per unit effort index standardization. The fish trap survey in particular showed large dynamics outside biological bounds that may be due to other factors currently not included in the standardization process, such as historical management decisions, that is, site limits, socioeconomic factors, and fishing behavior. Example given, how traps are baited. Collection and analysis of local ecological knowledge and other socioeconomic data can contribute to understanding potential drivers. 2. When developing fishery-dependent indices of relative abundance, consider alternative trip selection methods and/or improvements to the Stephen and McCall 204 trip selection approach, such as exploring whether species correlation coefficients, example, index of association, vary over time periods. Next slide. Recommendations continued. Model sensitivity analysis showed that when catch is given a larger variance, the model will deviate from the inputted catch time series, especially towards the end of the time series. This period of catches is also recognized as more uncertain and currently derived from a catch correction process that contains in itself its own uncertainty. Local ecological knowledge may bear further insight into the best catch time series and how to calculate it, as it is preferred to model catches with low uncertainty rather than let the model estimate catches. 4. Adding recreational or other removal fleets will help estimate the overall scale of the lobster population and offer a more complete estimate of the overall fishing mortality. 5. Explore the potential impacts of warming water temperatures on spiny lobster recruitment and growth. Next slide. Okay, so that's a summary. SSC recommendations for CEDAR 84 with respect to the Puerto Rico yellowtail snapper, with respect to the St. Thomas St. John yellowtail snapper, and the CEDAR 84 St. Croix. Take a look at it. Next slide. Regarding the increased data collection for determining discards, increased cooperative research effort, increase F5 sampling in waters deeper than 30 meters, evaluate the utility of NCRMP and TTRMP surveys, and investigate whether landing time series can be extended back in time with either available data or total ecological knowledge. There you have the three columns, one for CEDAR 84, Puerto Rico yellowtail snapper, CEDAR 84, St. Thomas St. John yellowtail snapper, and CEDAR 84, the St. Croix parrotfish. Next slide. Then we had a really good presentation by Liahai Rivera, who gave us an update on CEDAR 103, U.S. Caribbean application of alternative assessment methods. Next slide. Update on CEDAR 103, U.S. Caribbean application of alternative assessment method. Details. Review and recommend options for alternative assessment approaches to better inform management of U.S. Caribbean federally managed species. Approaches likely to differ from species and species groups. The goal is to have analytical approaches recommended for most federally managed species in the U.S. Caribbean. The project started in January 2026, a delay from the original 2025 start to the 2025 government shutdown. Next slide. Delia High provided us the CEDAR 103 scheduled data for data webinars. So these are the dates. They're listed in the presentation, so I won't go one by one. Next slide. See CEDAR 103 schedule to be determined. I also presented in this slide. Next slide. CEDAR 103 schedule to be determined. Again, they're in the presentation. I'm not gonna read them all. I'm running short of time. Next time. This slide, I'm sorry. And this is the website. Reference documents, working papers, terms of reference, and the project schedule. Next slide, and I think that's it. No, that's it. Thank you. No. That's not my own, that's for my own use. And they're not part of the presentation. No, we're done.
Okay.
Thank you very much. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Vance. We're gonna hold the questions for Vance until after lunch. So we'll be back at, 1:30.
Mr. Chair, may I just make one announcement before we adjourn to lunch?
Sure.
Thank you. I would like to introduce everyone to the St. Croix District Liaison. So if you haven't met her as yet during the first break, you may meet her during lunch. Olivia Walton, if you could stand up. Olivia Walton is a St. Croix native. She has come back home to work in environmental education across the territory. Some of the projects that she's worked on with the St. Croix Environmental Association included a program for high school students to be environmental change makers, some of whom had projects that included education around Queen Conch and also promoting the kids' handline tournaments with Golden Hook. So we really appreciate Olivia joining us, and make sure you say hi over the lunch break. Thanks, Olivia.
Thank you. Thank you and welcome aboard. So, for lunch. Okay, we're gonna get started again. You all can grab your seats. When we left off with the SSC, I don't know if anybody had questions for Vance. The floor is open for Vance. Okay. Heather? So questions for Vance on the SSC report? Heather, did you have something? Did you have anything? Do you have anything for?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So thank you, Dr. Vicente, for the summary of the SSC meeting. I didn't have the opportunity to listen into that myself, but was really encouraged by the positive results that we saw after we had incorporated the abundance indices in there. And I did have some questions about the SSC motion that you reviewed, and also about the rationale that the SSC used to recommend the ABC and OFL values that would be derived from the 30% SPR proxy. So I don't know, could we put maybe the motion back up on the screen so we can talk about that first?
Okay, these motions,
It's not on the screen yet.
wait a minute. Yeah, okay, see, okay.
Thanks, Christina. So the statement, these conditions lead to a 3-year average ABC that will exceed the proxy MSY OFL in 2029. I was curious about the 2029, including 2029 in there. It looks like based on the table and values that they provided, that the 3-year average ABC they calculated would actually exceed the proxy MSY OFL value in all of the years.
I will ask Adrian to help me on that. The analyst made all the calculations based on the discussions that we had during the meeting. In other words, there's a plenty of discussion after each presentation, and those motions result from the discussion previous to the motion. And then they were read and discussed and voted on, and that's what the SSC finally determined. So that's the reason, that's where the motion comes from. With regarding with the ratio of the SPR, et cetera, well, those are standard ways of determining whether a population is overfished or underfished using the different values. I don't know where that answers your question, but maybe Fabian or Kevin needs to expand on that, or Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin McCarthy. So we're looking, so I emailed Jason Cope, who proposed this motion about some of the wording. And so we're just reviewing that. Adi and I are just reviewing his response. And he says he agrees that a modification to the SSC statement is required so that it says the average ABC almost exceeds the OFL in 2029. I think he just wants to clean up the language so that it's an accurate statement. I think he's not proposing a change to this recommendation. He just wants to clean it. He thinks the language needs to be adjusted so that it's an accurate statement. I think there was a little confusion as to when things would be exceeded, and I think that's what he's recommending gets cleaned up. I don't think the main point here is that last underlined, the second to the last bullet, which is the recommendation to use the ABC that is derived from OFL based on the proxy MSY as a constant catch value for management. I think that recommendation stands. It's just where it's mentioned, the bullet right before that, these conditions lead to a 3-year average ABC that will exceed proxy MSY OFL in 2029. I think that just needs to be corrected as to when that would happen, like whether it's 2029 or some other year. I think that's what Jason is suggesting needs modification, not the ultimate recommendation, which is that last underlined part using MSY, proxy MSY as a constant catch value.
Heather?
My question in part is like how that's influencing the rationale for the ABC and OFL recommendations that they've provided, that instead, because the 3-year average ABC will exceed the proxy MSY, right? Instead, we want to recommend this other value. And for me, it creates a little bit of confusion because the 2022 to 2024 average landings, right, are above all of those values and were included in the assessment when the assessment concluded that there's no overfishing and the stock is not overfished. So to recommend the OFL using that proxy rather than some other alternative ABC and OFL value, it would just be helpful to have some more rationale from them, I think, about how that determine the basis for that recommendation. And I did go ahead, Tony.
Tony Blanchard, for the record. I just curious to know how we gonna move from where we was an overfish stacked to now not overfishing. And the point they're trying to make is how easy one could be swayed from one position to the next. If this survey was not done and study, however you would like to call this other process that we just went through, was not done, Puerto Rico would have suffered a shortened season again, or let's say let's say they would have been called out again and suffer some restrictions. That's my terminology. So I'm just a little curious to know how we could make such a big mistake. Because now I'm questioning how much time before has this happened? So from taking one piece of information and plugging it in, we gone from not overfishing, from overfishing to not overfishing. And to the end of the day, when we make mistakes here to this table, you know who suffer? Me, Mr. McGrath, Salvador, the guys that are actually in the fishery or participating in the fishery. Not the guys sitting on to this table, some of us. So I'm just a little curious because I sitting on here saying, we want to put reductions on Puerto Rico for a fishery that is now not suffering overfishing. So once again, I question into myself, how much time we make this boo-boo? That somebody had to pay the piper for something that was not theirs to pay.
Yeah,
Ron?
Blanchard, the way this goes is that the more information we get, the most recent information becomes further analyzed. Okay, so this is an ongoing process. And yes, we went from an underfish, from an overfish to an underfish based on new data, based on new analysis, and based on an advancements of the SS3 modeling. That's the way it goes.
John?
Oh, many years ago, there were many things that we didn't know were bad for us that now we know are bad for us. I mean, smoking wasn't bad for us 50 years ago. So we do learn, and this is not just one new piece of information. I think we really need to reinforce the value of a long time series of an index. And that's what this is. This is not just 1 year. This is, if we look at the time series that Kevin presented, a long time series of information. And now we've got the capacity to incorporate it into the stock assessment, and we see the value that provided. And when we say that we need indices for a lot of the stocks, that's what it provides, because otherwise our stock assessments are largely static. They're looking at the long-term catches and then saying that's essentially what we can get out of the stock. And I agree, we don't necessarily know what we can get out of these stocks till the indices tell us that we've caught this and the index continued to go up. And that's what this did. We caught more than the OFL before, previous OFL, and the index still went up. That is telling the model, oh, there's more lobster out there than we previously thought. So it's not just one new piece of information, it's a critical time series of information. And I think that's what we want to get for, ideally, more of our species so that we have that feedback. And then we really want to develop fishery independent indices, because then we know that we don't have to rely on the fishery staying constant, because we know the fisheries are going to change. And so that's really the goal for us, is to get those long-term surveys. And we're getting them with a number of the other initiatives like NCRAMP and the Deepwater Snapper Survey, so that we're building those long time series. And you're probably going to see stock assessments change based on getting that long time series. And they should change based on that. Good point.
Blanchard?
Let me just follow up here. This was what I was talking about earlier in the meeting, where I say, how far back do we actually have to look to get good information? And what realistically can we ask of the fishery to be producing now with the circumstances that surround us? And I do believe going back a certain period of time, but when you start to plug in too much information into something, it becomes so complex that it just goes out of whack, in my opinion. Because to be honest with you, as a fisherman, and I sit down here and I watch the screen sometimes, and you have all these graphs and everything, and all these different ways of dealing with fishery and how you figure it go work and how it don't work. I totally confused sometimes, and I'm saying to myself, logically, this don't make no sense to me. I am trusting somebody to plug information up there and write down a bunch of numbers, and I have to believe in it. That's how it looks from my standpoint sometimes. And some people may say that I a little crazy, but you know what? Sometimes a little crazy is good. Because I mean I don't trust anybody. So I go be the 10th man out here. And I go look at this whole thing here from a whole different angle. So when I ask the question, I go ask the question because I'm not afraid to ask. I ain't afraid to push. So if I wrong, you point me in the right direction so I could see for myself because I ain't following a blind man. And sometimes I think that's what it is. We plug up numbers here, and I understand it works for you because you think differently. A man that has done this all his life, not looking at this, say it don't make no sense. And I sure Mr. McGrath would back me on that statement because we don't deal with nothing like this. We don't deal with them kind of numbers and graphs and all of that. We deal by going out there and adjusting to what comes. That's what we deal with.
Julian?
Yeah, Joey McGrath for the record. So just to piggyback a little bit on what Tony said, I have seen over and over on many occasions from attending more meetings than Mr. Blanchard has attended because the DAP members actually get to see everything that a lot of the council members only get it in the reports. We are actually involved in those meetings. So we are a little bit more, I don't want to use the word educated, but we are a little bit more familiar with the process. What I see happens a lot of times in the meetings is we are trying to create a model that's going to fit the data. And we always run into a lot of issues trying to make the data fit the model or the model fit the data. Here's a perfect example. From what I just understand is that we didn't do it right before, or we wasn't doing it to come up with the correct numbers for Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico has taken, what, 3 closures already? So how do we credit the fishermen of Puerto Rico back for not getting the job done correctly? We want to correct it going forward, but we don't want to go back to credit the fishers back for what they lost already. They went days or months with closures of lost income. We here at the table, not the fishers, don't lose income. We're still paid. So this is where it becomes a problem. So I just want to leave that statement there, and then you guys can elaborate if you have to or if you want to. And then the next problem, Vance, thank you for an excellent report. But the problem that I just had with this SSC meeting that took place is the 3 of us were trying to get our hands up to say something, and we never was recognized to say anything. Every time we press the button, the host will get back to you. The host will get back to you. Well, this is a problem. This is our fishery. We want to speak about it. And I find that I understand there's a budget issue, but out of all the meetings that we try not to do in person anymore, the most important meeting, besides the actual council meeting, is the SSC meeting. And that meeting needs to be an in-person meeting because more is accomplished around the table during breaks, after the meeting, or before the meeting with the side meetings, if that makes sense to everyone. How this just took place, I couldn't talk to Vance, I couldn't talk to none of the scientists, nothing. So I have been told over and over by many of the scientists at the table, oh, well, we didn't know that. Your input made us look at things differently. We would have gone a different way if we didn't understand that information from the officials. And that's why it's very important that we need to try to get back the SSC as an in-person meeting. Find some way, somehow, talk with powers that be about at least that one meeting, the SSC meeting that takes place 2-3 times a year, that is an in-person meeting. We're not looking for no vacation. What we're looking for is the future of our fishery and our fishermen and our people. And it's very, very important that this takes place. So those are my comments. If anybody wants to elaborate on anything that I said, I'm open to respond back.
Heather?
So while I have a lot of questions about the motion and the recommendation they made, I don't necessarily interpret this to mean, the model was wrong. To me, what I'm reading is when they incorporated the additional abundance indice information, right? We're seeing that recruitment has been really high, and that's pushed stock biomass above target levels. So we've got like really high biomass levels right now. And there are different options for fish for ABCs and OFLs and fishing mortality rates when that happens, right? The SSC is recommending that we use a constant catch value at a lower level, which means if we did something like that, we wouldn't have to bring down catches, right, in subsequent years, but they would come down now, we'd be fishing, and there'd be more stability in the fishery. But understanding that recruitment's high right now, we can also be fishing at a higher level if we had the ABC and OFL that would support that until biomass comes back down to target level. So those are the kinds of questions I had about what they recommended and the rationale that they used to recommend the MSY SPR values, and would just like to hear more about that rationale, and also ask them to consider some other strategies that wouldn't be necessarily inconsistent with right now where our landings are, right? Right now we have landings above both the OFL and ABC values, and a stock assessment that concludes overfishing, and overfishing hasn't been occurring, and the stock wasn't overfished during the same years.
Okay, I have the memo from Andy. And we are discussing this up and down, but when in the agenda can we take a final action regarding the spiny lobster? And when are we going to be ready in these 2 days to take that action? The other thing that he wanted, and we discussed this yesterday, is the spiny lobster. The SSC will provide an update of stock assessment, etc. So, Heather, are we ready to discuss that at this time, or we have to wait for another presentation?
Kate Samponi, General Counsel's Office. There's nothing on the for the council to act on today with regard to spiny lobster Puerto Rico, but you have the SSC making a recommendation on an ABC level, and if that gets accepted, you will not be able to have an ACL higher than that ABC. So what Heather is telling everybody here is that landings are currently higher than that value. And she is suggesting that perhaps it's appropriate to ask the SSC for a little bit more rationale for why they recommended the approach that they did, and perhaps see if there's other alternatives, because it does sound like there's a higher biomass that can sustain an elevated level of fishing. But if you accept the ABC that's been presented, that's going to really constrain future options for the council.
That's my point. If we have that motion, then we can move forward, right? And keep going around with the same thing. And the motion has to be put on the screen.
So I do have a couple of motions I can put forward if there are seconds, and the council would like to weigh in on them.
Need a new screen.
¿Me avisan cuando estén listas? Heather, you have them already in writing? You can send it to us. Or she got it? Yeah. No, she already have them. You can send it to me and I send it to Cristina. Ya la tiene, pues ponga la primera. Okay, she got it. Well, she got it there. That's it fair? No, you can read it for the record.
Okay, the first motion is the council requests the SSC to provide additional rationale for their recommendation to derive OFL and ABC from the 30% MSY proxy, considering the assessment concluded. I wanted to add, considering the Puerto Rico right spiny lobster assessment, just to be clear.
Where should we add?
There.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Concluded overfishing was not occurring in recent years, which are 2022 to 24, when landings exceeded the current OFL.
Second
Second, Tony.
discussion, further discussion and vote. Further discussion and vote.
Any further discussion? Blanchard. Blanchard.
Well, my rationale for this thing here is because what just occurred, we went from being overfished to now not being overfished, basically. Got me sitting down in my chair here, sitting down, saying what other options we got on the table. So I want to see this explored to see what other options we got on the table to look at before I agree to anything. That's my rationale.
Mira a ver si hay alguien más que quiera decir y roll call vote.
Vanessa.
Vanessa Ramirez for the record. Yes, thank you for that, Tony. I just want to follow up that, as Julian mentioned, that they were not able to make any comments on that SEC meeting. I think that it's very important to us as council to have all the information, especially this presentation, before the meeting so we can do our homework also and check on all this information that is just presented here today. Thank you, Heather, for put this motion.
So roll call vote, call the vote.
Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kevin McCarthy. So I'm not on the council, obviously, but I think we've got a wording issue here. So it's not 30% MSY proxy. It's sort of out of order there. I think what you want to do is refer to this as MSY 30% SPR. Or even better, the long-term equilibrium proxy for MSY parentheses 30% SPR.
Wait, don't.
We can send you that. We can send you that. It's just not.
Yeah, I know. I'm glad you're not a council member.
It's just incorrect.
Yeah, but yeah, he made the change. So you agree with that, Heather? You're the owner of the. Y le quita lo de MSY 30%.
So MSY proxy. That's fine. I would have put 30% in front of SPR, but that's works too.
Okay, Heather, you have to, the chair can read it again, and if you agree with the new language.
Ricardo.
Espérate, tiene que leerla primero antes de seguir discutiendo.
Okay, so the new motion is the council requests the SSC to provide additional rationale for their recommendation to derive OFL 502,387 pounds, and ABC 443,062 pounds from the MSY proxy 30% SPR, considering the Puerto Rico spiny lobster assessment concluded overfishing was not occurring in recent years, 2022, 2024, when landings of 571, 265 pounds exceeded the current OFL of 428, 858
Pounds.
pounds.
Motion by Heather Blau, second by Tony Blanchard.
Motion by Heather Blau and seconded by Blanchard.
And Heather wants to say something.
Heather?
Antes de Ricardo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one more edit. If we could insert average before landings, when average landings exceeded the current OFL.
No nada más con eso, hay que lo lean.
Okay. Ricardo?
Exacto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No comment.
Okay, roll call vote.
So I'm doing a roll call vote. I'll start on my right with Sabater.
Aye.
Yes.
Carl Pizarro, yes.
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
Ricardo Lopez, yes.
Nicole Angeli, yes.
Blanchard, yes.
So hearing no nays or abstains, motion carries.
May I present the second motion? Okay.
You, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this motion reads, the council requests that the SSC consider alternative approaches for setting the Puerto Rico spiny lobster OFL and ABC, including setting variable OFLs and ABCs that are consistent with the predicted values from the assessment to achieve optimum yield while stock biomass is above the target level. And if I can get a second, I'll just say a little bit more about that.
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
Motion by Heather, Vanessa. Any discussion? Heather?
Thank you, Vanessa. So this motion is to just to ask the SSC to reconsider, I talked about how, so the assessment's showing that the stock is above target biomass at present because of the high recruitment levels we're seeing in the fishery. And the constant catch value that they recommended would require us to immediately bring down fishing mortality so that we're not overfishing and, which would require closures and other measures to bring the catches down. And so to also consider as an alternative, giving us variable OFLs and ABCs while the stock biomass is at that higher level that would allow us to achieve optimum yield and take advantage of those higher yields while recruitment is high. I'll just add that this could ultimately end up with us having to reduce harvest in the future, right? If we did something like started with higher mortality rates now as recruitment comes down. So the benefits of constant catch is stability. We might bring them down now, but they would have to stay at that level versus looking at an alternative approach like this.
Any further discussion? John?
I'm not on the council, but I have seen the opposite. So this is a really positive situation, and I think we really should recognize it as a positive. In a lot of other regions, we have the opposite, where recent recruitment is really down. So the SSCs often choose to use recent recruitment to develop ABC and OFL advice under the situation where recruitment in the recent years is low. This is the opposite and a positive one. So SSCs could choose use the recent recruitment, which is high. And I think that's the question of that's being asked of the SSC just for the rationale there. So I think it's a good situation to have, unlike some of the ones we've seen in the South Atlantic. Thanks.
Any further discussion? Okay, so we're gonna do a roll call vote again. This time I'm gonna start on my left with Blanchard,
Blanchard, yes.
Nicole Angela, yes.
Ricardo Lopez, yes.
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
Carla Fraschetti, yes.
Heather Blau, yes.
Roberto Sabater, yes.
Okay, so all in unanimous vote, all in favor. No abstentions and no nays. Motion passes unanimously. So next on the agenda, we have, we're finished with banks, right? Okay. Next on the agenda, we have the review and final action for Framework Action 4 to the St. Croix and St. Thomas St. John FMPs to revise spiny lobster reference points based on CDR 91. I think this is going to be by Sarah. Kevin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did the council need to do anything about CDR 84? Were there talk to me about what the next part of that process is. You've had stock assessments reviewed by the SSC. They've made some recommendations. Does the council not then have to take action? I mean, the recommendation was best available science, however, not useful at this time to inform management, which I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think means the status quo continues for those species. And I don't know if the council needs to do anything about that. I'm just asking for my own, so that we don't miss something and so I understand the process.
there's nothing that the council needs to do. I don't remember all the recommendations from the SSC, whether there was anything that could improve upon CDR 84 to make the suitable for management advice. But yeah, as it stands now, it's best available, but not suitable for management advice. So you wouldn't make decisions based on it. But if there's something more that can be done with it to make it suitable, that would be appropriate. But I don't remember what those recommendations were.
Kevin?
Thanks, Kevin McCarthy. Yeah, I don't recall that there were specific recommendations. There were certainly recommendations coming from the SSC, but those were more long-term, larger issue kinds of things, generally speaking. Correct me if I'm wrong, Vance. So I just wanted to make sure that we're making sure we take care of everything before we move on to the next thing. I'm not suggesting you all get into a big, long discussion about it. I just wanted to make sure you all took care of whatever needed to happen for 84 to be finalized. Thanks.
The council at this time, I said, to let the record show that we consider 84 in the report by the SSC, and at this time, we don't need any further action.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do think that's a good question. I don't think we need additional action on 84, but should we talk about, so we just recommended the SSC, right, provide some additional rationale and consider other alternatives for 91, and should we talk about like the timeline for that? We will need to start a framework action for CDR 91 to revise OFLs and ABCs, and do we want to have the SSC meet between now and the next meeting so that we could start, Amendment 90 or the framework action for Amendment 91? The August meeting is.
Yeah, it's a little different from what Kevin was addressing, but yes, we were discussing that if we want to do that before, meeting the SSC, 40 days before the meeting of the SSC, we need to have that agenda. And we have a couple of topics. And Graciela, you can put that together, the agenda for the SSC based on the discussions that we had today and maybe tomorrow. So we can have a meeting to address those concerns of the council. And we can report back at the SSC, council meeting in August. I guess that follow what you're, okay.
Graciela?
So staff from the Science Center need to work on the timeline of when things can happen, so that then we need the availability of the SSC to set everything up, and the 40 days plus the 23 days for the SSC agenda to be accomplished. So we'll be working on that.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, we already told the SSC what we want when we discussed it. We know we don't have to populate the whole agenda, one-day agenda with a lot of stuff at the same time. But I follow your way of thinking, and we can report to the council.
So right now, that would be the only thing that we would have for the SSC. CDR 103, it's running, so that would be the next thing. And actually, that would also involve the BFM Technical Advisory Panel to be involved when that comes to the table for discussion. Now, part of what the SSC does is that it provides recommendations of what to do, what to look at, etc., for CDR 84. So the council has had a research priority starting in 2023, and we have been adding addendums from the SSC as we move along. So if it's the desire of the council to do that, we'll add another addendum, and then we pass that information over to the Science Center and to the regional office so that everyone is on the same page.
Yeah, well, let's do something, draft an agenda, circulate the agenda on the council, make sure that we cover all the bases, especially the regional office and the center, make sure that we are all, as you say, on the same page. And then, Mr. Chairman, we need to plan for that meeting this month if you want it in the summer. So we report back to you on the development of the schedule.
Okay. So we got that done. We'll continue with the agenda and the review and the final action for the framework action for the St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John, spiny lobster reference points. Sarah Stevenson.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Hi. Yes, I'm Sarah Stevenson. Christina's going to drive for me. Thank you, Christina. And I'm going to present on the results of the CDR 91 for St. Croix and St. Thomas, St. John. So the stock assessments that we're updating reference points for spiny lobster in those two islands. So I know the numbers are the same, and I just wanted to be clear that these are just for the USVI. Next, please. As a quick reminder, background, both the St. Croix Fishery Management Plan and the St. Thomas, St. John Fishery Management Plan set status determination criteria and management reference points for spiny lobster. And to do that, they used Tier 4A of the acceptable biological catch control rule that was included in each FMP. And Tier 4 meant that it was data limited with no available stock assessment. And the A part meant that the stock was not vulnerable to fishing pressure. So that's how they kind of determined where spiny lobster fell. And from that process, the SSC recommended ABCs, and the council took those ABCs and set the ACL equal to 95% of those values. Then we had our first stock assessment, CDR 57, for spiny lobster, and we updated management reference points for lobster using Tier 3 of the control rule. And then again, in a couple years later, we updated those same numbers just during an update assessment. And so those new numbers are reflected in the council document Framework Amendment 1 and then Framework Amendment 2. And the table here is showing you what's currently in place for spiny lobster for each FMP. And that again correlates to Framework 2. So you can see all of the numbers for the overfishing limit, the acceptable biological catch, and the annual catch limits that are in place right now for St. Croix spiny lobster and St. Thomas and St. John. And I put a little asterisk here by the St. Thomas, St. John, because I wanted to point out that the value that's included in the draft document that was included in the briefing book for this framework is incorrect. It says like 159,993. But this value here in the presentation is the correct number, and we will fix that between this version and the next version that you see. Next slide, please. The proposed updates that are included in Framework Amendment Action 4 for spiny lobster are based on the CDR 91 stock assessment, which the SSC reviewed back in September of last year. They determined them both appropriate for management use and recommended updated ABCs. So the models used commercial landings and length data to understand the productivity of the stocks, like how productive they are, how big they are. And from that produced the overfishing limit and the acceptable biological catch values that are designed to keep each stock at its most productive. So that's what it was, the assessment set out to do. And these are the numbers in the table that were recommended for the overfishing limit and the acceptable biological catch. The council was given that same kind of SSC chair presentation with these numbers at the December council meeting, and they agreed and asked staff to develop a framework action to set annual catch limits using no buffer between the ACL and the ABC, a 5% buffer and a 10% buffer. And so that's what's included in the framework action, and that's what we'll be kind of reviewing today, those alternatives for setting the catch limits. Next slide. I got a little ahead of myself. At this meeting, we're not going to review the document itself, but we're going to review the proposed alternatives and some of the effects of those alternatives for modifying the spiny lobster reference points, again, based on the CDR 91 stock assessment for the USVI FMPs. So through this framework action, you're going to set annual catch limits for spiny lobster based on those recommended ABC values that we saw back in December, and then decide on what level of management uncertainty buffer you have for the St. Croix spiny lobster and for St. Thomas St. John spiny lobster. And just to kind of remind you what the management uncertainty buffer is, because there is a scientific uncertainty buffer that the SSC considers, but you have a management uncertainty buffer that kind of reflects your uncertainty to constrain the catch to the catch limits that we set. So we don't want those ACLs to be exceeded. We do want them fishing right up to them, but we don't want them exceeded. So what kind of uncertainty do you have in the fishery around being able to do that? And then, of course, is there any uncertainty in knowing the true catch amounts? Are there over-reporting, under-reporting? That's what we call estimation errors. So again, just if there's any uncertainty by the council for either of these two stocks, that's the management uncertainty buffer you would like to select. And then with that, of course, what's your rationale for that? I don't think I put that anywhere in here, but we really want to hear, like, if you pick an alternative, always give us the rationale so we can document that. And then lastly, you can select a preferred alternative for setting the catch limit. And you can pick the same one, you can pick a different one. That's the benefit of having these individual island FMPs, is that you can tailor your management to the respective island. Next slide, please. We include this in almost every presentation that we do for framework actions or plan amendments, because it really tells you what we're doing and why we're doing it. So what are we doing? We are updating status determination criteria and management reference points for lobster under both the St. Croix FMP and the St. Thomas St. John FMP to ensure that management is consistent with the most recent spiny lobster stock assessment, that's CDAR 91, and recommendations from the council's SSC. That's the acceptable biological catch that they recommended. Why are we doing it? The need for this action is to ensure that management measures for spiny lobster are based on the best scientific information available, and to prevent overfishing and achieve optimal yield in accordance with requirements from the Magnuson-Stevenson's Act. Next slide, please. This is a lot, but I kind of wanted to be aware of what was requested at the previous meeting. These are huge terms, big numbers, acronyms, all of that. So I tried to explain, and these definitions are included in the document. They're in an appendix, kind of like a glossary of terms to try to help you understand. So first off, Framework Action 4 is going to update the status determination criteria and management reference point values. So it's not changing the formula that the control rule uses to do that. It's just updating the numbers. So I wanted to make that kind of clear too. So the assessments recommend a new maximum sustainable yield proxy. I think we've been talking about it a lot. It's that 30% SPR. And so that's just the largest long-term average catch that can be taken from a stock under the current conditions and fishing characteristics. So that's kind of what that is. It's the size of the stock long-term, like how much you can take from it. And then your maximum fishing mortality threshold, that's another one. And this one, I've underlined the word overfishing because I wanted to try to tell you or show you the terms that align with what's a status determination criteria versus maybe just a management reference point, like a reference point. So the overfishing, the maximum fishing mortality threshold, that's the point that kind of we compare to look at, is overfishing occurring. So it's the level of fishing mortality per year above which, so if your number is larger than say 1, you're going to be undergoing overfishing. And please, science staff, if I say anything wrong, please correct me. And then the last one is the minimum stock size threshold. And this is your biomass. And this is linked to if the stock is overfished or not. And so those are the numbers that came out of the assessment that will just be updated. They don't get put in the regulations. They're just kind of a part of the framework action, and they'll stay static until they're updated again. So those are those terms. Next slide, please. It's just a divider. Now we're going to look island by island. So action 1 is specific to St. Croix. Action 2 is specific to St. Thomas and St. John. And they're going to kind of mirror, the next few slides will mirror what we do for each island. So hopefully it'll be familiar by the time we get to St. Thomas. Next slide. The framework action includes 4 alternatives. The number 1 is always the no action, do nothing, stick with what you have. And so it shows you there that if you do nothing, you're going to keep the numbers that are in place now. The spiny lobster catch limit for St. Croix was set equal to 95% of the recommended ABC, and there's that value, and so the catch limit equals 137,254 pounds. Alternative 2 is going to update the values for OFL and ABC, and then the council is going to choose to set the ACL, the annual catch limit, equal to the recommended ABC under this alternative. So the catch limit for spiny lobster in St. Croix under this one would equal 186.63 pounds. Alternative 3 uses a 5% uncertainty buffer, and so it sets the catch limit equal to 95% of the recommended ABC. And so the annual catch limit under this one would equal 176,760 pounds. And then finally, the alternative 4 is going to set the ACL equal to 90% of the recommended ABC. And so that catch limit would equal 167,457 pounds. Next slide. This figure is not included in the draft document, but it includes all of the values that are. So I tried to put a visual representation of the current landings, which are included in Chapter 3 if you're looking for them, what the current ACL is, the current catch limit for spiny lobster, and then what are each of the proposed catch limits based on the no uncertainty buffer of 5% and a 10%. And then, of course, we also wanted to kind of show you where everything is in relation to the 5-year average landings from the period of 2020 to 2024, because that's kind of used in the analysis of the action. So showing you this and walking through it for spiny lobster in St. Croix, you can see that the annual landings are well below the current ACL, which is that solid black line, just slightly under the 150,000 mark. And then all 3 of the proposed alternatives are above the current ACL, and you can see how they relate to each other from the ACL equaling the ABC to equaling 95%, which is the green, equal to is the blue line, equal to 95% of the recommended ABC is the green line, and then finally equal to 90% of the ABC is the pink line. So you can kind of see there's already kind of a natural large buffer just in how they're fishing to the current catch limit and then the proposed one. And then again, down below, if you wanted to see the actual landings, they in like numbers, they're in table 3.1 in the document. Next slide. So then the other thing we want to do is kind of compare the effects of each of the alternatives, biological and ecological effects, so effects to the stock, social and ecological effects to the fishermen, and then administrative, and that would be effects to the managers and regulators. And so if you do nothing, if you keep what you have, there would be no changes to the reference points, but it would not be based on best scientific information. And one of our kind of mandates under the Magnuson-Stevens Act is that we do kind of base things on best scientific information. The SSC did recommend these as such back in December, and so we really want to kind of conform to that. So for biological, ecological effects, for St. Croix, you could have potential long-term negative effects from not managing reference points that are based on best scientific information. As we just showed, the landings are very low, so that's probably going to be on the low side, but that is the potential. If you're not managing to the best scientific information, you could not be managing sustainably. For social and ecological, you're really not going to have any short-term effects because nothing would be changing. But for St. Croix, if fishing levels increased above the current ACL, then you might have more long-term negative effects. For example, negative effects for the fishers are going to be decreased income or fishing opportunities. And those are going to be because you're not managing using reference points that are based on best scientific. And then, of course, administrative, there's really no effects if we're not changing anything. Next slide. I've kind of lumped the alternatives 2 through 4 all together. These are the ones that are going to be updating those overfishing limits, acceptable biological catch, and annual catch limits based on the CDR 91 assessment. So for the biological, ecological, you're going to have short-term negative effects from increased removals, but that's only if the fishers really start harvesting above the ACL that's proposed. So right now, there probably wouldn't be any short-term negative effects, but we put it in there because that's analyzing the effect of the alternative. And then again, you would have those long-term positive effects from managing based on best scientific information. And then just out of the 3 alternatives, alternative 4 does set the lowest catch limit. And so with that one, you would theoretically have more lobster left in the water. So it would be better for the biology of the stock. From the social economic perspective, you're going to have positive effects from the potential increased revenues, because remember, all 3 of these proposed alternatives are increasing the catch limits above the current catch limit. So you're going to have positive potential there. And then again, pointing out, but they are fishing at a much lower level. So that's the theoretical, it might not be the actual. And then again, alternative 4 is going to provide the smallest revenues gains, and that's because the ACL under that is the smallest number. And then administrative, you're going to have some short-term effects from creating this framework amendment, administering and enforcing new regulations, and from any additional outreach efforts that's needed to notify stakeholders of the changes. And generally, those administrative effects are equal across alternatives 2, 3, and 4. Next, please. So now we're going to walk through the same slides for St. Thomas, St. John. Yes, thank you. So alternative 1, again, does nothing, doesn't update anything. The ACL would still be set at 95% of the previously recommended ABC, and that's based on the CDR 57 update. And so under that, the catch limit is 133,207 pounds. Alternative 2, setting the catch limit equal to the recommended ABC from CDR 91, the catch limit would equal 132,964 pounds. So a slight decrease. Alternative 3 is going to set the catch limit equal to 95% of the recommended ABC, and that ACL would equal 126,316 pounds. And then finally, alternative 4, setting the annual catch limit equal to 90% of the recommended ABC, sets that number at 119,668 pounds. Next slide, please. Same kind of layout with the landings for the last 5 years. And again, 5 years for what we have available. Obviously not 5 calendar years, but this is what we have available. This is what's used in the framework action to analyze the the alternatives. And so you can see the landings here are a lot closer to the current ACL, which they're very close together. The black line at the top and the dotted dashed blue line are almost right on top of each other. But so the solid black line is the current ACL, and you can see that landings are increasing from 2020 to 2024, and they're getting close to that current slash, actually they're getting close to the green dash line, which is alternative 3, and then close to the current and the 5%. I'm sorry, the ACL equal to the ACL, so the alternative 2. They are, the last 2 years, you can see, are the landings are above the 5-year average, and they're also above the ACL that's proposed in alternative 4. So again, these are all just proposed and nothing's final yet. The council needs to deliberate on that today and make a decision. And if you would like to see the landings numbers, they're in table 3.9 in the framework action. Next slide, please. Same concept here. If you do nothing, if you keep what's in place, no changes. So, but for the and then also the current ACL is greater than the acceptable biological catch that was recommended by the SSC for CDR 91, which is inconsistent with the Magnuson-Stevenson Act. The ACL cannot be greater than the recommended ABC. So this is another aspect for why St. Thomas, St. John, we probably can't select alternative 1 because it's just inconsistency with our mandates. We didn't see that for St. Croix, but we do see it and so that's explained a little bit more in the framework action when we're talking about all of the effects of the action. So biological, ecological, there's the potential for negative effects from not managing to reference points that are set using best scientific. That's the same as it was for St. Croix. Social, ecological, no short-term effects, because again, there's no changes to the current levels, but you are going to have those long-term, or you could potentially have the long-term negative effects from not managing based on best science. And then again, administrative, no effects because we're not changing anything. Next slide. Alternatives 2 through 4 update the numbers based on CDR 91. And again, all 3 alternatives do have a reduction from the current ACL. So for biological, ecological, what does that mean? You're going to have maybe short-term positive effects from the decreased removals. Again, that's assuming fishermen fish right up to the ACL that they're allowed to. And that's because we're allowing them to take less under these 3 alternatives. So that means that there's more lobster potentially left in the water. It's better for the biology. And then again, long-term positive effects from using reference points that are based on best scientific information. And out of the 3 proposed alternatives, same thing, alternative 4 sets the lowest ACL, so it leaves the most lobster in the water. This one, for the social economics, you're going to have negative effects from decreased revenues and fishing opportunities. And those are going to range from minimal under alternative 2, and that's because if you remember the plot, those 2 lines were almost right on top of each other, so there's not a lot of change there. But you're going to have moderate effects and then major effects, social economic effects for alternatives 2 and then 4. And again, that's just because of the amount of decrease in the proposed catch limits for those 2. Administratively, you're going to have short-term effects from creating, administering, and enforcing new regs, and then from additional outreach efforts. And then additionally, if alternative 4 was selected, you remember it showed that that catch level was below the 2023 and 2024 landings. So there's a higher likelihood that if that one was selected, if that alternative was selected, that future accountability measures, which for spiny lobster the accountability measure is a fishing season reduction. Those could be required if landings continue at that level that we saw in 2023 or 24, or if they increase. And so that's going to be a potential. That's also part of the why alternative 4 is going to have major negative social and economic effects, because it's not just the decrease in the catch level, it's the potential for that one to also trigger future catch accountability measures. So that's going to affect the fishers as well as the managers having to do these closures and put those in place. Next slide, please. So now we're to the items and next steps. And so for the rest of this discussion, you can, if you're ready to, based on what was presented, select a preferred alternative for both St. Croix and St. Thomas St. John Lobster. Again, it can be the same alternative or it can be something different. You can, if you do select it, then you could also review the regulatory text. And that's just how the regulations are going to look in the future. And really, it's just kind of taking what's there and updating the number for the annual catch limit. There's not a lot that's included in this regulatory text, but we did prepare it and you could review it just to see how it's going to look. And then you could, if you're ready, approve framework action for submission to the Secretary of Commerce, and then allow us, we always make the motion to allow staff to make minor editorial changes. For instance, I'll go in there and I'll fix that typo in that table. If we see any other kind of grammatical or like, that's what we call minor. And then the next step, so over the summer, after we come home and we start trying to finish it up, if you've recommended that you submit it for the Secretary's review, we're going to finalize it, which we have to add some required analysis, and which those are chapters 5 and 6. You'll see them in the draft document, and it just says to be determined, because those are regulatory economic act analysis that we have to kind of always include with the framework actions with any of our amendments. And so we have to populate those, our economists do, and that's what it means by finalizing the amendment. And then once we have it all together, we send that back to the council chair with the changes that were done. And if you'd like, you give him the approval to accept those, and then the council would then submit it back to NIMS to begin the rulemaking. And so that's going to probably be closer to the August time period when we would start the rulemaking process. And so during that, public would have an opportunity to comment on the proposed rule, and that would be announced in the Federal Register, and we would do a fishery bulletin, which Christina would help us distribute to all of your stakeholders. And I believe that's the last slide, other than my thank you question slide. So with that, I'll stop and see if anybody has any questions or wants to go back and discuss anything that I've presented today. Thank you.
Then Vance.
The question for Maria and Sarah. This is a long presentation, but from this meeting, do we need what? And then can we go back to the specific slides so we can address that and the council can discuss it and vote on it?
Are you asking what we need the council to make a decision on?
Yeah, at this time. Also,
okay.
At the beginning, when you were saying the uncertainty of the council, the management uncertainty, we call it that risk, because uncertainty is the sigma, and then the risk percentage is what the council is supposed to decide.
So you did already do that. You did at the December meeting, you selected the risk of overfishing. That's the P-star. You selected that already, and so that was included in the document summary. You selected 0.45, which is kind of what you had selected for the previous spiny lobster assessments. So you did already do that. So good job. Today, we would need you to decide which alternative of the ones presented that you prefer. If there's one there that, or if there's a different one that you would like us to add, then theoretically we would take that back and have to add that and analyze it. But these are generally the standard ones that we do for most of our actions where we're setting catch limits, the different management uncertainty buffers. But you're definitely willing to choose a different buffer if you like.
Yeah, but at this time, where do we start?
Thank you. This slide is a good starting place. So for St. Croix, would you like to discuss between alternatives 2, 3, and 4, and also trying to maybe toggle between that and the graph to familiarize yourself again with landings and where those levels fall? Do you have, can you make a motion to select your preferred alternative for St. Croix?
Okay, I leave that to the discretion of the council members. Which one do you like to call the preferred alternative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. Already reviewing all the discussion that we have in the December meeting and also with the report that the SSC present, I think that we are ready to present for action 1 an alternative 2. If I can make a motion on that.
That would need a second. Heather,
I'll second the motion.
any discussion? Blanchard. Okay, the motion reads, the council selects action 1, alternative 2 as the preferred. Update the St. Croix spiny lobster OFL and ABC values and set the ACL equal to the recommended ABC of 186,063 pounds, and the ACL would equal 186,063 pounds. Discussion on Heather.
Because the current status quo regime has a 5% buffer between the ABC and ACL to account for management uncertainty, I just like to hear a little bit from council members about that and the rationale, if there's rationale for reducing the size of that buffer from 5% to 0.
Well, I could give you some rationale. just the mere fact of the error that we made all year with Puerto Rico. That's the rationale. And we even meeting the ACLs right now. So why should this not fly? That's my question. I mean, there could be something else happening here that this is what's going on. But I mean, until I could really see that there is a problem, I could go with equal straight across the board.
Nicole.
You can go ahead.
Okay. I was looking at this and I was looking at alternative 3 because we don't know the recreational catch right now. And I believe it'll take at least 3 years of data collection from DPNR with this new recreational license program they have in place to really get a hold of what's being removed by the recreational sector. So if this doesn't pass, then we'll select, and I'm speaking only for St. Croix, to be alternative 3 if this doesn't pan out, if this motion doesn't pan out. Because we don't have that recreational data.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So just for a reminder, the 95, setting the ACL equal to 95% of the acceptable biological limit means that we don't think there's any uncertainty in what we're producing, and that we know that all of our landings are accurate and that all of our data is accurate. But first off, we aren't including the recreational catch. Second, we know that there is uncertainty in the landings, that we don't have good correction factors. And as we collect more data, we want to ensure that there is a buffer. I would also point out that at least for the St. Croix decision, this doesn't matter perhaps very much because we're nearly 90,000 pounds under our ACL. So for DPNR and for the USVI on this specific motion, we are neutral.
I'm glad you made that point, Nicole, because I was thinking the same thing, that we're way below our ACL threshold. So, I mean, I think we're doing pretty good, but we still don't have that recreational data. Julian.
Julian McGrath for the record. This is a question. So because we don't have the recreational information presently, this is all commercial that we are seeing, that we are looking at right now. So wouldn't that mean that the fishery actually can be harvested more once you plug those recreational numbers in, because they never were plugged in before, compared to Puerto Rico where they had prior recreational landings? So this is a question for Kevin and his team. So we had 100, let's say 150,000 pounds landed in the U.S. in St. Thomas right now. I use St. Thomas as an example, but then after collecting 3 years of recreational data, and it shows that the recreational is harvesting another 100 and 30,000 pounds. That would bring us to 180,000 pounds. Wouldn't that reflect you resetting a new ACL where it would include both recreational and commercial? It shouldn't go towards what the commercial guys are already doing. So this is a question that I need to get clarified.
On that point, what I've been looking at maybe in the future is that we separate recreational and commercial ACLs, because right now the way it sits, if we go over our ACL, which is commercial data, the recreational pays the piper. They pay the price because they have to stop fishing if it's overrun. If we have separate ACLs, one for commercial, one for recreational, then I think that would balance out a little more. Miguel.
To that point, Mr. Chairman, we're talking about the future, and we have the present right in front of you here. The uncertainty that is created by science, the smaller the uncertainty, the more risk you can take, which is P-star. This is for St. Croix only. What we are saying here is given the situation that we have, the preferred alternative, and this is for public hearings, by the way, it's nothing that you're gonna decide right now and will be cast in stone. But anyway, for San Croix, Spiny Lobster, OFL and ABC value are set to the ACL equal to the recommended ABC. So what you're saying is that you are certain of what you have, and you are saying the ABC and the ACL, we trust them, and it could be equal because we are way under what the ACL could be. Is that your rationale? Fine, you can vote on this one. And remember, you have to review this whenever we have more information. Regarding dividing the ACL between the commercial and the recreational, until you have recreational data, you cannot do that. And that's what the problem when you have the data, you penalize one sector versus the other when you don't have the data. So probably Angeli is telling us, Dr. Angeli is telling us probably in 3 years you may have that data because of the license, and you repeat that. So probably at that time you will be able to review this. But at this time, the question that is presented on the screen to the council voting members is whether you are, lack of another word, at ease that the alternative two be your preferred alternative. Actually, the preferred alternative is not the one that's going to be defined because you take these public hearings, and there you may have people that will destroy this and provide you better data, and you have to go to another one. But that's the question that we have here. Do you trust that the language that you have in front of you is acceptable at this time for as a preferred alternative to be taken to public hearings?
I have someone with a raised hand over.
Sarah Stephenson.
I just wanted to answer Julian's question about the ACLs and accountability measures. The way they were set for both St. Croix and St. Thomas St. John, because we only had commercial landings, is that we set ACLs, but those were to govern both the commercial and the recreational. So we don't have recreational landings. We only have commercial landings. We compare those to the ACL that was set, which was only based on commercial landings. And if there is an overage that's determined to be a true overage and not because of enhanced reporting, and we trigger and apply the accountability measure, and Carlos was right, we close the portion of the fishing season to try to prevent that catch limit from being exceeded again, but that closure applies to everybody. So we only have commercial landings as kind of our lever, but then if we say, oh, there's a problem, they exceeded, the hammer, if you will, applies to everybody. So like, I hope that answers your question, Julian. So if recreational landings, all of a sudden we get that data, what would have to happen is we would have to go back and amend whichever fishery management plan to now include recreational catch limits that would be specific just for them. And so that would require an amendment. So until that happens, we do want recreational data. We do want things to improve, but it's not going to be an instant plug and play. We'll have to do some heavy lifting to set recreational catch limits. So I hope that helps.
Heather?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify I believe where we are with this document is it won't go to public hearings. This is final action. So if we do select preferreds,
Yeah, but
correct?
No.
Kate Zamboni, the council can select preferreds and tell the staff, hey, now bring back the completed document. As Sarah noted, there were additional sections that haven't been written yet. They're required because they have to analyze ultimately what's selected. And so the council could bring it back at a later time. They don't have to, Sarah laid that out as well, but you would have to have public comment, before adopting the final.
Yeah.
The council doesn't have to adopt the final at this meeting. They could decide we're just selecting preferred alternatives at this meeting.
Mira, voten en la vaina esa que todavía les quedan como 4.
Okay, so Any further discussion? We'll take this to a vote.
Roll call vote.
I'll do roll call. I'll start with, Sabatera, am I right?
No.
Ah, pues digo no.
Roberto Sabater, no.
Heather Blau, yes.
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
Tú votas al último, ¿verdad?
Ricardo Lopez abstain.
Nicole Angeli, no.
Tony Blanchard, abstain.
No, depende.
Carlos Verchetti, no.
¿De qué pasó?
We have 2 yeas, 3 noes, and 2 abstentions.
Asegúrate que suman 7.
Sí. So the motion
Yo
fails.
sé, pero ¿qué te digo?
So,
Motion is defeated. ¿Qué?
motion fails.
fails.
So I'd like to, or somebody, I can't do it, but I would rather see a alternative 3.
Tú puedes decir que Vanessa sea chair y entonces tú hablas sobre las 3 y te explicas. Pero
Heather?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So should we make a substitute motion? A new motion to the council selects action 1, alternative 3 as the preferred?
¿quién la presenta y quién la segunda?
Do we need a second
Angeli, a second.
discussion?
No, ¿quién la movió? Necesita alguien que move the motion y otro que la segunda o
Okay,
pasarla.
so the motion is to,
No, we need a motion de
it was Heather.
¿quién la presentó?
Heather.
Pero te digo, tienes que decir para récord.
Oh,
Is that your motion, Heather?
yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't her, but
It was.
she made it for you.
Okay.
You all heard something.
Oh, thank you.
Further discussion and
Gerson? Okay, the council selects option 1, alternative 3 as the preferred. Update the St. Croix Spiny Lobster OFL and ABC values and set the ACL equal to 95% of the recommended ABC of 186,063 pounds, and the ACL would equal 176,760 pounds. Gerson?
Gerson Martinez for the record. Top Sheriff of St. Croix, we approve, I agree with alternative 1, action 1, alternative 3.
Thank you, Gerson.
algo más del council,
Any other discussion on
from the council.
from the council on this alternative? And of course, we're doing this because we don't have the recreational data right now. Any further discussion?
Roll call vote.
Okay, I'll start roll call. I'll start on my left this time. Blanchard?
Yes.
Angeli, yes.
Ricardo Lopez, yes.
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
Heather?
Heather Blau, yes.
And Carl Chetti, yes.
Roberto Sabater, yes.
I'm sorry.
No sé yo todavía, la última vez.
Okay, Carl Chetti, yes. Unanimous vote, all in favor. No nays, no abstentions. Motion carries.
Right.
So this is Sarah. When we're done with the motion there, you could put the same alternatives for St. Thomas, St. John and go through the same process for them, please.
So, Carlos, en el caso de San Tomás, quieren la primera, la segunda o la tercera.
San Tomás,
Y ahora va para San Tomás San John.
ellos están cerquita del cielo.
No, pero pregúntale a Tony, que no se me mete ayer.
So it'll be for
Yeah,
St.
really.
Thomas, St. John, Spiny Lobster.
¿Cuál sería la preferida alternativa?
Preferred alternative. And I'll leave that to the St. Thomas sector.
¿Qué alternativa? Si sigue el mismo, es la 1 que están escribiendo una a otra.
Él y él, entonces, no.
Aquí no van a terminar hoy, ¿sabes? Pregúntale a Angelis si ella tiene alguna opinión.
Ya no va a hacer nada.
Ella sabe español también. Pues.
Blanchard.
Asking for a 5-minute break. I need to think about this.
All by yourself?
No.
Yeah.
I don't need help thinking for myself, believe me.
It's because we have a process, so go ahead and talk to the people. Digo, Mr. Chairman, ¿te aprobó eso o pasó para lo más?
Yeah.
5 minutos.
Yeah, okay, so we'll take a quick, couple-minute pause here.
Yo no imaginaba que eso iba a usar tanto el terreno. No.
Bueno, por lo menos no hay el Matrix.
No, muchachos, no hablen malo. Eso no es no hablen malo, no daña la tarde.
Okay, we're gonna get back to, the St. Thomas, St. John's, OFL, ABC, ACL alternatives. So we're gonna need, a motion for the St. Thomas, St. John's Pine Lobster.
I wouldn't necessarily see a motion, because to be honest with you, I don't feel like moving forward. At least not in the direction the rest of the council seems to want to move. My approach is this. Question number one, I think we need to revise the ABCs and also have the same study done in St. Thomas as was done in Puerto Rico for the lobster recruitment before I make any decision. That's my decision.
Well, I think we still need to address this.
Roberto Sabater, I think that the motion should be alternative 2.
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
So the motion reads, the council selects action 1, alternative 2 as the preferred, update the St. Thomas, St. John's Spiny Lobster, OFL, and ABC values, and set the ACL equal to the recommended ABC of 132,964 pounds. The ACL will equal 132,964 pounds. Any more discussions? Blanchard.
I can agree to this alternative, and I will give you the reasons why. Because this is the least damage, in my opinion, here. So this is damage control. But I would like to see the same study that was done for recruitments in Puerto Rico, done in the Virgin Islands before we make a final decision.
Nicole, do you want to say something?
So there are a few points of discussion I would like to make. First off, as you can see in the document in the draft, there are several fewer lobster fishers in the St. Thomas St. John district in recent years. And despite that, there are increased landings. And I'm wondering if, as part of this motion, we could put in some sort of clause that would protect us if we are going in a way that we see landings are increasing a certain percentage consistently over time, to go back and look at recruitment, to go look back at some of those unknown factors that maybe weren't incorporated into the ABC at the time that it was assessed. And if so, that would make this motion very palatable, and it would also help us protect fishers from accountability measures. It would help us protect our stocks, and it would help us get better science on the table.
Julian?
Yeah, Julian McGrath for the record. I totally agree with what Dr. Angeli just said. We could put a clause in there, and to add to that clause also is our market, because we are market driven. And if our markets are doing well, our demands go up, our numbers go up. When our markets are not doing well, the numbers go down because the fishers scale back because we don't export out of the Virgin Islands. And over the last 2 years, we have seen the increase in the landings. And through discussions that I had here shortly, because our demands were up over the last 2 years, is the reason why our numbers have been up. But I've seen prior to that, the numbers down because we were still recovering from the hurricanes. And it took a long time to build back up the restaurants and the hotels and everything to start to get that demand for people to start to come back to visit the islands. And that demand was lower. You know, right now with what's going on in the world, throughout the world, with the wars and everything, our tourism in the Virgin Islands has greatly increased. I thought it might have been the opposite way, but where the people can travel to these other places like Europe, wherever, I can name several places, they're coming to the Caribbean islands, like the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, because we are part of the U.S. and it's like a safe haven for them to come and enjoy their vacation still. So our demands right now are through the roof. So, you know, all of that needs to, you know, if some type of, I agree, a nice clause to be put inside of there for the buffer protection, I think it would be great. So, Mr. Sabate, I know you made the motion. If you want to add that clause, it would be greatly appreciated. And Vanessa, second, if you can support us in this, please. Thank you.
Miguel.
Whatever language you put there have to be checked by Kate and the process that we have. Kate, do we have a mechanism to have such a clause in this motion, or do we need to have a substitute motion that include that part?
Well, the motioner and the seconder can amend their own motion. I don't really understand what that clause says, you know, so I cannot help you with phrasing that, because normally the buffer is in the form of, you know, something, something like alternative 3 or 4, but so I'm unable to help with that. But the motioners can make their own changes.
Yeah, so Nicole Angeli, and so maybe I'll have to have some folks, especially science-driven folks, help me a little bit with this, but I think it would be something like we could keep this. The council selects action 2, alternative 2 is the preferred, update the St. Thomas, St. John, spiny lobster, OFL, and ABC values, and set the ACL equal to the recommended ABC. The ACL would equal 132,964 pounds. But if landings consistently reach 2023, 2024 landings and surpass those rates by 10% of those totals, the ABC would be revisited through additional study or something like that.
Got to.
Mike.
Once you've set an ACL and you have it approved in the management plan, you get the ball rolling. So when you get there, the ACL, you kick in the AMs, control measures. You cannot stop it by saying, no, well, if we get there, let's see how much we can get. And that's why we need to make sure that whatever we put here will cut the mustard with the federal government. And that's what I asked Kate, and she said, you know, write something there and she can tell us whether this will be acceptable or not from the legal standpoint. But I believe that what you're saying is that it will not be an immediate ACL, immediate AM will kick in when you reach ACL for whatever reason. But then you have to have the mechanism to allow to do that. Maria, you have a solution?
I was just, the way I interpreted it, Nicole, correct me if I'm wrong, when you say if landings consistently reach 2023, 2024 landings and surpass that by 10%, that doesn't mean that they're going to go over the ACL, right? So there will still, still be under the ACL, so that means it doesn't trigger an AM, but it's showing a landing trend that is going upwards. So it needs some sort of verification and look into it to see what's going on, and then the council can ask the SSC to go and revisit the ABC using perhaps an index of abundance or some other tools that could be prepared for this matter. Am I correct?
Yes, correct. So
Okay.
having something like that in CDAR 103 that would be specific to lobster abundance indices could be one preferred option. But yes.
So, and then again, I need some guidance here, but perhaps instead of saying 2023, 2024 landings, maybe say within 10% of the ACL, or because you do want to fish to your ACL, you just don't want to exceed it. So perhaps you just want to say something about, yeah, kind of like that. It's like if we see that the landings, and I know this, if this flies or not, but I'm just trying to capture what Nicole is trying to say, then this will trigger something, some action from the council, whether is it like to have the SSC look into it or something like that. So we're not talking about accountability measures here. The way that this is set right now, our accountability measures are not changing, right? You go over your ACL if the landings are over because of increased landing and not because of enhanced reporting, et cetera, an AM will be triggered and it needs to be applied. So that's completely different thing. So thank you, Kate.
Kate Zamboni. Yeah, so all the language that's been added after the 132,964 pounds, that everything else, that would not be regulatory text. That would just be basically direction that the council knows this is what we've committed to doing, which you could do in a separate motion. I mean, if you feel like you need to put this all in one to make it palatable, I understand that. But you could, commit to revisiting the ABCs, whenever you want. You have the bit of an issue you have right now is that the SSC has already told you you have adequate information suitable for management advice. They're telling you what the ABC should be. So not doing something consistent with that runs afoul of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. So, but anyway, like I said, you could keep them together, but those don't necessarily have to go together.
Would that be like a catch target? Would that be similar to a catch target in ACT?
Well, if I may, Mr. Chairman, the issue with this is that, I will go with the case thing. If I were you, I would have two separate motions, just to make sure that you commit the council to do something when you get to within that 10%. That's what she's saying. Let's say that when we get to that point, none of us will be here, either because we retire, we are not going to be here. With a motion, people sitting here will know what they're supposed to do. With this other one, they can say, "Yeah, we said that 2 years ago. We don't do it anymore." So,
Okay. Yeah. Kevin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kevin McCarthy. So we've been chatting amongst ourselves back here, and let me offer this up as a way that might take care of this, and you wouldn't have to wrangle the language as much as you might. One option is you could, and I'm kicking myself for saying this, you could pause this. We could go back as we did with Puerto Rico, take a look at an index, because what you're really talking about when you're talking about recruitment is an index of abundance. It's not the same thing, but it informs the model about possible recruitment. So anyway, that jargon aside, we could put together an index for St. Thomas. We don't need to do it for St. Croix. St. Croix is well at hand. You've already passed that motion. Things have moved on. There's no guarantees how this is going to come out. So let the chips fall where they may, but we'll put together an index or maybe a couple of indices. We'll see what the data look like. And also there, again, no promises. There are a lot of things that you have to have. People, like you can't, it's not sufficient to say, for example, catch per trip. That's not good enough because we don't know if everybody now is fishing more traps per trip, right? What we need is they reported the number of traps they fished, they reported the number of dives they made, whatever that fine level of effort is. So we'll give that a try. We'll do a strict update of CDR 91. This is exactly what we did for Puerto Rico. We'll do a strict update of CDR 91 St. Thomas. Have that ready for, when do we think the next SSC will be? Beginning of August, end of July? Sometime in the summer, end of July. So we'll shoot for the end of July. That will update what you're asking for in that second half of the motion here. And I don't know how it's going to turn out, but that's the best we can do. And if that's acceptable to the council, then that's what we'll do. Keep in mind, we're in the middle of CDR 103. It's a lot of work. So thank Adian ahead of time, because it's all going to fall on her. I'm going to help with the index construction. Stephanie Martinez Rivera will help with the index construction, but at the end of the day, Adian's got to take some time out from her otherwise busy schedule to rerun this. We'll do it. We don't know what the answer is going to be. And if that works for the council, we can make that happen under those caveats. Strict update, and we'll see what happens.
Okay, I have John and then somebody from online.
Yeah, so, so I think, while I like Kevin's generous offer of a staff's time, it does often take more time to get these things through, particularly because it was going to take constructing the index and then getting a revised model through. So it actually probably would be beneficial to take this action and then have a stated desire to have this process that Kevin outlined done fairly quickly so that something could be updated. But I think we've got an ABC from the SSC already. So I'm not sure we've got it's going to be hard to get something changed right away. So perhaps the council could consider taking action and then saying this is the desire that they would like to see in the request from the Science Center and then from their SSC in a stepwise fashion. Thanks.
Sarah?
Yes, actually that fits. I was going to remind the council that in Framework Amendment 1, you put a sentence in there. Council intent would be to request the Science Center provide an interim assessment by 2023 to update OFL projections and set catch levels for 2024 and later. So you did put a clause kind of in there that asked the Science Center to do something. So I think you could do a similar kind of, it's a clause, but it's not attached to the alternative to the motion that you just made. So I just did want to put that you have done that before, requested additional work from the Science Center. Thank you.
Yeah, Julian McGrath for the record. So I agree with what was just said with John and Sarah, that we move forward with a motion and make a separate motion on what we would like to see from what Dr. Angeli said and what we said, and put it off 2027 to give Kevin and his team some time, since they got a lot on their plate, to go back and revisit this, and then we can bring it back to the table if that works with the team.
Blanchard.
I'll go with John's suggestion and Mr. McGrath's suggestion.
Mr. Chairman, just to move forward. Graciela Liajay y Cristina está por ahí. Okay, cojan la última, take the last, when you start with but, take that out. Don't throw it away. And then the motion will be, the vote will be to adopt this as is. And then we'll have another motion that will incorporate that language plus what John was mentioning before and Sarah. So, Mr. Chairman, in order to be able to move forward, can we vote on this one?
Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. We'll start with Mr. Sabater.
Roberto Sabater, yes.
Heather Blau, yes.
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
Ricardo Lopez, yes.
Nicole Angela, yes.
Tony Blanchard, yes.
Carlos Pichard, yes. So
unanimously.
unanimous? No abstentions and no, no.
No, tiene que decir eso,
Okay.
decir unanimously, that's it.
Okay.
Okay,
Vote passes.
can we get the other language that we just removed? Okay. No, esa es. Okay, people. Límpiala para que quite from previous. Okay, is that language, does the language reflects what we have been discussing? We need to add something else as a motion at this time? Exactly. Hay que quitar
I have a-
bot- hay que quitar Roberto. bot- Wait, we need to take the bot off. Now, there. María, escríbelo, dilo.
So it's for clarification. So I thought that we were talking about, there's two things that we're talking about. One is if landings consistently reach 10% of the ACL, I don't think they have to surpass the rates. I think they just have to get to that point of the ACL. And then they can be revisited. But however, what Sarah was saying is a little bit different. What Sarah is saying, there can be text included that says the council is going to request the science center to do an interim assessment in 2027. I need to read the text. So those are two different things. You know, one is telling you do something additional study, and I think the other one is a little bit more direct and is giving a direction to the council. Hey, you don't have to wait until you get a 10% of the landings. You just have to compromise that there will be an interim assessment. So you need to decide what is it that you want to do. And maybe I'm incorrect, but that was my understanding. There's two different things, and the council will need to see what will bring more to what you guys want to accomplish.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, if we all understand what is the mechanism, then the correct language will be along with what Maria is saying. You know, we have a commitment 2027, and the center is going to address this, and we will review it in 2027. That will give some flexibility, and at the same time will achieve what you want to do.
Sabater?
I
Don't think that right now, if you look at that by itself, it doesn't refer to anything. So you have to say that this refers to the previous motion or to motion such as such, or to this or that or this, because right now as it stands by itself in space in the cloud. So it must be referred to whatever we are referring to you.
Be clear.
So, Mr. Chair, what this is just for example, who made the motion can fix it. We're just putting it here because this is what we have. This is the screen that we have available right now. So what it's under there is something that based on what was said about the interim assessment, that was done for framework action 1. So that could be a possibility. And what it's in the top is, you know, the 10%. So that's what needs to be fixed. So what do you want to do? And then give us a couple of minutes so we can get the text right.
I guess you would want to add in there St. Thomas, St. John, Spiny Lobster alternative or something.
Eso lo dijo, oops, sorry. I don't even know what this is. Yeah. I don't even know how this goes. Let's see.
No, estamos los 7.
Maria, the first one makes sense from what we're discussing?
I think Nicole is the one that made that, suggested this. And, the only thing I said what consistently means, but if Nicole is fine with that, I think that's fine. But I think Heather has a comment maybe related to the motions.
Thanks. Well, I did want to hear more from Nicole about her thinking behind, right, the first, like so right now, revisiting the ABC would be linked to an increase in landings. And so I did hear both. I heard that at the outset and then other discussion about trying to incorporate, a new abundance index into the next assessment. So I wondered about your thinking on those two different options, and then also wondered if the SSC could really revisit the ABC outside of new information like an abundance index or an update assessment. So just wondering if we should combine those two together, or if the 10% increase, if you are asking that we only do it in the event of a 10% increase, right? Then we would keep that in, otherwise take it out.
Yeah, I think we should keep that in, and we could say that, so
Yeah.
if the St. Thomas, St. John, Spiny Lobster landings consistently reach within 10% of the ACL, the council will request the SSC to revisit the ABC. In addition,
Chica, que tú dijiste que-
the council requests NOAA fisheries, and then that whole second clause, like in all cases, to explore during CDR 103, the potential to incorporate a fishery dependent abundance index. And then I guess we're working in parallel towards getting the best available data, best available science to inform this alternative too.
Y le pones estas dos cosas.
Is that,
Está bien, está listo para-
does that clarify the thinking that we work in parallel? Okay, thank you.
Kevin. Sí, cualquier otra, los corre.
Thanks,
El
Kevin
rey-
McCarthy. So,
el oír
two
tiro.
questions. The first one is in that first part, that
Eso
first
también faltó.
sentence. You just passed a motion, the council just passed a motion that the ACL equals the ABC. There's nothing that the SSC can do to make that higher. So I don't know what they would do to revisit the ABC other than make it lower. The ACL would end up being lower. That's the only direction they could go. So I'm not sure what you're wanting from them. I'm not on the SSC anymore, so they're, that's something
So
you
we
have to
could
sort with
clarify,
them.
yeah. So Kevin, you're suggesting that we clarify what it means to revisit the
What it
ABC.
means to revisit the ABC, because if it, and then the next part is, it's sort of an order of operations thing too, right? So in order to revisit the ABC, they would need something from the Science Center to better inform that decision, because they've got all they're going to get under the guise of CDR 91. We're now going sort of outside the CDR process, which is, I think, that second part. But
Yeah, you're right. So the intent isn't there in that first space. So to revisit the ABC, we meant to revisit data gaps and any additional studies that might be necessary in order to account for why there are consistently higher landings. And that might be socioeconomic data, that might be recruitment in the fishery, that might be lots of different things. And so that's the intent. So if someone could help us to like ensure that that's the intent of what we're writing, that would be useful.
Can I? Okay, so let me see if I get this right. So what we could do is, like we mentioned earlier, can request an interim assessment by X date to update the OFL projections and set catch level for 2027 and later years. And I think that's what was, this is not new. This is something that was done from Framework 1 for the spiny lobster. The council accepted the ABC recommendations, set their ACL, and then they added that clause in there. There's going to be an interim assessment that it's going to provide new projections. And the expectation is that if there is new information that can be used in that assessment, it will be used to provide new catch level recommendations. So my recommendation will be that instead of doing the second part, just deal right now with the interim assessment. And we can, and this is a suggestion because I'm not a council member, but we can send you the text right now. Sarah has it. She's going to write it for you in the chat. And then you can cross out the in addition, and then we'll put the text that we're about to send you, and then you guys decide if that is something that you want to proceed with or not. And that, I think that will cover it. That will cover all the studies and all new information, and then gives clear guidance to the council and the science center as to what they need to do. Okay, if you guys agree.
Si no, va a estar hasta la noche aquí hablando vaina. Maria, while they are fixing that, what will be the next thing that you need from the council today regarding this topic?
That is a Sarah question. Sarah, Miguel is asking if after this is done, what is the next step? We cannot hear you if you're talking.
Sarah, can you hear us?
Hold on.
I didn't do it.
She needs to be admitted.
Sarah?
I could hear you, but I couldn't speak.
I can hear you now.
So you can hear me now? Okay. You've made motions for preferred alternatives. So the only thing left to do would be to decide, are you happy with those decisions and you would like to make motions to submit this to the secretary with all of those clauses that we usually do, like the staff to make minor editorial changes and the chair to review it and accept it? Would you like to do that today? Or would you like us to bring the more completed framework back at August that is going to include the Chapter 5 and the Chapter 6? Both of those require knowing what the preferred alternative is. So we can do those now and bring you back the full document and review that in August if you like. So that's the only remaining kind of decision for today.
I agree with what Sarah just said.
We move forward with what Sarah just said, but we have to get this motion on the screen. Maria, is that what we wanted? Or are we still working on it?
I'm almost done. I'll send it to Leah High.
We just put it in there, but please feel free to correct it. Sorry, we're asking you to do a lot of things at the same time. You just need to make sure that we had the correct years.
And I was actually going to only put when we would like the interim assessment by, and not put the OFL projections, because those can come out of the process, and I don't want to put a limit on that now. So I'm almost done, and then I will send it for your review. Sent it.
Kevin?
Kevin McCarthy. So could we scroll up just a tiny bit? Oh, there it is. So when we're saying this, an interim assessment by 2027, does that mean December of 26, or does that mean 1 year from now? Meaning the council would see it in their December meeting, or the council would or the SSC would see it in their November, December meeting, or the SSC would see it in their April meeting next year. I just need clarification on that.
As written, it means by, and so your deadline would be December 2027. So, up to the motioner whether that's really reflective of the timing, but that's like the latest. It could be any time earlier than that, but that's kind of your deadline, would be December of 2027.
Could we put those words in there instead of by?
Well, are you saying, it's not for me to speak for the motioner here of what but is the Science Center saying we're not going to be able to do this before December 2027?
I'm saying I just want to make sure we don't have a moment where we're discussing what the word by means. I just want to have a deadline.
Okay, so
Thanks.
it looks like, okay, so thank you for the additional, as the motioner, thank you for the additional text, Sarah. So it looks like what this should say is for action 2, if St. Thomas, St. John Spiny Lobster landings consistently reach within 10% of the ACL, the council will request the SSC to revisit the ABC. In addition, I still think we need in addition, council would be requesting the CFSC provide an interim assessment, I would say in 1 year's time are we saying by March? I was thinking we were doing it like within a year, because that would still give us.
Kevin is saying rather than by no later than December 31st, 2027, and that that's the deadline.
Go ahead. I don't
So
think that's.
Kevin McCarthy, so if you have the second one, you don't need the first one.
Then just take out that part. The council will request the SSC to revisit the ABC, right? And then you say the council intent.
I don't even think you, right, because we're not gonna know if it's 10% until October anyway. Because of the delay of data availability. So I don't think you need that first sentence at all. It's up to you. But
Please
I
don't
think
remove it as yet.
yeah, I think that you could.
I think what we want though is to signal why we're doing this.
Okay.
And so we're signaling here. So it
Okay.
doesn't have to be within 10% of the HCL, but like we could say for action 2, as we know that St. Thomas, St. John Spiny Lobster landings are consistently higher than in the past, we are requesting the SSC or the SCFSC to provide an interim assessment to update OFL projections and set catch limits levels using updated available information.
Right, yeah, whatever your rationale is great
Yeah.
with me.
Okay. Than in the past.
Hay condicionación para que sí se meta dentro del computador.
Because St. Thomas, St. John's spiny lobster landings have been consistently higher than in the past, the council requests the SSC provide an interim assessment. So that's one sentence. It begins with because. Oh, sorry, the council requests the Science Center provide an interim assessment. So that's like a comma and it's take out the would.
That works for me.
Que ajá, y Graciela, añade to provide, después del SC. To provide, en vez de dejarlo así, ¿no?
Better provide to provide.
Recuerda ese sí, to provide.
And change set to inform, to update OFL projections and inform catch levels.
Heather, that's okay now?
Thank you for workshopping this motion. It's greatly appreciated.
Teamwork.
So we need a second.
Who second the motion?
Second.
So the motion reads for action 2, because St. Thomas, St. John spiny lobster landings have been consistently higher than in the past. The council requests a CFSC to provide an interim assessment by December 2027 to update OFL projections and inform catch levels using updated available information. Example is fishery dependent abundance index. Any further discussion?
Roll call vote.
So I'll do a roll call vote. I'll start on my left this time with Blanchard.
Blanchard, yes.
Angela, yes.
Ricardo, yes.
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
Heather Blau, yes.
Roberto Sabater, yes.
Carlos Pichetti, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Vote carries unanimously.
Motion carries.
Unanimously.
This is Sarah, real quick. I said that you could do one of two things to finish this up, and I wasn't clear if the yes meant finish it now or bring it back in August. So can you just let me know which one you'd like?
You have a bunch of things in the agenda. We are way late. So to answer Sarah, you want to continue and finish this if we only need 2 actions? Or you want to go into Heather's presentation before the pelagic and then tomorrow finish this discussion? What is your pleasure?
So if I may, Mr. Chair, this is Maria. So we are done with this action. So the decision for the council is the council will do final action and submit this to the secretary, submit it to NOAA Fisheries, or they want us to finalize the amendment and bring it back in August. And then the council makes a decision because nothing's going to happen other than finalizing the analysis that are already included for these numbers that are included. Everything else is going to happen later. So that will be the decision. If you think that this is ready to move forward, then that could be the guidance given to staff. If not, then it can be brought back in August. So that's the decision to make.
Heather?
Graciela, puedes decir la idea tuya. Can you say the, Graciela have some ideas in Spanish.
So
Go
I
ahead.
think staff thinks, and I think that John mentioned these earlier too, that the amendment can move forward. It's a framework amendment, and you've already made the arrangements for anything new that comes online. So we already have that. If you move forward now, then we can dedicate time to other matters.
So Maria, what will be the best way to move forward? Motion?
Thanks. I also believe it's ready to move forward. I just have a process question as a relative newbie. So we have public comment tomorrow. Like, should we wait until after public comment on the amendment and then approve it for secretary review and implementation? Or is this how it's typically, do we typically take final action before?
Yeah, in the good old days, no, GC told us you don't have a final action until you have public comment period announced. Right now, you say you have a comment period, but people don't know what the hell we're talking about today. So it's up to you. What is it that you want to do? But in the past, we discussed this to death, actually. So you can say, you know, if the council approves to move this forward, give some license to the staff, you know, some language corrections, things like that, but then we'll move forward with it. But you have to set that in the motion so they can go ahead and do it.
Okay, so usually, well, what we do, like, this is public comment, you know, this meeting is public comment. Like, if the council wants to move forward, then we get it done. We can somebody can do a motion. These are the typical motion that we always do for final action, so we can provide some assistance with that. We can put what we think but somebody has to provide the motion, although we will help you.
Heather?
So I will provide a motion that the council moves to approve Framework Action 4 and submit the action to the Secretary of Commerce for review. We thereby allow staff to make editorial, non-substantive changes to the Framework Action 4. We give the council chair the authority to deem any modifications made to the proposed rule and regulations as necessary and appropriate for implementing Framework Action 4.
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
So the motion is that the council moves to approve Framework 4, USVI Spanish Lobster, and submit the action to the Secretary of Commerce for review. We thereby allow staff to make editorial, non-substantive changes to the Framework 4. We give the council chair the authority to deem any modifications made to the proposed rule and regulations as necessary and appropriate for implementing Framework Action 4. So we'll take that on a vote. I'll go on my left with Blanchard.
Blanchard, yes.
Angela, yes.
Ricardo Lopez, yes.
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
Heather Blau, yes.
Roberto Sabater, yes.
Carlos Verstetti, yes. All unanimous vote in favor of the motion. Alrighty. So the next part of the agenda is, I believe Heather has some presentation to make before we move on to pelagics.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we recently reviewed landings data relative to our ACLs, and the landings data we reviewed were the 3-year averages of the most recent 3 years that we have, which was 2022 through 2024. Our preliminary review of those data indicate that we are over ACLs for 8 reef fish species. 6 of those reef fish are managed under the Puerto Rico FMP. They are crevalle jack, rainbow runner, cubera snapper, Oh, apologies. 1, 2, 3, 4 refish under the Puerto Rico FMP. Those 4. And then 2 refish under the St. Thomas St. John FMP. It's Grouper Unit 4, which includes black, red tiger, and yellowfin, and then also hogfish. For the pelagics, the analysis shows that we are over for under the Puerto Rico FMP for wahoo and great barracuda. And then the last overage was for spiny lobster under the Puerto Rico FMP. So for reeffish species, the accountability measure requires us to, we send the data to the Science Center and we ask them to take a look and see if they think that the overage was caused by a change in data, enhanced data, versus an actual increase in landings. So we're sending the refish data to them to analyze for that reason. In the past, in prior years, overages for those species were determined to be caused by enhanced reporting instead of actual increases in landings, and no corrective action was required. For wahoo and great barracuda, we're also sending them a memo to take another look at those. We talked a little bit at the last council meeting about wahoo, so we have recently implemented new regulations for wahoo. They just took effect in 2025, and so the overages that we're seeing based on the 2022 to 2024 timeframe wouldn't have taken into account any reductions in catch that we achieved from the regulations we implemented in 2025. So I'd like to hear a little bit from council members as to whether they think that might be, it might be prudent to wait and see how those regulations affect catches before taking any corrective action for wahoo, in case no further action is needed. For great barracuda, once we looked a little bit more into that, it looks like the barracuda landings that we're seeing, the high landings might be for a species other than great barracuda because they're reported at the family level. And from what we're hearing, the commercial fishery doesn't really target great barracuda because it's ciguatoxic. And so we are going to also ask the center to take another look at those landings and give us their thoughts on whether that's a reporting and classification issue versus an actual increase in landings. The other thing with great barracuda, when we looked back at when the island FMPs were developed, the rationale that the council used to incorporate great barracuda in the plan was that it was important to the ecosystem, not because it was important to the commercial fishery. And so we're also thinking that the other action we're working on to take another look at what stocks we're actively managing versus classifying as ecosystem species, that great barracuda might end up getting moved into the ecosystem component species, which would also support no additional action on that. And then finally with spiny lobster, so that's the last one. And I think given the conversation we had earlier today and the additional questions that we have outstanding for the SSC, we've asked them to take another look at it. And the fact that the landings that we evaluated were from 2022 to 2024, but the assessment was showing that no overfishing was occurring during that time frame. We'd like to hear from the council on the need for any potential corrective action to address that.
Blanchard.
I could just comment on Oahu. Me personally, I think we already have a size limit and a bag limit on it. Okay. With an increase in size, you're gonna have an increase in weight. In other words, we was training with 5 small Wahoo. You probably have a Wahoo that weighs more than those 5 small that you was already catching. So you kind of selecting what you're catching to a certain degree. I personally think just setting a bag limit and the fish like the Wahoo and the dolphin should be sufficient. You're talking about a fish that is here now, and we got how much different countries in the Caribbean? 26, 30? So they in who else waters in a couple of hours from now? And we trying to manage that. The only way you're gonna manage something like that is by having the regulations throughout every country, managing that species the same way. Because what we gonna lose here, they will catch over there. So are we really protecting the species, or are we really fooling ourselves thinking that we're doing so? So that's my comment.
Crespo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Anderson Crespo for the record. 100% with Mr. McGrath. Wow is pelagic. Blanchard. Wow is they looks almost identical. Wow is a pelagic species. It's a seasonal species. So what we have now, size limit and a bag limit for recreational is more than enough. We don't need to implement any accountability measures. So exactly how Mr. Blanchard says, if we are now able to catch only big fish, the weight is going to be higher. In the past, most of the fishermen used to catch what we call the pencils. That is the small wahoos that maybe one wahoo weighed 2-3 pounds. And they used to bring 40 of them. If you compare now, maybe they can bring 10 wahoos that are going to weigh more than the 40 that they used to bring in the past. So we don't need to, in my opinion, we don't need to implement any accountability measure for the wahoo.
I believe that we discussed the Wahoo and the Mahi situation for what, 2 years? And we discussed it back and forth, and we came up to some conclusions, and we voted on them. So I think we just put the lid on it. I mean, that's it. Why should we bring something up again, which is in bed sleeping? Thank you.
Julian?
Well, Julian McGrath for the record, I totally agree with what they said. You know, the size and the bag limits should be more than enough to protect these species. They're pelagics. They're moving in and out, in and out. The Caribbean islands to the east of us, as we call down islands, the waters have been given to the Chinese and the Taiwanese people. And this is not making up anything. The waters were given to them because they built infrastructure for the people on the land. Schools, government buildings, fix their roads, etc., etc. Did they realize how bad it was by giving them their waters to fish all the pelagics, the tunas, everything? Everything you can think of, sailfish, marlin, everything. They're harvesting everything. They have processing plants there. They're shipping it out. We're getting the bits and pieces that are left. So if we do have a good season, it's by some miracle that the tides change, the bait pattern has changed, something good has happened in our favor. Otherwise than that, we're not going to see those species like we used to see them. This is April. Today's April 21st. We're in the height of the mahi season here in the USVI. You seen any numbers coming in? You seen any fish coming in? No, we're not. 1 or 2 fish. When we used to catch hundreds. Is it because of overfishing? No, it's because the fish can't pass through and get to us anymore. And that was, like Mr. Sabater said, we had great discussions about this, but because it's on the list as a managed species, we got to do something. Yeah, well, we can do something. We can manage it with size limits and the bag limits and keep an eye on it. Not that it disappears. Keep an eye over it on it for the next 5 years and let's see what's actually taking place. I'm going to leave that there. I want to go back to one of the groups of species, well, two other species that was mentioned that we have overruns on. Group of Unit 4. How long has there been seasonal closures in place for grouper number 4? 22 years. What do you expect is going to happen? And in the Gromanic Bank, it's been closed for almost 30 years. All of those species spawn there also. So outside of the seasonal closure, what do you expect? Don't you expect your numbers are going to increase? We see them, they increase and we are catching them. And we should be allowed to catch them because we have protected them for so long and no assessments have been done. And none of the seasonal closures that were put in place through this SFA back in 2005. And those are the same species that we have asked in executive order to be removed. We have 3 managements. Let's use Grouper Unit 4 as an example. 3 management processes. We have the Gromanic Bank closure and the Red Hind Bank closure where they're all inside of their spawning. We're protecting them that way. We are protecting them with a seasonal closure, and then we are protecting them with an annual catch limit. That's an overkill to the fishermen. Your closures should be what's protecting these species right now. And when the Science Center goes to visit what's going on, this must be taken to great consideration. Fishermen have done their job. They gave those closures in order to meet the 30% reduction from the SFA, which was supposed to be 30% across the board because we didn't have island-based fishery management plans at the time. And each one of the platforms ended up giving 30% reduction, which ended up being a 90% reduction overall between the entire platform back in 2025. Was that error revisited? No. Fishers took the hit for that. Hogfish falls in the same group. They hang out in the same area as where the groupers hang out during the spawning aggregations. They spawn at the same time. They're protected in those areas. So are you going to see increases? Sure, you're going to see them. And, you know, I should have said something earlier when we was discussing the lobsters, but when we look at the lobsters, we got to remember to the east of the St. Thomas, St. John Shelf, we have the BVI. They have a 3-month closure, year-round closure. 3 months they're closed. Where do you think all of their larvae and all of their recruitments and all the lobsters are traveling to? Into our waters. That also helps to stock our fishery. So all of these different things need to be taken into account when we're looking at the process moving forward. Thank you.
Sinai?
Thanks, all. I just wanted to make, Sinai Aptis for the record, wanted to make one comment. I do think it's important for us to look at the actual landings data to support. So we are talking a lot about things that could be possibly happening, but we don't actually know based on the data. And that is a mistake, and it's what leads to a lot of these questions regarding the uncertainty, right? If we can look back and see in the actual landings data, and it's hard to follow which specific areas we're talking about. If I saw it up there, I'd put it up, right? We have this data available, even if it's preliminary. For a lot of these, what's likely happening is you have a single year where there is like a huge increase relative to a very small ACL. When that happens, that is saying something different to a lot of the information that we are hearing regarding these stocks, which if they're market driven and you do see a large peak where it can jump that high, that is different than the uncertainty that we've been arguing about for holding these things at changes of ACLs of 0, right? So this is direct evidence that contradicts certain things. Now, I'm not saying that that's the direction we need to head in, but we need to honestly look at the data and evaluate it and make realistic decisions, because things will come back to bite us if we are not actually looking at that. If you have an SSC that is telling you something based on data, and we disregard it at the council level and send it back, and then we look at that data and it is saying the exact same thing, then that is an effectively, us describing that the data that is telling you something we simply don't want to listen to. And if that is the case, then we should change the management structure, right? We can come up with better ways to do that, but that's not what we're doing. We're spending a long time discussing and arguing over things that aren't really making that sense. What I would recommend is that we make a motion for that data to be presented at the next meeting where we can actually look at changes in landings, identify if there have been large jumps associated with those, and have justifications as to why. For instance, if that market has changed and there is an increase, that is something that we have to revisit for the ACL, and that's what we should be doing. But simply describing and saying why we shouldn't change that is a mistake. It doesn't provide us with good reasoning as to what we're supposed to be doing, which is reevaluating that management structure. So if we see that that has changed and we think the data supports it, we should simply say that and make the recommendation that we look at changing those ACLs based on new data that's coming in from the fishery.
So, Mr. Chairman, where are we regarding the agenda item that we have in front of us?
Heather?
So just following up on Sinai's suggestion, so where we currently are in the process is sending the preliminary comparison to the Science Center per the way that the accountability measure is structured in the regs, right? To review and let us know if they believe the overage was due to a change in reporting, enhanced reporting, or an actual increase in landings. Per your suggestion, Sinai, I'm thinking, so we could bring the results of that back at the next council. If we do in fact determine that any of the overages were due to increased landings versus enhanced reporting, we could bring that back at the next council meeting and get some council discussion around that. I do think that for the different species groups like reef fish versus pelagics versus spiny lobster, there might be different levels of flexibility in terms of if there is an overage, if we could, decide no corrective action is needed based on a consideration of other things like changing markets and things like that. That might be true for some groups and not others, but we could look at all that when we bring it back at the next meeting. Does that sound reasonable, Maria?
Do we, for that? We don't need a motion for that? No. Okay, cool. All righty, so we'll move to the next agenda item. On this topic is, I guess St. Croix gets a gold star because they didn't overrun any species at all, so that's a good thing. Revision of accountability measures for pelagic paper.
Hello again. This is Maria Lopez. Okay, so this is completely related to what Heather was talking about, right? This is exactly the situation that we want to make sure that what we have in the regulations, what the council decided to do, would allow that type of analysis, that flexibility to be able to look at landing strengths, index of abundance, best available science. And right now, explicitly, that's not included in our regulations, okay? So we talked about this last time. There were a lot of comments. There were some directions that the council wanted staff to take. So this is what we're gonna be focusing in today. The idea is for getting your input. How are we moving this forward, okay? So please bear with me here, and if you have any questions, I'll take them at the end. Okay. So let's go to the first slide, please. Okay, so this is what we talk about during the August meeting. So we have been discussing this for a couple of meetings now. So we talk about, this is the triggers, amendment, the accountability measures triggers and corrective actions. We compare pelagic AMs with reef fish AMs, noting the differences, how the pelagics have an ACT, the reef fish doesn't have ACTs. The reef fish has seasonal closures that would go into place if there's an AM overage. For the pelagics, there's not such thing. There is what Heather was mentioning before, if the landings go over the ACT, then NIMS and the council will decide if corrective action is needed, et cetera, et cetera. So one of the other things that was discussed is that AM corrective actions are undefined for pelagics when an ACT or ACL is exceeded. What do you do? Okay. So we also reviewed Magnuson-Stevens Act requirements for ACLs and AMs. We all know that this is a requirement for all managed species under the Magnuson-Stevens Act. We also discussed replacing the ACT with the ACL as the pelagic AM trigger because the ACT was not accomplished its purpose based on past monitoring when both ACTs and ACL have been exceeded. There's also no real-time commercial landings available or collection of recreational landings by the Marine Recreational Information Program. So monitoring commercial and recreational landings to the ACT in season, as you all know, is not possible at this time. So those are some of the issues that we discussed during August. Then we discussed new measures and potential options. How the new dolphin and wahoo size limits might help maintain that harvest below the ACT or ACL, which is what Heather was discussing before. There's a brand new just implemented. We also explore adjusting triggers, and other corrective actions were discussed, such as the closures and size limit changes, and the council and other members from the DAP. We had several discussions about that, pros and cons, etc. So there also was discussion about the challenge, how challenging this action is because of the seasonality of the species, and also because right now we're monitoring to the commercial ACLs, and those ACLs for some of those species are fairly low. We also talk about how the matrix process, which is that process that the council is doing now to reevaluate the management and conservation need for some of the species, could affect the species that we're currently managing under the pelagics. And we also agreed at the end that AMs must be biologically appropriate for each one of the species. Next slide. I'm going to try to hurry up a little bit here, sorry. Okay, so what we discussed in December, we presented preliminary options for 2 actions. The first action was to modify the trigger. We talked about 2 things. First, replacing that ACT with an ACL as the trigger. So if the ACT is not doing its purpose, let's just use the ACL for monitoring purposes. Fine. And then the second thing we consider is let's add some text in there and some to allow NIMS to review the best available science to determine if corrective action is needed. So the purpose in here is that we wanted to make that trigger more flexible so we can fully understand what's happening in the fishery before stepping in. So making sure that we only act when that evidence is clear, which is what we were talking about before. Let's look at what's really happening so that they can be support for the decisions that need to be made to protect the fish stock. So that's the objective of that first action. Be able to provide that flexibility for when where the ACLs are exceeded. Okay, we can use landing trends or indices of abundance, whatever it's available. To confirm is that AM would be triggered. Then we had to discuss the second action, and that second action was a corrective action, right? So this was the action that we are required to have a corrective action is after all this evaluation, it is still determined that a corrective action, something has to be done to prevent that ACL for going over. And I understand that this has been the problem here, right? To be able to agree what would be a good corrective action, taking into consideration the natural the species, the pelagic species, the seasonality and the variability and how dependent they are on the environmental variables, right? Okay, so what were the next step that we decided to do in December? We were asked to do a detailed comparison of all the options. We were also asked to take into consideration that there's that matrix process that would help the council determine if some of these species would remain under federal management or will be removed. And we were also asked to refine options. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. I'm going to go through all of this because we already talked about this, but currently for pelagic species, it says the AM will be triggered if the applicable landings, sector landings as available, applies to Puerto Rico. We know we don't have recreational landings, so we are monitoring to the commercial landings, exceed the applicable ACT for that stock. If NIMS estimate that landings have exceeded the applicable ACT for a stock or stock complex, NIMS, in consultation with the council, will determine appropriate corrective action. This is kind of like what we did today preliminary. So we were talking about, okay, so it may be possible that Wahoo in Puerto Rico went over its ACT, but then as Heather mentioned earlier, one of the things is that the landings that were used to that to make that determination, a preliminary determination, because we still have to send it to the Science Center, they did not incorporate the changes that were done in 2025 for size limit and back limits, right? And one of the reasons that those were put in place is basically to constrain landings, to make sure that, to protect that, for the size limit, to protect the fish so they can mature, and also to constrain landing by using the back limit, okay? So we don't know yet what are the outcomes of that, right? So that's something that it's very related to the current AM that we have for AMs. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So in our current monitoring process, as soon as landings are available, Zero staff compares each pelagic stock landings to the applicable ACT. If the landings are less than the ACT, then no further action is required. If landings are more than the ACT, then NIMS notify the council of the overage. And although we are not required by the AM, this is not in the regulation, we typically send the summary memo to the Science Center so they can tell us what's going on with those landings. Is it due to increase or enhance reporting, as you have seen from many of the reef species that continue to go over every year, or is it really due because of increased landings? And then NIMS and the council discuss and determine appropriate corrective action. So let's go to the next slide. So why are we proposing, and I say we as the council, why is the council proposing to modify pelagic AMs? Some species exceeded the ACT, have exceeded the ACT and ACL within the first 3 years of management, triggering the need for NIMS and the council to discuss and determine appropriate corrective actions. Our current regulations do not specify corrective actions for this AM, and the existing requirement for the NIMS council consultation prevents timely implementation of corrective measures. We also have delays in landings data, which doesn't allow us to do in-season responses to ACT overages, which is mostly how it's done in other areas too, where they have available in-season landings. So you can do an action that will actually constrain landings during that time when you see that that's happening. So that requires that the council reviews whether the ACT remains an effective management buffer, okay? So let's go to the next one. The goal, due to their pelagic nature, develop a trigger that adequately accounts for the expected variability in catch rates and to explore actions that would effectively correct ACL overages. So there's 2 proposed actions. This is an options paper. There's no decisions or anything. This is to obtain input. The first one, as I mentioned earlier, modified the AM trigger to provide greater confidence that corrective action is required. That would allow the council to have the flexibility so we can understand what's happening in the fishery, okay, before stepping in. And then proposed action 2, define 1 or more corrective actions that could be implemented to confidently constrain catches in those instances where the ACL for pelagic species are exceeded and corrective action is needed, okay? So in the case that it's determined that the corrective action is needed because you don't want to put your population in risk, right? Then there has to be a definition of what needs to be done. And that needs to be agreed by the council. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Let's see, do I have the same one? Okay, so over here, I just want to mention real quick, and these are some of the things that you mentioned last time. You want to be able to minimize socioeconomic impacts on both the commercial and recreational fishers as much as possible. That was super important. You want to effectively constrain cash to prevent future exceedances. And you also want to have measures that you can enforce using currently available resources and that are not administratively burdensome or complex to ensure effective regulatory implementation. So that's kind of like your wish list. Let's go to the next slide, and this is the proposed section 1. And I'm going to go through this. So one of the things that you ask is that we compare the pros and cons of the options. So I'm going to read these options, and then the next slide is going to have the pros and cons. The option 1 is not do anything, retain what you currently have, right? We continue to evaluate landings relative to applicable ACT based on the 3-year average of landings, which is what we currently use, as described in the FMP. If NIMS estimate that they have exceeded the applicable ACT, NIMS in consultation with the council will determine appropriate corrective action. So that's what we currently have that we need to modify. The option 2 says evaluate landings relative to the applicable ACL based on the moving 3-year average of landings. Nothing changes since then. However, if average landings as estimated by NIMS exceed the ACL, apply the AM. So this is very straightforward, but it doesn't include a NIMS review process, okay? So this is kind of like your comparison, like your opposite of option 3. And then option 3, you do the same thing, which is, let's go again. Evaluate landings relative to the applicable ACL based on the 3-year average of landings, which is what we currently do, except currently we use the ACT, not the ACL. If average landings as estimated by NIMS exceed the ACL, NIMS will consider landing trends and any other best scientific information available in determining if corrective action is necessary to prevent another overage. Okay, so those are those 2 options. Let's go to the next slide. What happened? No problem. Yep. Because I'm just going to start talking about it while she gets that. So what are the pros and the cons of what we currently have? The pros of what we currently have is we don't have to do anything, right? There's not going to be any administrative changes. And then there's some flexibility for case-specific corrective actions, like you saw that earlier. What are the cons of this? That the monitoring is based on the ACT, not the ACL, and we just saw that that's ineffective. It's not working very well because they're always going to the ACT. There's not really a buffer. If you go over the ACT, we have been seeing that for those couple of species that went over the ACT, also go over the ACL. So it's really not letting us know, hey, you're approaching the ACL. No, it's just not happening. So what happens right now is that doesn't allow us to implement corrective actions on time, which could be a problem if that puts the population in risk. So that's what we currently have. That's the first row. The second row is evaluate landings against the ACL. Again, this one is the one that has no NIMS review. The pro is that you monitor based on the ACL instead of the ACT. The cons is that there is increased likelihood of mandatory corrective action because you are not evaluating landing trends, okay? And then you also need to make administrative changes. Now let's contrast that with alternative 3, which again, you evaluate landings against the ACL, not the ACT, but you have a NIMS review. So the pros, you monitor based on the ACL, and then you have flexibility to consider additional data before triggering an action. It provides flexibility for case-specific corrective actions. You're not looking at this as a whole. You can see that you had, like for example, if you have 1 year that you went completely up, why did that happen? Because this is based on landings, what you guys were talking about the market. You can see what happens the next year. We can see if there's a sargassum influx and that increases your landings of a specific species. So all of those things could be considered as part of this review process. What are the cons? Obviously, you need administrative changes, which is what we're here. And there would also, it could be also a delayed implementation of the needed corrective actions if there's the chance that this takes a little bit longer. Okay, so that's action 1. And then I'm gonna move to action 2. Okay, so any questions with action 1 until now? We're not talking about corrective actions or anything yet. We're just talking about the process. I will take questions later then. Okay, so this is proposed action 2. So the first the option 1 is you retain your current AM, which does not specify, but we already talked about having a need to specify a corrective action as part of what the MSA requires from us. So last time we talked about 3 or 4 different things, and these are just regular management tools. We are putting all of this in here, right? And then we can discuss what are the pros and the cons of everything based on the actual nature of the species, which of the pelagic species. So one of the options that we discussed last time is the seasonal closure. It says, in the year following a determination that the ACL has been exceeded and corrective action is necessary, reduce the fishing season for all sectors by the amount necessary to constrain catch to the ACL. And fishing season reductions would apply only during the year following an ACL overage. Okay, so that's a seasonal closure option. And I believe that we also talk about if that were the case, if that's were something that you would want to do for 1 species, for 2 species, for any of the species, because it doesn't have to be the same, then you need to decide if you were to do that, if there was a need after all of this analysis, and it says that, hey, you really need to do something because it was determined and it was agreed that there is a problem, then if you were to do a seasonal closure for one of these species, when do you want to have it? And this is where the seasonality comes by, right? You know that the species come in pulses. You know that you have high seasons and you have low seasons. So then you have to determine if that's what you wanted to do, what would be the least, let's call it the least painful, right? What would minimize those effects if this has to happen, okay? We have done this in the past for reef fish. You guys, before we used to have December 31st as the last day of any closure if it needed to be implemented. And then it was changed to September 30th because in the U.S. Virgin Islands, the Christmas season, the winter season is important for that some of this fisheries stayed open. So that was something that was decided a long time ago. Okay, so that's something that you could consider. Again, these are just options. Let's go to the next one. Another option that, can you go to the next slide? Okay, thank you. Another option that could be discussed, that we discussed this last time, is adjusting or establishing recreational daily back limits and commercial trip limits, dolphin and wahoo in Puerto Rico and or U.S. Virgin Island and all other species in Puerto Rico. Remember, Puerto Rico has more species that are included in pelagics, to constrain catch to the ACL following a determination. Any measures would apply only during the year following an ACL overage. So why is it both included in there, back limits and trip limits? Because the option would need to be applied to both commercial and recreational fishers for effectiveness and fairness, right? If there is an imposition of recreational back limits without a commercial trip limits, and we're talking about AMs in here, right? That will not constrain actual landings because, at least not the landings data that is used to monitor to the ACL, because as you know, we are monitoring to the commercial. Once the recreational landings data is available, like we talked earlier, that ACL could be determined for a recreational sector, this can completely change, okay? So there's a couple of options in here. You can modify the recreational back limits that you have. You can put a commercial trip limit. You can implement for those other pelagic species that you don't have under the Puerto Rico FMP, yes? Under the understanding that there's already size limits and back limits implemented for dolphin and wahoo. So that will require an adjustment of the back limit, but also a consideration of a trip limit. With the understanding also that during Amendment 3, the Council in general decided not to consider commercial trip limits. So, you know, we are aware that this was a discussion that was already had during Amendment 3. Okay, so what are the issues with this? In terms of analysis, you have to analyze a range of trip limit options or see what would be the appropriate back limit that will give you that reduction in landings that you need so you don't go over again. I mean, again, all of these things can be done, but make it a little bit more complicated. Just throwing that out there. Okay, and the last one that we discussed, you go to the next slide. We talk also about size limit, and we spent some time last time talking about this a little bit. Adjust existing size limits or implement new ones to constrain cash to the ACL for the year following a determination. Any adjusted implemented size limit would apply only during the year following an ACO overage. So the sub options are only talking about what would be applicable. Size limit for dolphin and wahoo, you already have it in federal waters, you would have to adjust them. For other species in Puerto Rico that do not currently have it, then, if you decide that that's the corrective action that you want to take, if in the event that it goes over and there is a need to do a corrective action, then that's something that you could do. Okay, so from Amendment 3, Amendment 3 is the one that implemented the dolphin and wahoo size limit and back limits. There's analysis in there that was done to determine how much a reduction of landings would come from implemented a size limit. And if you recall that during that, it was less than 1% for when you for the proposed limit for 24. So we're talking as a reactive measure, lowering landings, reducing landings, then it's not entirely clear how much that will reduce landings. So that's something that should be taken into consideration. Okay, so the last slide that I have here, can you go to the next slide, please? This is what you guys you requested a comparison of all of these options, corrective actions that were discussed during the last time. So we put in here 1, 2, 3, 4 criteria. Stock protection. I'm gonna read it. For option 2, the closure, stock protection high. That's expected because you're stopping all mortality during that closure. Data and monitoring, you don't really need additional data because you're stopping, there's no fishing activity. Socioeconomic activity, it has an impact, but compared to the other options that are in there, it could be lower because ideally you can plan around it, right? Ideally. Enforcement it's easy to do a possession check. You either have the fish or you don't have the fish. Let's go to option 3A, recreational back limits. For stock protection, low. You're limiting the harvest, but you could also increase the discards, okay? Because, for example, you're fishing and then you caught more than the number, and then you have to discard that fish. And we all know that some of these species are not going to survive when you throw them back. Data monitoring, it requires some robust catch estimation. Socioeconomic impacts, they're high impacts because it will affect the year-round value of the fish, particularly for charter fishing. Enforcement is low, it's difficult to enforce this at sea or at the dock side. For commercial trip limits, stock protection is lower than others, but it will slow harvest, okay? For data and monitoring, it requires real-time data. For socioeconomic impact, it may affect, for example, market orders. For enforcement is low, it's difficult, it requires more port angels. Lastly, size limits. Stock protection, low, only reduces the undersized catch. It has high requirements for monitoring, for example, leg data. Socioeconomic impacts, and this is something that you already analyzed when you were doing the Amendment 3, short-term loss, long-term gain, because of the protection of the fish. And enforcement requires dockside intercepts. Okay, so can we go to the last slide, please? So what is expected today? What can we do today? And I know it's a little late, so we need to consider if we continue this tomorrow or if we are going to talk about this right now. This, as I mentioned before, this is an options presented. This is an options paper. For the action 2, it will be really good if we get, this is a difficult one, right? If we really good if we get input from the council member, from the DAP members as to what do they see as feasible for corrective actions given all the situations that we explained here. We could also consider ongoing processes such as the matrix, which is the stock evaluation, and new management measures for Dolphin and Wahoo for deciding when to further develop the action. Like if this is something that we need to do right now, or we want to wait until later to do it until we have additional information from other actions that are ongoing. If we decide to move forward, then the IPT can develop a draft amendment for the council to evaluate, okay? But before we do that, they need to decide what options they need to include and how they want to move forward, okay? So I hope that helps, and we are ready to discuss if you want.
Yeah, and then Grissom.
Discuss it a little bit. Can we just go with size limit and forget about the other stuff? Yeah, seriously.
I'm gonna try to make it as less painful as possible. How many of you guys, this is the least painful way of you can go without work for 3 months? This fishery, not only the pelagic fishery, the fishing industry, I've been involved with you guys for over 30 years. Maybe I'm exaggerating, maybe 27 years. And we have evolved from regulations after regulations after regulation. Every time we got a closure for any species, I know you're doing your job, but you're taking away money from my table. When we get close for 5 months for conch, we go to pelagics. When conch season open again, people go back to diving. The industry, the fishing industry has learned to evolve, but you're pushing us to a corner where I've been seeing that you're just making up or open up doors for imports, because when conch season is closed, imports of conchs are coming in. Now we want to establish, and it's a species that is going through. It's a species that doesn't stay here. A study was made a couple years ago where they were tagging mahis and wahoos to see where they were going in the Gulf. So we are promoting closing or seasonal closures for the Virgin Islands so these species could go down to the Gulf. These species grow, I think, an inch very fast. And we have bag limits established. We have size limits established to make sure that the babies get enough time to spawn. When I used to do that kind of fishing, I used to see baby mahis, maybe 3 pounds with gonads already on it. These species reproduce, but we cannot afford to take more closures, more. You guys need to look for other alternatives of making money because you're taking away from our tables. And I think a pelagic species like this, you should just take it out of your protected species list because you're not doing anything to help this species. This species help himself because the currents that bring these species to our waters can turn in any direction and we don't have them. This is the month that we usually catch 10 monster 30-pounders in the land bank area. And we are not seeing them because we have this big industry up here catching them with nets and long lines. And I feel that you guys are protecting the species for other people to harvest it and other countries to benefit from it. I don't think you guys are doing something to protect the species for us. The way you might be doing your job, and I don't want to use you as reference, but the way I see you guys are doing this is taking away from my table and putting it to foreigners. And I think you guys have done a lot in the 28 years that I've been involved with you guys, that you guys have protected the resource enough that you can say, let me just study, let me just monitor, and let fishermen work with a little 15% that they got left of the ability to fish. I remember when this process started, when annual catch limits were being established. Our industry catch lobster, conch, reef fish, pool pot. If we see mahi, we pick it up, we go after them. And a lot of that data wasn't used because the models that you guys were using in the States was only for one species at the time. So we lost 75% of our data. We were catching, I think it was 260,000 pounds of conch, and then we got 50,000 pounds from 260,000, and we survive around that. In top of that, we have 5-month closures for our conch. We learned to survive on that. We cannot afford to lose more. I think you guys have done your homework. I think you guys can pat yourself in the back and say we have done our homework, and give us a break. No more closures, no more taken away from us. When the 7,000 pounds of mahi-mahi was established for St. Thomas, I told Julian, that number cannot square my mind. I have a fisherman here, Mr. Maldonado. When I told him 7,000 pounds, he told me I don't catch that in a month. One fisherman, he don't fish alone. And you establish an annual catch limit of 7,000 pounds for St. Thomas. Those numbers cannot be right. Never in my lifetime I've seen an industry that have so much shutters running, catching fish, and they could survive with 7,000 pounds of mahi a year. No way in that could do the math. So you guys need to sit back, relax a little bit, and look for other ways of finding funds to support you, because I know you cannot stay home for 3 months. My funds don't allow me to stay home for a month with the bills that I have, more or less 3 months. So it's not going to be less painful for me to give you my ability to catch something when I cannot catch conch, or when I cannot catch hind, because we have a season for that. We are moving around, and it's thin, the ability for us to move around. And I think enough is enough. You guys have done a great job protecting this resource, and I think that should be taken into consideration, and don't add new things to what you guys have already done. I think I give you a round of applause, because in the 27, 28 years I've been around here, you guys have protected this resource. Study it, and let us continue living with that 15% ability of fishing that we have, because we have a lot of bills and we cannot afford 3 months of less painful, more hardship on us. Thank you.
Heather?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the challenge that we face is if we decide that these stocks are in need of federal fishery conservation and management, then we're required to establish annual catch limits for them based on the best scientific information available, and we're required to constrain catches to the limits that we set. Our goal with this action is so we've heard a lot of concerns about unnecessarily restricting catches for pelagic species, right, based on ACL overages. And our goal for this action is to look at how we can develop a more flexible trigger, a trigger that will allow us to consider more information in determining whether corrective action is needed. So that's goal one, so that we can consider the kinds of things you guys are talking about. If there is an overage, right? If corrective action is required to address the overage. Goal two is that, so right now there is no corrective action specified. If we get a trigger in place that provides people more confidence that corrective action really is needed, while there's really a problem in the fishery, for these reasons, we've looked at all the available data, everybody agrees we need to do something to protect these stocks, right? Then this is the corrective action we'll take, and we need it to be specified, because we can't decide on the fly and then it takes 2 years to get it in place. the alternatives to this, and remember, this isn't just dolphin and wahoo, this is all the pelagic species in the plan, right? For the alternative to this is, so Maria's second bullet is about the ongoing processes such as the matrix. If we believe as a council that we can't effectively control harvest of dolphin, wahoo, maybe other pelagic species with annual catch limits because of their migratory nature and the impacts of other countries on the stock, then we have an opportunity through the matrix action that Sarah's going to review with us later to move those stocks out from under federal fishery conservation management. We could put them in the ecosystem component species, still have a couple of regulations on them to protect their ecosystem function, right? But not try to manage them with catch limits if we don't think that's effective. The other, I think, option we have or thing we could explore is, I don't know, within CDR 103, if we determine, no, we really do need to manage them with catch limits, but maybe the catch limits aren't set at the right levels, maybe we could look through CDR 103 at that to see if there's, additional information that we could use to increase those catch levels. Those, I feel like, are the options that we have. But what we don't have the flexibility to do is just to ignore overages of the catch limits that we have in place.
Blanchard.
Okay, let me try simplify things because I think sometimes we overcomplicate it. Question number one, can this be moved to the management plan where, just like Heather was stating, there's no accountability measures, we just study them? That's question number one. Because I believe any way you twist this or turn this, we gain on the wrong road. I don't believe that this species should be managed like the rest of the species, and that's the problem we have here. We try to put everything in a box and think it will fit because we want it to fit. It don't work that way. You can't expect the lobster to act like the wahoo. You can't expect the yellowtail to act like the lobster. It just don't work. So to simplify things and making regulations or going down a road when you don't feel is the right road to go down, because you have the Magnuson-Stevens Act, which I understand that we have to follow, just because this states that does not mean we're going down the wrong road. And I know we'll get some heat for this, but we'll call it what it is. If we are really managers, we have to do what is right. We have to go down the right road, even though sometimes the right road ain't what everybody else say. And I don't believe you could twist this or turn this any way where you could make this workable, that you go get a reasonable ACL, or that you could even study or manage these fish properly. When this first came up years ago, and I was on a council, I was a councilman, and Roy brought it up about the dolphin. There was no way I wanted this dolphin and this studying this dolphin. Because I know it just don't make no sense. The numbers were not there to begin with, because this is not really a species that a commercial man target in St. Thomas, I'm talking about now. No, the recs do, but we don't have no recreational data. So who you go fall back on? You go fall back on our number. So if we catch 10 fish, calculated at 100 pounds, right? That is what our ACL is set at. That's the numbers we working off of to set an ACL. So I don't see no way or form we can manage a species that is here now and in somebody else's country in another hour. If we don't have the same guidelines that go for us, go for them. And then I would say I could understand that, but we don't. And we can't make them follow our lead just like we don't have to follow their lead. So putting all of this aside, let's put common sense into play here. This ain't working. I only agree to some of this because I have to follow the standards too. But when the standards ain't meeting the standards that I think they need to follow, well, then me voting on it. Because then that mean I following somebody else down the wrong road, and that don't work for me. I am here to give my input, and that's what I'm here to do. And I know some people are going to get rubbed wrong, but you know what? That's life. Let's get over it. But to the end of the day, the right thing is still the right thing. And I don't believe any management plan that we have for this Wahoo business and the dolphin is working. I don't see it working. So let's try fit it into the management plan like Heather suggested and study it. But to say you manage it with an ACL, I can't see this working.
Miguel, and then Julian, and then John.
Yeah, I have a personal opinion, but like a Russian, I have to officially disagree with myself. And in this case, I agree with you 100%, by the way. I believe that Heather is giving us an opportunity to have something elegantly getting out of this predicament. Remember, we have 14,276, and we're supposed to drop some of the species that we have. If we have a rationale for it, put it in the ecosystem category. She also said that we should be responsible for those species in a way to manage the species without having to have an ACL. So if I'm talking about the dolphin and the wahoo. If we have the dolphin and the wahoo size limit and back limit, that's what we have now. But we put it in the ecosystem system, the ecosystem category. Will that work? Or if we have a management measure, we still have to have ACLs and all the other acronyms.
Kate Zamboni. So I always want to caution when we talk about ecosystem component species, it reflects a decision that the species is not in need of federal conservation and management, right? So then there's a tension if you're on the one hand are saying not in need of conservation and management, but we still want regulations. It's not impossible to do it, but those regulations, if you find a need to regulate a species that is an ecosystem component species, it needs to be tied to its role in the ecosystem, as Heather said. She actually used those words. So if that species is providing an important ecosystem function for other species that you manage, you need to identify what those functions are, and then you can have management rules in place to protect that function. I'm aware that among the reasons there was a recreational bag limit for dolphin and wahoo, it was this perception that recreational fishers were catching, like they had extra. And I'm not sure that that would fit within what I'm talking about in terms of protecting the role of a species in the ecosystem. That's it.
Yeah, and that's the point. Since the beginning, we have been working with the dolphin and the wahoo for more than 30 years, internationally and nationally and here. In the case of the dolphin wahoo, it was an allocation issue between the commercial fishers and the recreational fishers. That's what the back limit came in. And that's what the local government, some of them were talking about it, and they have that. So the question is, can we drop it and let the other people worry about it? Because, listen, we are not doing anything to protect the dolphin and the wahoo if the other 30 countries don't do the same. We have what we call the gauntlet fishery. The gauntlet fishery is the principle by which each country grab whatever is in front of them and let the other one worry about it. And we have been doing that for the last 100 years for the dolphin and the wahoo. So can we drop it, and then can we do it in an elegant way that will comply with MSA and make some people happy with the 14,276? Roberto, the chairman will take that.
I have a question. Are the restraints that we have on the wahoo and the mahi here are the same ones that they have in the southeast, the Carolinas, Florida, etc.? Are they the same? Are they the same, or they don't have any restrictions, or what is the status over there concerning the mahi and the dolphin? Because the mahi and the wahoo, because otherwise we're not doing anything.
Yeah, some time ago, three councils, the Gulf, the South Atlantic, and the Caribbean,
look at this possibility of having a common management regime for the three of them. The whole Southeast region will have the same management measures. But it was dropped by one council, and then the other two councils decided we have other things to do with our money. And that was the end of it. I worked specifically with Caribbean countries to do the same thing with the FAO and a bunch of other people. And we came to the conclusion that without having all countries having exactly the same management plan, the same management measures, it would jeopardize the opportunities to maintain the stock forever. However, we didn't do anything, and the stock's still there. I mean, those things I haven't read the book. They're supposed to disappear. They don't disappear. They come by every year.
Do they have a bag limit and a size limit in Florida, Southeast?
I don't know. I don't know whether they happen. I believe that they did. Hello, Tia Maria.
Yeah, South Atlantic.
There's regulation applicable. They also have accountability measures that apply if they go over the ACL. This is not exclusive, obviously, to the Caribbean. You know, in every single region, if the species is managed under a fishery management council, they will have ACLs and AMs. And it's just that the way that in the South Atlantic, for example, they collect the data, they can collect data in season. They also have recreational data, and most of the landings are recreational. So their accountability measures, and I could read it from the regulations, they have that combination of, like, if the commercial goes over and the recreational too. So things that we could do, we could do many things if we had recreational data, right? Like on how to better address this. It's just that we don't have it. So believe me, the first thing I did was let me see what other regions are doing to address this problem, because they are managing the same species. It's just that there are certain limitations that we have that they don't have as well. So that's it. It's a problem, right?
My question is, do they have right now a bag limit and a size limit? Any other place besides?
They have regulations. I have to look it up, but if you give me an opportunity, I'll read them to you.
Julian and then John.
Julia McGrath for the record, and I gotta laugh. You know, considering the ongoing process such as the Matrix is very interesting. From the time I saw it before Heather even said the first thing, it makes a lot of sense. You know, we're here going back and forth, and we've been doing this for 2.5, going on 3 years. And we've been asking for the same thing. Remove them or manage them by bag limits and size limits. I don't care who have investment in stocks for the importation of wahoo and dolphin into the Caribbean. I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about my people who are here. We need to continue harvesting them. And just like Miguel made a comment, and it's an excellent comment, have they disappeared without any management in the other areas? No, they're going to continue coming back because they are migratory. What's going to stop them from coming to our waters is the boats that are fishing them with the trammel nets and the gear down the islands from us. That's what's killing us right now. Otherwise than that, they would have been here in big numbers. We are not overfishing something that you can't overfish. We continue beating this to death. EOC from the president, remove it, kick it out. We don't need it. We've been saying so from day one. There was no reason for these two species to be in the management process. When we identified the 32 species through the SSC, from that day, and I'm talking more than 7-8 years ago, it was said back then they did not need to be managed. Andy Chelsek, Roy Crabtree said right here at the tables, they don't need to be managed, but still we move forward and put them into management. We need to remove them, get them out of there. Let's move on with more important things. There's so much more important things, but every time I come to these meetings, I hear snapper, grouper, wahoo, dolphin, lobster, 5 of the top, and conch. 6 top species that are being imported into our islands on a daily basis. Every time we put a new regulation, right here, they're in our markets the next day. So who really got the investments in the stocks? It's not us, or else I won't be here fighting. I would be like, yeah, shut it down. I got investment in the stocks coming in. We really need to consider what we're doing here and stop wasting time. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I want to answer Roberto. In the South Atlantic, they have a back limit 10 per person per day of dolphin fish. They have a vessel limit 54 per vessel per day, excluding the head boats. They have a size limit, a minimum size limit in federal water, but Florida has a 20-inch fork length limit. In the case of the fork length, in the case of Florida, and then head fins, and the commercial have 4,000 pounds round weight trip limit, and they have 75% of the annual catch. If you move to the Gulf of, Gulf of America, they have the back limit is 10 per person, and they can combine it with reef fish and others. So, the answer to your question, yes, they do have it, and they are similar to what we have here, and they also have the Caribbean, the different size limit that we have.
John?
So much of this conversation is, we invoke the South Atlantic as something that the South Atlantic has been wrestling with. And the South Atlantic is embarking upon a management strategy evaluation for exactly the same reason, that so much of either the productivity or availability of the species is driven by external factors. It's either what nature or foreign fleets allow into the waters of the South Atlantic, which is the same issue writ large for the islands here, probably even on a greater basis in terms of the areas smaller here. So the South Atlantic is trying to develop an index-based management procedure. Essentially, when the index goes up, the catch limit goes up. When the index goes down, the catch limit goes down. That's essentially the kind of trigger that Heather was talking about to be able to use to say, is there a need for accountability measures? If the ACL is gone above the ACL, it's probably because there were a lot of dolphin fish locally available to each island. If they aren't catching it, it's probably because the dolphin fish aren't available. That if there was an index that would say they went over the ACL because of a lot of availability, that's not a conservation problem. Could that then allow for, okay, we don't need to impose the accountability measures? So it's essentially using that index-based approach to trigger or not trigger accountability measures. South Atlantic is going to use an index basically to adjust the catch limit up and down so that you, in good years of availability, don't bang up against the catch limit and have unnecessary closures. And in a bad year, when there's not a lot of dolphin, you actually spread out the opportunity among the states so that Florida doesn't catch all the fish before Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. So that's essentially the goal there. And then to use tactical measures like perhaps bag limits or regional management if they want to go there to ensure that in low abundance years, everyone gets some opportunity. In high abundance years, you don't actually hit painful closures. We probably don't need to go that far here for this to get something that would at least be a trigger to say, do you need to deal with impose the AMs? If that's something that would be useful to explore, that's probably a process that could be you could pay attention to the South Atlantic process and see if you could borrow something from it. The other comment, which I think is really pertinent to a lot of the executive orders, is addressing the elephant in the room, really, which is what's going on outside of waters of U.S. jurisdiction for dolphin fish. And I think that's something where if this council does have high concerns about that and or knows what might be going on in other waters, I think that's something the council could think about, because the U.S. is taking action with other fisheries in the international fora. Right now, that would be, I think, the Western or WCAF Sea right now has got dolphin fish. It's not a fully functioning binding RFMO right now in terms of it doesn't have teeth in anything like ICAT does, where ICAT management is binding. But again, if that's a concern, that's something that could be raised, and certainly is a concern of the South Atlantic Council, because there's a lot of concern about what foreign fleets might be doing. and the fact that most of the mahi that come into the United States are imported. Now, they do come from Ecuador and Peru, primarily in the Pacific. So to summarize, would a index-based AM trigger be useful? In which case it would perhaps tell us, no, you don't need to apply them because it's just an abundance thing. Thanks. For AM, pay attention to what perhaps is something that could be borrowed from one of the indices that South Atlantic will be testing. And there are indices from tournaments in Puerto Rico. There's longline fishing in the Caribbean that can be used to produce an index to say, yeah, there's a lot of dolphin fish this year because the catch rates are high, or there's not a lot. Thanks.
I think that's a perfect example of the kind of flexibility that we were looking to build into alternative 3. I think it was, right? The flexibility trigger that we had included in this paper. We would need to pair it with corrective action should that index indicate that it hasn't gone up, right? Because there's more dolphin fish available. I guess I'm curious to hear from the other council members, the territories, not to put you on the spot, like what you think about further fleshing some of this out in this options paper, or okay, thanks.
Ricardo Lopez for the record, Puerto Rico DNR. Heather, thanks for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman. What I believe is that this might be a good example for an issue that is above the local government and the federal government. As you just said, many other countries will be using this resource. Therefore, either we all convince ourselves to do some protection, or we are lining up for another endangered species eventually. The question is, do we want to eat sea turtles? No, it's an endangered species. There is a reason for being protected. Puerto Rican sea turtles go back to Nicaragua. A lot of countries will eat them. The ones that we protect here are food in Nicaragua and other places. It's the same idea for me. That's my opinion. I cannot think we are not going to do anything because it might be eaten in another country. No. We have to do something exactly because of that. Not right now in the locality, but internationally, like in the example of the sea turtles. We have for example, we have an ecological corridor committee. There's some name like that. I think that's the name, which have Cuba, Dominican Republic, Haiti, Jamaica, Puerto Rico, and others, that they get together every year, probably 2 times a year, and they talk about migratory species. No one is talking about fishes. They talk about marine mammals, they talk about birds, sea turtles. No one is talking about fishes. Maybe the council, maybe NOAA, maybe we all together can go there and try to get them some ideas to together protect the species that are internationally used. That is my position.
Yeah, so thank you so much. I think we have an opportunity here to evaluate the use of the matrix and determine which species we actually want to manage. We have quite a few species to manage and really not enough capacity to do the types of assessments to properly do that management. In the case of dolphin and wahoo, I do think this is an issue that is above the territory, that is above even the federal government, and is a State Department issue, frankly. And so if there is a way for us to respectfully and constructively engage, I think that is a place that we might all want to be at this time. this other issue of imports of seafood from other countries, especially during our closed season, is an issue that is, I think, of the utmost importance for us to be identifying mechanisms to avoid or to put restrictions into place. Last, I do think this idea of international trade, there are mechanisms. I know that this council, Miguel, goes to some of these, like ICAT, like lots of these different coordinating bodies that are binding or non-binding. We have other mechanisms as well. Ricardo and I both are now in contact with the CITES Standing Committee with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and we've successfully been able to provide information so that things like sea cucumbers, queen conch, aren't listed on an appendix that would further restrict their trade, or they are allowed to be on appendices that would allow research and other things. And there may even be opportunities for us to mitigate some of our CITES issues. But all of this requires trust and partnerships and like real engagement on issues in constructive ways. And so I think for this specific issue, we might not want to ask us to go further into an options paper. Maybe right now is the time to take a pause on this and for us to think about what other mechanisms we have in place and are going on in parallel so that we can identify and prioritize what we really want to do and which species we really need to manage and could effectively manage. We're really small bodies of water when we look at the entire Caribbean and even the South Atlantic. Are we putting a dent in population of mahi and wahoo worldwide? And so like, let's ask ourselves where we can be most constructive and put our energies and our very restricted funding and other types of scientific inquiries in there, into those spaces, and not provide further burdens on fishers who are, frankly, the one mechanism that we use consistently to manage species. So if we can restrict those kind of burdens on fishers, if we can prioritize species and do some really good work on fewer species that we can go more in depth on, I think we'll be able to raise all of our management goals and actions. And I like this idea that Nikki had earlier. We've done a lot of good work and we've been conserving species. And so now like is the time to really think about what we want to conserve. I'm just kind of going on a little tangent, so I'm done because it's really late, but I see other people have things they wanted to say.
We're not going to finish this today. So I propose that we cut it here and tomorrow some other time. But the thing is, we already discussed all this, and we came with the idea of having size limits. It started on July 25, 2025. So right now we have our size limits and back limits. That's it. I get that everybody agree that's okay. The issue is when we start talking about ACL and all that, putting cap, close season and all that. So if we agree this is okay, we have done enough. That's okay. It's just that thing that monster behind our doors, saying we have an ACL and you have to stop fishing and doing everything if we reach the ACL. In this case, that measure doesn't make any sense, really. But you already approved this. It went through the Secretary of Commerce. Everybody was happy. And I've been told to tell Janet here to put out an emphasis on the dolphin wahoo regulations that were approved in 2025 for the outreach and education. And we need to do that until somebody tells me, no, forget about it. It's not a rule. But my role now is I had to follow this. So anyway, that's where we are with the dolphin fish. And you want to do something else or drop it all together, that's a whole conversation.
Kevin?
Kevin McCarthy. So I just remind everybody, in case you're not remembering, that under WCAFC, dolphin fish are a priority species.
Yep.
And they're going to be managing at much greater spatial scales than this body is tasked with. So just something to keep in mind.
Blanchard.
Let me just give one final comment. I agree with Wake FC, but Wake FC don't control all the countries in the Caribbean basin. So that don't mean everybody falling in line. That's my last statement. My other statement is I think we need to table this because we ain't got no place.
Ricardo.
Ricardo Lopez again, Puerto Rico DNR. I just want to clarify that in my position, I completely agree with Tony, with everybody here, what they are talking about. But again, you all said that the problem is the industrial fisheries of another countries, farther away countries coming to the Caribbean waters. Those should be the targets. And I don't think that we can do that alone. We need the other Caribbean countries in order to fight that.
Okay. What do we do?
Pues, cierra la reunión y me veo mañana y hablamos más vaina porque tienes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I mean, I feel like this is a really good stopping point for this. I'm hearing general agreement around the table that we should pause work on this particular action. Marie's going to try not to smile. And the species matrix action that we're going to talk about tomorrow is really, I think, the perfect place to pick this back up when we look at the effectiveness of federal conservation and management and how we want to spend our limited resources. And
Excellent.
Okay, we'll do that.
Okay. Debes
Open
de
public
tener la
forum.
closed session, ¿sabes?
Okay, so we're gonna recess until tomorrow morning. We have a closed session immediately following or 5 minutes after everybody leaves. 9.
No, a las
Ah,
8:15.
8:15 tomorrow.
8:15.
Yeah. 8:15. A las 6 de la mañana.
Tienes que comerte huevo rápido. Tú no te puedes ir. Estás amarrado. Vaya, vaya usted.
Si no voy al banco.
Sí. Te lo tiene el pantalón a esta.
Bueno, sí que esta gente.